understand why the terrorists have not attacked our food supply, because it's so easy to do, end quote. Thompson, the eighth member of Bush's 15-person cabinet to turn in papers and apparently have them accepted, probably with a not so a genuine look of disappointment by the president. Said he tried to leave office a year ago, but stayed through Bush's re-election campaign at the request of the White House. Doesn't look good when they leave, before the president is re-elected. But afterward, oh, give me them papers. We will be back with the rest of the news, as Paul would say, in a moment. I am just a talk show host. That's all I am. But I've been pretty fortunate in looking at things on a wider scale and detecting that something is wrong. For example, the weather and the melting of the poles, both north and south. I mean, 40% of the North Pole ice, that's all gone, and the South is calving away, and they're worried about the Ross Ice Shelf, and a lot of, that determines the world's climate. So I'm taking it at this point that I'm probably right about that changing things, and so this is important. What I'm going to tell you right now, I think, is important. Bearing in mind, it comes only from a talk show host. I am a ham operator. I use the shortwave bands, and I'm telling you, there's something wrong with the ionosphere. That's the layer around the Earth that allows us, at various layers actually, it breaks down into various layers, to bounce radio signals off the ionosphere and back down again, right? Well, there's something wrong with it. For 2 months now, and in my memory, there's no precedent for that. All of what we know is short skip on the low bands, low frequencies, just above the broadcast band, really. In fact, some cases on some nights affecting the broadcast band. So many of you will have noticed the stations you normally hear, 50, 100, 200, 300 miles away, they're not there. The reason for that is the ionosphere is acting very oddly. Now, in the bigger scheme of things, man has not been tracking what the ionosphere does for that many years because we haven't had radio or TV for that many years, right? So our history with it is fairly short. But that said, what's going on right now with the ionosphere is really weird, really weird. I've contacted a couple of specialists, retired NOAA people who can say what they feel and not be afraid of the government, and they don't know what's going on. They admit it's weird, unprecedented, and they just don't know. They don't know. Why is the short skip disappearing for such protracted periods of time? Nobody seems to know right now. There was, of course, and I think I mentioned it to you a couple of weeks ago, an article from NASA about the magnetosphere having cracks in it. That's right. I mean, we already have the ozone holes, right, and thinning of the ozone over even us, and literally none at all in the Antarctic. Very large hole at the poles. So we all know about that. But now trouble with the ionosphere. Now it seems to me that troubles of in these various layers of our atmosphere indicate that something's up. Something is perhaps not quite right, not in balance. You can't rule out the possibility of heart toying around with things. But I mean, everything said, we don't know. What I do know is, and I have a very strong feeling about this, something is cattywampus. And so I'll just leave it at that. I don't have any answers for you other than to report to you that it ain't right. It just ain't right. Here's an article from Reuters, interesting. Global warming could lead, they now say, to a very big chill in the North Atlantic at least if history is anything to go by. Now, this is all new. You see, we didn't have records, but now all of a sudden they're discovering, well, holy smokes, you know what? This might have happened before. They published evidence to support a popular theory that rising temperatures caused really big polar melts, polar ice, and it happened 8,200 years ago, causing all kinds of fresh water to flood into the salty North Atlantic, even perhaps causing it to freeze in places. This would have all changed the flow of the balmy Gulf Stream, and in just a very few years, average temperatures plummeted, ushering in a deep freeze that lasted about a century or more. Writing in the December 11 issue of Geophysical Research Letters, Born Tornquist, an assistant professor of Earth and Environmental Sciences at the University of Illinois in Chicago, said he has evidence now that this did happen. Quote, few would argue it's the most dramatic climate change in the last 10,000 years, end quote. Tornquist said in a statement, we're now able to show the first sea level record that corresponds to that event. Tornquist and some graduate students found the evidence along the Gulf of Mexico off the southern U.S. coast. They found peat deposits that would have been formed under rising sea levels. Working with researchers in the Netherlands, they dated that material to 8,200 years ago. So in other words, 8,200 years ago, what I think is beginning to go on right now, and that, of course, is something the scientists won't say. They'll say, well, we don't know. But I think I do. I mean, when you look at the North Pole and you see 40% of the ice gone, you see the U.S. Navy planning to navigate where there had only previously been ice in our lifetimes, then I don't think it's a big reach to suggest what happened 8,200 years ago may well be occurring right now. And then there is this headline, strange, powerful storms in the U.S. A highly unusual snowstorm blanketed Southern California mountains here recently with up to 3 feet of snow, even dusted desert areas like, for example, right here. When it snows here, little kids run outside. Look, we've never seen snow, and there it is. At the same time, extraordinary rainfall across central, southern, and eastern Texas caused extensive flooding and was continuing at the time of this writing. Now, that's true, and it's not getting a lot of media reports, frankly, but the situation is pretty serious. On November 21st, 20 inches of rain fell on El Campo in southeast Texas. 20 inches of rain. Extraordinary rainfalls also took place farther west from Austin south into Mexico. At least one person known to have been killed in the deluge and hundreds more evacuated. Many South Texas residents are saying they've never seen rainfall anything like they're getting now. The Southern California storm began in British Columbia, moved through Nevada, certainly did, before arriving in California. Its track into Southern California was almost unprecedented. Such storms normally move off into the Pacific Ocean. Additional storms, also generated by the same system that has dumped rain on Texas, were expected to develop overnight across the U.S. Southeast. Indeed, they did that. So maybe we're like the proverbial frog, all right? In that water that's just getting pleasantly warm and then warmer and warmer until finally it's boiling and we never saw it coming. So there are changes afoot, I'm here to tell you. And again, bearing in mind, I'm a talk show host, camera operator, not an expert in any of this by any means, but I can feel it in my bones. Something is wrong, something has changed. There is change underway. Natural, man-made, who knows? I'm just observing there is change, and it's being vastly underreported. 80 whales, big whales, 80 of them. Dolphins, too, die on Australian island, is the headline. Canberra, again, Reuters reporting what many don't. At least 80 whales and dolphins have died after deciding to kill themselves, beaching themselves on a remote island between the Australian mainland and the country's island state of Tasmania. The number of deaths on King Island could be higher, as some bodies might not have been washed up, but rather indeed washed back instead to sea, according to Warwick Brennan, a spokesperson for Tasmania's Department of Primary Industry, Water and Environment. You see, these things that happen around the world, folks, are really important, even though you don't hear about them on the CBS Evening News or whatever. It's part of a picture. Brennan said on Monday, what we found at first light this morning was 80 animals strewn across several hundred meters of beach. All of the animals, all of them dead. It was a mixture of adults and juvenile animals, so it was a very grim sight. He said there were 55 dead long-finned pilot whales, 25 dead bottle-nosed dolphins on King Island, around 250 kilometers south of the Victorian state capital, Melbourne. A further 17 whales were swimming around 1 kilometer offshore. The immediate focus of the rescue team will be to ensure that the group we see out there doesn't get any closer to shore. Now, there's probably something up when you hear a lot of stories like this. Again, I'm not declaring anything because I don't know. I'm just putting pieces together for you. Now, here's another interesting little ditty. Scotsman.com news is where this comes from, directly from Scotland. A headline, vaccine will not stop next flu epidemic, official warns. Drug companies will not be able to make enough vaccine, according to a World Health Organization official. They're not going to be able to make enough to prevent the next global flu pandemic. Now, pandemic is a very important word. Pandemic is defined very differently than epidemic. You go look it up. Pandemic is bad. Anyway, they're suggesting that we're going to have a new flu virus triggered by a viral strain originating in birds. Countries should plan measures other than vaccinations to deal with a possible pandemic. According to the WHO Western Regional Director, no matter how much they manufacture, he said, expand production. I don't think the vaccines are going to be able to meet the requirement. WHO experts believe bird flu is the most likely candidate to combine with a human virus, creating new strains that could trigger a worldwide pandemic and kill an estimated 2 to 7 million people. The spokesperson called that a, quote, most conservative, end quote, estimate. Another problem is that a vaccine would not be mass-produced until it is tailored to the specific flu strain causing the pandemic after it breaks out, meaning a delay of 5 or 6 months, perhaps, before the vaccines could possibly be available. So, there you have it. Those are little pieces, and I suggest to you that those little pieces go together and all meet very precisely in a puzzle called What's Going On Mother Earth. I'm Art Bell.
Get it in writing with the After Dark newsletter. Subscribe by calling 1-888-727-5505.
early in the morning and they want to talk about UFOs and stuff, and they wake me up. Well, I suggested she change her number. It didn't sound like she was going to do that, and so please dial carefully. Let us now venture into the world of, well, who knows what. Unscreened calls, just into the night with whatever happens to be out there. First time caller line, you are on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art. My name's Mark. I'm calling from Eastern Iowa, listening on KXIC.
And talking on a cell phone.
Yes.
You know, I read an article recently indicating that some cell phones have actually blown up.
One doesn't.
Yeah, well, not yet.
I've noticed lately a lot of very large flights of birds, and when I notice them, they're just windmilling instead of traveling from place to place.
So they're acting in some confused manner.
Yes. I have a question.
Yes?
I grew up here in central Iowa on a farm, and I'm in my early 50s now. It seems to me that when I look at crows now,
Yes.
they're between 2 to 3 times the size they were when I was a kid.
You ought to see the ones we've got out here in Pahrump. These are monsters. I've never seen big black birds as big as they have in Pahrump. In fact, one was used for a motion picture because it was so black and evil looking. George in Austin, Texas writes, hey Art, why does something have to be wrong just because it appears to be different from what you've become accustomed to? Maybe this is the first time these conditions have occurred since the invention of radio. History is long, human recollection short. George, you're absolutely right. And again, let me stress, I'm only a talk show host. And so I make no expert claim that anything is wrong. I'm giving you an opinion based on my experience only. And it may turn out to be completely wrong, but I don't think so. Once again, though, it's only my opinion based on observation. Wildcard line, you're on the air.
Hi, Art. This is Bill calling you from North Carolina.
Did you know those things blow up sometimes, Bill?
I actually did. As a matter of fact, my battery gets hot sometimes, and I worry about that.
Yes. Yes, and it sounds flippant to suggest, but I have nights where I wish they'd all blow up. No, of course, not in the hands of my callers, but just, sitting on a table somewhere. Boom! Anyway, what's up, man?
Well, I was thinking about the ionosphere question there.
Ah, yes.
And a couple of weeks you discussed about how the U.S. was going to use some kind of technology to stop other countries from using their satellites.
Oh, yes, sure.
And I was wondering possibly if by turning on and off the ionosphere, they could stop the...
Yeah, well, and listen, what you're suggesting, I absolutely do not rule out. We know that HAARP's main intent is to toy with the ionosphere, so they've got to be a prime suspect.
Exactly.
They're one possibility. But there's an awful lot of things that are really, they're kind of out of place, and I think they're adding up to something. I hope I'm wrong.
Well, I hope you're wrong also. But I wanted to also ask you about your antenna.
Oh?
Do you see a voltage change, or is your voltage going up or down?
Oh, well, that's an awfully good question, and I will answer it for you, but I can't answer it right now. I have not lately gone out and measured the voltage. As you know, I have any number of devices on there to prevent that voltage from getting in here and ruining the equipment. And those devices remain in place. So to test that, I would have to go out and disconnect the antenna from all of that and measure it. And every time I do that, I get hell shocked out of me. But I will go out and make a measurement. It would be interesting to know if it's varied. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, this is Dave.
Hello, Dave. Where are you?
My name is Brian, Texas.
Bryan, Texas. All right.
And the reason I was calling,
everybody seems to, well, so many people think that the ice is that the weather is causing the ice, whereas I say that the ice is causing the weather.
Mm-hmm. That's a very scientifically sound thing to say.
As it melts, more moist air gets over the ice and makes it melt faster, because the cold isn't as intense and doesn't condense the atmosphere out.
Actually, there are several effects that really cascade. One is the sun reflects off the snow and ice, and that has a profound effect on things, that reflection. Number two is the ocean, which goes under the ice shelves, for example, in the Antarctic, is profoundly affected from a temperature point of view, and those temperatures then become currents that it's kind of like the world's air conditioner.
What I believe is that the ice has only been there since Noah's flood, which is about 4,700 years ago, somewhere in that neighborhood.
Well, the ice cores wouldn't bear that out, sir.
Well, there is a subjectivity there. I know you're familiar with the Dead Sea, and the reason that it's so salty is it does not drain.
Mm-hmm.
Every time it rains, mineral salts wash into the oceans as well as into all the lakes, and it makes the ocean saltier.
Mm-hmm.
The rate of increase of saltiness has been measured for many, many decades, and it's been fairly constant. If you have over 10,000 years of rain system, as we have observed, in recent times, last 200, 300 years, the oceans would be so salty that they would be as salty or saltier than the Dead Sea, where nothing lives.
Mm-hmm.
The natural order of the Earth, I believe, is to have a greenhouse which protects us from excessive heat, provides temperate climate, and the ice is not normal under a greenhouse because it would cause the greenhouse to condense. I believe the ice came from outer space and possibly, some of the effects from the fountains of the deep that the Bible talks about.
Mm-hmm.
And possibly Mars almost hit the Earth and lost some of its ice and picked up some of our oceans.
Any of that could be, but if you look into what's going on Mars right now, if anything, the Martian caps are melting away much faster than ours. And that's another underreported item. Now, could that be an increased output from the sun? Probably. I don't know. There are people who think that planets generate their own heat from within. Or you could look at an increased output from the sun. But if you view both Mars and the Earth going through what we're going through right now, I think that you'd probably tip toward the sun's increased output or some change there. West of the Rockies, you are on the air. Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
Yes, hi. Long-time listener, first-time caller, proud member of the U.S. Air Force.
Well, all right. That happened to be my choice as well, the U.S. Air Force. Well, welcome, sir.
Thank you. And I'm a weather forecaster for the Air Force.
Oh, you are? All right.
So I have a very interesting career field. What I wanted to ask you, have you heard of the Baha'i Faith?
The what?
The Baha'i, it's a religion called the Baha'i
Oh, I
Faith.
have. Yeah, sure.
Yes, I was wondering if you've had any guests or if you plan on having any guests talk about that.
I hadn't considered it until you just now asked. Why would it be interesting?
Because it's one of the fastest growing religions in the world, and they believe, what's interesting is that they believe in a lot of things that is very polarizing throughout the world. They believe in one world government.
Oh.
They believe in an auxiliary language that all of humanity can understand. They
But
believe,
is a one world government really a matter of religion?
according to the prophet founder of the Baha'i Faith, yes.
It is. Huh? All right. And what else do they believe?
They also believe in eliminations of all forms of prejudice, eliminations of equality of men and women, and eliminations of extreme wealth and poverty.
Elimination of extreme wealth and poverty.
Extreme wealth and poverty.
Uh-huh. So in other words, take from the rich and give to the poor.
More or less, yes.
Yeah. Well, that has a political it has a parallel in the political world.
The Baha'i Faith also has it's surprised you mentioned that, because the Baha'i Faith has an office in the UN.
Do they?
Yes, as a matter of fact, they do. A small office, by the
Yeah,
way.
I can imagine the UN giving them space based on some of what you just said, sure.
Right, and what's intriguing about the faith is that it was founded in Persia in the 1850s, where these ideas were considered radical.
They still are.
Yes,
Yes.
but even for its day and the place in history and the place on the earth, I mean.
Well, I'll tell you what. You get me a Baha'i big guy, and we'll go to town.
A what?
A Baha'i big guy.
What's that?
A big guy?
Oh, actually, there's 9 of them.
Well, all right. Just give me
But
one of
actually,
the...
their headquarters is in Israel.
All right. Well, get me one of the 9, and we'll rock and roll.
Okay, I will send you literature. You receive mail?
Well, of course.
Great, wonderful, and I love your show, by the way.
All right. Well, thank you very much for the call, and take care. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hey, Art, how you doing?
Quite well, sir.
This is Kevin in Roanoke, Virginia.
Roanoke, Virginia.
Yes,
sir.
Got a story about you talking about electricity voltage spikes like all coming off your antenna.
Yes.
My father, several years ago, he's an electrician, got a call from a strip mall here in the area, and they said they had a fence that was, shocking people.
Yes.
So they went up there and he checked it out and looked around, to make sure there was none of the equipment, make sure there wasn't, something going around on the equipment. So
Sure.
And he told them they couldn't find anything. They called him back 2 or 3 times. Well, eventually, he got to looking around and noticed that there was a microwave tower nearby.
Mm-hmm.
And what eventually happened was they had some people come down from Virginia Tech, and they checked it. What it was, whenever the tower was emitting, the fence was becoming electrified.
Yes, that's quite common, actually. Around broadcast facilities, AM and FM stations, fences are regularly grounded very carefully to prevent exactly that occurrence, because even a commercial AM or FM station could electrify a fence with its radiation. It's pretty common.
Yeah, I just thought it was kind of neat because, I thought about your antenna and I thought it was kind of a cool story to tell.
In fact, to build on your cool story, I lived on the island of Okinawa for 10 years. And there was a transmitter at the northern end of the island of Okinawa, which was running 1 million watts and sending its propaganda, we do propaganda, as you know, to North Korea from Okinawa. And it was so strong, 1 million watts, and there was one little Okinawan/Japanese village between the antennas and the ocean. And let me tell you, just about everything in that village lit up. All the fences were electrified. You could hold a bulb in the air, and it would light up. A lot of radiation. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Mr. Bell,
Yes.
my name's Tad from Kansas,
Hey there.
and I used to work in a defense plant down in Alabama, and excuse me, we worked on HARP,
Oh.
and I was a quality control guy, and I had to sit there and watch the engineers test these systems out.
You worked on HARP. Now, was this the early research before HARP became centered up in Alaska, or what?
This was back in the late 80s, early 90s.
So the early research before it was deployed.
Yes.
Okay.
And from what I understand from the technicians and the engineers is they resonate these sounds off the atmosphere, and anything leaving the plant or entering the atmosphere, vice versa, we would know first.
Could be. There could be unstated goals of HARP. I don't know, sir. They don't tell us these things. They give little public pronouncements that you have to look deeper. The real goals of these programs, who knows?
Yeah, I was a quality control guy and had to witness the test, and the engineers and stuff explained it to me.
What is it that you were controlling the quality of?
They were using gyroscopes, and we were testing a lot of the circuit cards and stuff that was going into the system.
Mm-hmm. Well, they probably would not have told you in programs like that man says he worked in. Everything is pretty much compartmentalized so that, person working on one aspect of circuitry doesn't know what another is doing, and they certainly don't have the big picture of what the goals are. HARP is a very interesting, very, very interesting project, and could account for some of what we're seeing. First time caller line, you are on the air. Hello.
Yes, Art.
Yes, turn your radio off, please.
I just did. My name is Axel. I'm calling from Reno, Nevada.
Axel.
Yes. Normally I listen to you on 780 KOH radio, but tonight I'm listening to you on the XM satellite radio.
Okay.
On 165.
Yes.
Maybe a little off the subject, but we live here in Reno, Nevada, in a gated community. Now, I don't know if you want me to give the name out of the gated community.
No, there's no need.
Okay, there's not too many, but this is the one that we live in.
Mm.
And it seems that we have a group of people, homeowners association, with CCNRs and things like that.
Yes.
Just to let people know that, if you have the wrong people in there, they kind of rule the way, they see fit. I know we have more and more of our rights being taken away.
No, sir. You signed those away. You signed your rights away. When you moved in, you had to sign a little thing that agreed to all of that stuff that you're now complaining about. So
let me explain a little.
You gotta read the fine print.
That's true, but there are state laws that the homeowners association can only go so far. Now, what this situation is that they've allowed one product in, and then they've let certain people have it, but then they've decided that they don't want to let anybody else have it. So there's a state law about being arbitrary and capricious, which they are violating.
Yeah, well, you'll have to take them to court. You'll have a big, long battle on your hands.
Yeah, I think that's
should have read
what
the
it's
damn
coming to.
contract in the first place.
I just want people to please make sure that when you do have people in the CCNRs, make sure that they're people that will follow the rules and not make up their own rules.
All right, well, I would also caution people to read the CCNRs. Look, you're signing a private contract. And you may think it violates this or that, and you can't, they won't let you put up an antenna, or, your grass has to be cut at a certain level, or whatever. These are CCNRs. These are things that you sign, and it's your fault if you don't read it. Make sure that you read it. All the fine little print. I know when you go to a closing on something, it's very easy to be in a hurry, and just, they throw documents in front of you. Here, sign this, sign this, sign this. And you're signing along, right? And you're not paying attention to what you're signing. Well, that will come back and bite you probably in the rear end. So pay attention to what you're reading. I listen to a lot of people like that, man, complaining about some new regulation or rule or something in the CCNRs that they just got in trouble for, and they didn't even know that they had agreed to. Well, you did agree to it. And that's all on you. People, you're in the fast lane and you're in a hurry, and I know you just keep signing those papers, right? And then later you find out that you have agreed to some totally egregious Nazi-like something or another that some of these places have. Well, again, really, it's on you. Coming up in a moment, we've got a very interesting program ahead. Professor Bart Cusco is going to be here. He's quite something. So stay right where you are. First time caller line, you are on the air. As it passed overhead the stars and the full moon of time went away. This is going to be something.
Want to time travel?
Pretty cool.
Go back to past shows on Streamlink. Sign up online at coasttocoastam.com.
Satellite sky. I lie awake taking in the cover of dark. Can't stop. Did I hear that right? Live conversations being alive to us all in the dark. Real life phone line. All their experts. One in the world. Things are falling apart. Coast to coast, to the average Joe, it may be hard to tell. Oh well, I listen close. Yeah, the truth.
Why do we celebrate Christmas with pine trees, flying reindeers?
First time caller line is area code 775-727-1222. To talk with Art Bell from East of the Rockies, call toll free at 800-825-5033. From West of the Rockies, call Art at 800-618-8255. International callers may reach Art Bell by calling your in-country Sprint access number, pressing option 5, and dialing toll-free 800-893-0903. From coast to coast and worldwide on the internet, this is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell.
It is, and quite an adventure lies directly ahead. Professor Bart Cusco Actually a professor of electrical engineering at the University of Southern California, is just ahead. That's, by the way, where he teaches courses on information science, neural networks, fuzzy logic, and statistics signal processing. Dr. Cusco holds degrees in philosophy, economics, mathematics, electrical engineering. He's an elected governor of the International Neural Network Society, has chaired and co-chaired several international conferences on neural and fuzzy systems conferences. He is on the editorial board of several scientific and mathematical journals. He has published well over 100 scientific papers, so he has not perished. Has published several popular essays in venues from Scientific American to the New York Times, is a frequent contributor to the opinion pages of the LA Times. He's also author of several books. He currently holds one of the first National Science Foundation research contracts on the new field of noise processing. In addition, he is a former consultant to the Tomahawk cruise missile and other smart weapons systems. He's written books entitled Fuzzy Engineering, Intelligent Signal Processing, and Heaven, of course, in a Chip. Heaven in a Chip, that is an absolutely fascinating concept, and one perhaps that may not be that far away. In a moment, Professor Cusco. All right, Professor Cusco, welcome back to the program. You have been here quite some number of times now. Always really a big pleasure to have you on because we can range all over the place. You have done so much. And of course, tonight you'll be giving the details of the guidance system for some of our best missiles, right?
I know that I would have to kill you.
But we will cover a lot of topics. Beginning, I think with this one, you know, I get a sort of a magnum of questions here that would be good to ask you, and we're going to cover terrorism almost right away. And I guess you wrote something in the LA Times recently suggesting we grossly have overestimated the threat of terrorism. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, well, before we get into that in detail, I want to remind you, because you may not have heard it, so I guess telling you for the first time in the audience, reminding them, just an hour ago I read, less than an hour ago. Health and Human Services Secretary Tommy Thompson, as you know, resigned, left the president's cabinet. I wanted to do it a year ago, but they wouldn't let him go. Now he's gone. And as he is gone, he has said that there's a potential global outbreak of the flu ahead of us. He also said, quote, for the life of me, I can't understand why the terrorists have not attacked our food supply because it's so easy to do, end quote. And I thought that would relate to your first question. You know, that's all we talk about almost in a lot of the news, terrorism, and you're thinking the whole thing may be overblown, huh?
I think it is overblown, Art. The trouble with this is we're trying to prove a negative here. Not enough. There are not that many terrorists. It's very difficult to do, and it requires a very sophisticated form of reasoning called negative evidence. Now, positive evidence we'll understand. If you see a tape of bin Laden bragging about having brought down the towers and see the towers blowing up and so forth, that's pretty clear evidence that we have terrorist activity. But to argue that since there have been no terrorist events for 3 years now, that there may not be that many terrorists is a harder point to argue. It also can be very dangerous if it's false. It's a touchy subject, so there's no question, Art, there's a threat, a substantial threat of terrorism in this country and abroad. The question is kind of a fuzzy degree thing. Is it that big of a threat? Is it such a big threat that you're willing to devote lots of blood and treasure, for example, going abroad and fighting wars and giving up lots of civil liberties in little ways and in big ways? Almost harassment in some cases at airport checkout lines, or handing over greatly increased search powers, digital search powers to police departments, the FBI and so forth.
All of that has happened.
All of that, and then we had this really tight presidential election, which instead of in many ways being an election on the merits of the Republican versus Democrat views of the economy and more U.S. issues, it was pretty much a debate about terrorism.
Yes, it was.
And if it's not the case that terrorism is as big as that suggests, then I think we have a problem. Just to take a sense of proportion here, if you look at the current issue, the cover of The Economist magazine out of England.
Very well respected, by the way.
It's not about terrorism. It's about the U.S. maybe losing its status as having the dollar as the currency of choice in the world.
That's right.
Which is going to hurt you and me a lot more
than terrorism.
Than an increase in terrorism, as bad as that terrorism is.
Yes.
Interest rates can soar, economies can collapse, a lot of people can be out of work, real social unrest, and a variety of other things.
That's
that
all
was ignored. And I would further say that if you look at the two candidates who ran, Art, both of them proposed very big increases in the size of government and basically in the debt, which is the very thing undermining the value of the dollar.
And they actually competed about who would fight terrorism best.
Exactly.
Yeah, absolutely. True.
And the dollar count of that is substantial. So it may well be that that was justified, but I don't see the evidence of it. And as I dug deeper into it, and as the years passed, I found no evidence to support it. When I went to the U.S. State Department's website and got its annual pattern on global terrorism report, and found out that there's been really no major increase in the worldwide deaths due to terrorism, merely 1,000. Not even quite 1,000 recently. It went up this summer because of the Russian terrorist event. Compare that, for example, to 40,000 people killed each year on the highways here, or 15,000 murdered, or the problems with, for example, the flu, which could be much greater than any terrorist threat. It raises a question. But when, in the end, Art, when we didn't have a bombing at the Olympics this summer, we didn't have a bombing at the convention, we got right up on the election, a lot of us thought something was going to happen, it's going to happen then. The Friday before the election, bin Laden came out in a new hat, new video, and we all thought that was it. I had a discussion with some of my graduate students who are very skeptical of the claims of terrorism, and I said, all right, what's the probability that before the election's over, you got 5 days left, after this tape, the conditional probability that we'll have an attack? And almost everyone thought it was more than 50%. I didn't, and of course, there was an attack. In fact, it really suggests, doesn't prove, really suggests that we may have broken the back of that particular terrorist organization. After all, we spent billions of dollars and cooperated with governments who've done likewise.
Well, at some point, Professor, certainly it will indicate that. It's kind of like, SETI has been searching the skies now for alien talk for a lot of years. And even the people at SETI are now admitting, look, given another, 30, 40 years, whatever, if nothing is found, they're going to have to step forward and say, nothing has been found. We've searched a lot of the sky, and sorry, nothing's found.
That's a great point, Art, and it brings up the subtlety involved in negative evidence, which is the size of the search space. Negative evidence says if you search something and you don't find anything, it's evidence that there is nothing. I like to use the example, if you're go shopping in a store and you leave the store and say, oh my God, I left my keys in the store. How much of the store will you have to search before you say, no, I was wrong, I didn't? Or if you think a particular book is in a library, that's a reasonably well-defined search space. When we go to other things like the Loch Ness, looking for Nessie, and for example, to compare that to the northern California forest where Bigfoot might be roaming, and whatever the merits of the hypothesis that there's a Loch Ness monster or Bigfoot, we have stronger negative evidence that there's not a Loch Ness, not conclusive, just because of the sonar sweeps there. It's easier to sonar sweep the Loch Ness, the loch there, than it is to search the mountainous forests of California.
Sure.
When you get to the SETI level, realize that we have 400 billion or so stars in this galaxy with only really 4 to 1, that well over 1 trillion galaxies we can tell in the entire universe. Just the enormity of that search space, I wouldn't say 30 years, but maybe 300. I think we then would have to say there's no pattern of emissions floating around out there that we can conclude that there's any kind of intelligent life. That still is debatable. I don't think 30 years, but at some point you would say, look, we've largely searched the library, the book is not in there.
I don't think we're at that point with terrorism yet, though. I'm willing to accept your hypothesis as absolutely possible, but I think there's enough people who still think we're going to be attacked to say it's a very, very popular opinion I'm not sure when that will begin to change if nothing continues to happen, but I suppose at some point it will. We're just not there yet.
The trouble here, Art, is estimating the probability. There's no question we'll be attacked. We're attacked, we'll be attacked again. The question is with what frequency and what will be the magnitude of the attack.
Yeah.
And the hysteria that followed 9/11, I think all of us thought that there were going to be sleeper cells popping up, and at first it was anthrax. That has passed now to a sense that, at least a couple of years ago, that there may be a few residual sleeper cells here. That idea is largely gone, kind of vanished, frankly, with the concept of Saddam Hussein having those weapons of mass destruction. Another case where we have pretty powerful negative evidence that they're not there. They may still be, but the evidence so far as we search that big country is that they're not. The other problem, Art, is all these psychological studies show that when we come to estimate tiny probabilities, we're just not good at it. We're not real good at it. I teach probability. That's what we lectured on it yesterday. We're not real good at it, even when it's the kind of probabilities involved in a casino. After all, you don't lose money in all probability, and we continue to play there. But when it comes to really obscure events, a particular type of terrorist threat, you mentioned the food supply or the water,
well, Tommy Thompson did, his outgoing words. I was kind of commenting the first hour. I remember President Eisenhower warning about the military-industrial complex as he left office. Seems like all these guys do it just as they're leaving office, where such a controversial statement, well, it won't matter that much because they're going out the door.
And it might help the book deal.
Yeah, you never know. So you feel very strongly that we're overcommitting resources.
Yeah. I think you have, the other thing is to be a good scientist. If you make a prediction, Art, and it comes up wrong, you've got to make an adjustment. We predicted, all of us, I think, really believed that there were weapons of mass destruction. And
I don't know about all of us.
Well, I think most of us were when we saw Colin Powell get up, we gave him the benefit of the doubt in February of 2003.
I'll grant you, yes.
And it looked pretty powerful, and they have a lot of stuff that you and I don't have. The other thing, Art, that was powerful and persuading to me was what we call the digital eye in the sky. We have put more digital surveillance assets over Iraq than over anything in the history of mankind, with all that intense scrutiny and ground search. Not only did we subsequently find nothing, but before we thought we had found it. We made a big mistake there, and the rationalization was better safe than sorry. You take that rationalization to its logical conclusion, you're going to build an airplane wing that will never fly. Safe and sorry. And this is my concern here, and you bring it up with Tommy Thompson, that a bureaucrat has an incentive to make very sure that nothing bad happens on his or her watch. And that is not necessarily a rational way to balance the odds.
Well, since you're a mathematician, I assume that you have played with the actual numbers. What are the odds, Professor, that we will have another major terrorist attack, something as big or bigger than 9/11, perhaps a biological release, I don't know, of a dirty bomb, something?
Art, there's something in probability called the Borel-Castelli lemma. And it tells us for certain events over time that they occur with virtual certainty. And the only question is, how long do we have to wait? If we wait long enough, there will be a nuclear mishap. Wait long enough, of course, a bunch of monkeys on typewriters will type out all Shakespeare's plays.
Yes, that's it, though.
The easy cop-out answer, though, is virtual certainty. There'll be some bad, at least one bad strike, and almost surely, I think, in our lifetime. But we know that. That was the case before 9/11. That's the case with or without bin Laden. There's a lot of people out wanting to throw stones at America and other countries. The question, the hard one that we can't really answer because we don't have the data, we're just speculating about very tiny probabilities, is what about a very high frequency, almost like the Red Scare days, decades ago, a very high probability, high frequency of lots of terrorist events, lots of buildings coming down, lots of casinos blowing up, lots of water supplies being poisoned. There's really no evidence of that. In fact, it's really to the contrary.
One little brief note here. In Iraq right now, they certainly are managing on a daily basis to blow up, have people give their lives, and that's a kind of a scary thing to think about. I mean, so many people willing to give their own life to push the button to kill others. In this case, many times Iraqi police and American soldiers. So there's no shortage of people willing to kill themselves to do these deeds in Iraq. What makes you think that couldn't be transported here?
Well, two distinctions are, first,
Certainly, you mean our ironclad borders we have, right? Where nobody...
That's the second distinction. We have the oceans, and we have, look, we paid a high price with the Patriot Act and the billions we spent on security, but we got something for it. We have much more secure borders than we did before. Not secure enough, maybe. We don't search containers like we ought to and things like that. But it's not like it used to be before 2001. So coming into this country, sneaking in weapons, those things, is substantially more difficult than it was a few years ago. And we have the ocean. The second point is we have to be careful here with the terms, I think. These are insurgents fighting what has become an occupier.
Yes.
And that's very different than terrorists who have Lenin-like cells, and there's lots of terrorists on the planet. There's probably going to be a lot more in the future. But I don't think it's fair to say that the people who are necessarily blowing themselves up are anything more than local resistors, maybe brainwashed. A lot of things could account for that. But I don't think, fine, there's a handful, Zarqawi, that most of the people engaged in combat right now on the other side are terrorists.
All right, let me trail back to the question I asked. Mathematically, let's say in the next 10 years, what are the odds within the next decade of a major 9/11 or greater incident?
I would bet at least 90%.
90%?
Sure, 90%. I mean, as someone who writes science fiction and speculative fiction, a novel Nanotime by World War III, you could trigger that kind of thing. If you start looking how easy it is to do so many unanticipated things, from poisons and bombings and a lot of other ways, cyber attacks, now, those things will come. In some sense, though, Art, that's sort of the price of doing business. We're an open society, and most of the rest of the world is not. The real question is, have we gone to some different mode here, the so-called war on terrorism, where the attacks are a lot higher than we thought? That's what I don't see. Will the annual deaths from terrorism rise substantially above 1,000 per year? Maybe it'll go up to 10,000. Maybe it goes up to 100,000, Art, but that's a far cry, I think, from the kind of picture that we heard during the 3 presidential debates.
Yes, 100,000 would get a lot of attention. No question about that. That's a lot of, well, okay. Some sort of attack at that level in the next 5 years, Professor. How likely is that?
I'm a skeptical sort, Art. I think that we're such a porous country in the sense of our border, despite our recent improvements.
Yes.
Border security, there's a lot of people here who, so many, I even hesitant to say a few things on the radio that possibly trigger something, but I think within 5 years, there's so many people who want to take a shot at the giant that you have to assume that's going to happen, with or without, again, a war on terrorism. And you got to make reasonable efforts to stop it. But the question is what the kind of efforts we have now
are disproportionate.
Exactly. Especially given the heightened political season and this bizarre neck-to-neck race that we had for president, where both candidates, neither one could in any way suggest they weren't not cold warriors, but terrorist warriors.
I'm trying to decide, based on your answers, how much weight, in other words, if it's probable we'll have something of that scale in the next 5 years, then maybe we aren't overreacting, because that's...
But the distinction is, yes, it's probable. A lot of people out there don't like it. But the question is whether we can do anything reasonably to stop that kind of thing. And you're going to get hit in some unforeseen way. I seriously doubt the next attack will be by commandeering airplanes and smashing them into buildings, at least in this country.
Agreed.
And if you try to allocate resources to deal with all the possible modes of attack, you're in this bad game theoretic situation where your opponent, like a burglar, has the element of surprise. And you just have to fight a generalized opponent. And that means you've got to allocate your budget, according to some probabilities and some costs. And I think they're doing a pretty good job. I think they were doing a reasonable job beforehand. So I don't think with the efforts they've made, that'll make a substantial difference.
All right.
Let's find one more example. If you look at the kind of controls on the Patriot Act...
Hold on. We're at the bottom of the hour, so hold tight. We'll pick right back up on that. I know the Patriot Act. And a lot of things we're doing are pretty extreme in the fight we're fighting. But then, listening to the professor, it is likely that something is going to happen. I guess that would be, despite our best efforts, there's nothing we can do about it's going to happen. I don't know. That's a very good question, isn't it? In the middle of the night, in the dark, I'm Art Bell. This is Coast to Coast AM. certainly is an interesting premise that Professor has, that we're totally overreacting to this terrorist threat on the one hand, but on the other hand, acknowledging that something big and bad and awful will happen. So I do understand what you're saying, Professor. You do, however, feel that there is a possibility, for example, of a nuclear device, even a dirty bomb, getting in on a container ship, right?
Absolutely, but that's a big difference too. The dirty bomb, as you know, is really not a nuclear bomb, from a nuclear or fissionable bomb.
It wouldn't matter though.
I realize for a day or two the stock markets would crash, there'd be total panic, the food would be stripped from the shelves and so on, but it's ordinary radiation taken out of a hospital or a food processing plant, wrapped around some plastic explosive or TNT and set off. It will make the Geiger counters go up.
So easy to do.
Very easy to do.
And such a panic, terrorist kind of thing to do.
Right. By the time we explain to the U.S. and world public that it's not a nuclear bomb, a great psychological damage will have taken place, and laws might have passed as quickly as they passed with the Patriot Act.
Oh, yes.
But the other one is the bigger issue. Could somebody get in some real weapons-grade plutonium or other elements through our fairly porous border in the south, or on a container ship? Possibly aren't, but the only good thing about that is we and the Russians, fairly good, not total, but fairly good control over that. That may not always be that way. Pakistan's a wild card, and we're finding out more and more how Pakistan, as Dr. Khan worked with Libya, perhaps North Korea and other countries, and Iran is busily beavering away.
They are, and then there's
North
North Korea.
Exactly, which puts us in a very awkward spot since we went to war, in fact, next door on the claim of weapons of mass destruction weren't there, and suddenly next door weapons of mass production are likely being produced as we speak.
That's right.
But the probability still, though, of bringing in a real thermonuclear bomb or a fissionable bomb, fortunately, is very small. And we're not good at estimating. And it's worth taking great...
Why is it small?
It's just not readily available. The kind of processed uranium and plutonium you need to get, we could track that, have fairly good controls on it. The big fear, of course, at least out of Russia or the former republics, still have their nuclear arsenal by and large. But it's not totally unmanageable, and I think it's very unlikely that that's how the attack would come. Tommy Thompson mentioned food poisoning, for example, or something in the food supply, or blowing up a chemical plant, or maybe simultaneously blowing up 6 casinos in Vegas. Things like that, I think, are much more likely to happen. There's very little we can do to stop that.
When you think about what he said, maybe it's as simple as he wants to sell books or something. Maybe not. I don't know. I mean, what he said is incredible. You wouldn't think that he would say something like that. Would you?
I think he probably knows a lot more than he's telling. You have to take orders when you're in the cabinet like that. Also, Art, I could throw this out. I proposed as an op-ed once that was set up in type at the Washington Post and got bumped for whatever reason. Maybe I can publish it right here. After 9/11, a lot of questions, what should we do about worldwide terrorist threats? And my answer was based on game theory, on tit for tat. I don't think it's unique with me, but it is something I think we need to think about it. What we can't do, Art, is trade away the very good things about a free society trying to fight a probable specter terrorist. We just can't do that. What we can do, though, Art, is think about this more like B.S. Skinner would have, and trying to condition our enemies and tell them that if you hit us in any way that we define, or our friends in the trees, any way that we define as being a terrorist strike, then we know where your main camps are. We know who you are and where you live, and we'll kill you.
But I thought we were already...
No, not quite, though. I mean, think we haven't come down, for example, on Hezbollah, which is sitting in the Lebanese parliament, and a lot of places like that. If you were to say, just consider this model, though, from a game theory point of view. Okay, here's a relatively innocent group like Hezbollah with respect to attack on us, say. And if they know that if we get hit, the next building blows up in the U.S., there's a reasonable chance we will come and kill you, then they have an incentive to make sure their terrorist colleagues don't do that.
Well, then how come Israel hasn't done it yet?
Israel, I think, would love people to get Hezbollah out of Lebanon, but it withdrew from Lebanon. But that was just one example.
I guess I'm asking, what threat can we make that, hasn't passed through the thoughts and the possibilities of Israel doing something like that? I would think that they would have already done something like that.
They don't have the clout that we have to pull it off. They can threaten. I don't think they could. So many parts of the world that we could do. If you had a list of, for example, you had a top 10 list of terrorist countries or big cells, and we're not waging, in effect, a small war. Should we get hit of a certain magnitude, we'll run a random number generator and pick 2 of them and obliterate them. Now, if that were done with reasonable certainty among terrorists, they would have an interesting incentive among themselves, not to hit us.
Okay, well, let me get this straight. You're saying we issue a sort of a general proclamation that if we get hit hard, biologically, with nuclear weapons, whatever, that our response would be to spin a bottle and pick 2 terror organizations' names and just wipe them off the face of the earth, whether they were responsible.
Well, here's the point. In all likelihood, you're never going to catch the culprits here. It'll be members of the cell that blow themselves up. But obviously, you want to catch people do it too. But what we can do quickly, with virtual certainty, is say, okay, it's your turn. Something happened to us, and scratching you off.
Now something's going to happen to you. Well, that's what the Russians do. And it's rather effective, actually. But somehow I just don't see an American president or any administration publicly saying what you're just talking about. I just don't see it happening.
I don't either at this point, but should we get the kind of hits that so many fear, I don't think it's likely, but should there be a lot of bombings going off, if we suffered anything, or like the Israelis suffer from the suicide bombers, unfortunately, you would see that.
I wonder. Maybe, I don't think we'd ever say it, though. I don't think we'd say, look, we're going to take out 2 groups that we don't like, whether or not they're responsible for what happened. It just doesn't seem like something. We might do it, but...
It seems like an awfully good place to start when you're undertaking the redress of a problem like that. Again, what you're essentially saying is the cost of striking us, on average, will exceed whatever benefits you think you get from it.
I'm not against your idea at all. I just don't think it's politically, it has any coinage.
And I hope you'll never have to use that.
But do you honestly believe that we could get to that point?
If it turns out, and I hope it does, that if nanotechnology and things like that are such that it's relatively easy to make bombs and we can't even conceive of nano poisonous devices or other things, if it's so hard to defend, this is the trouble with modern warfare, against these unforeseen attacks, you might have to. Unfortunately, at the moment, no, and those great oceans protect us, and our military might protect us.
Let us have you use your imagination, since you know a lot about nanotechnology, for example. Describe for me how somebody might make a nanotechnological bomb and what that bomb could do.
Obviously, you think of bomb, you think of an explosion, but it doesn't have to be an explosion, Art. It could be something that weaves its way into the Missouri River, Mississippi River, and the Gulf, and wipes out the fishing industry off the coast of America for the next 100 years, or all creatures or building structures in the city have, maybe won't be poisonous, but contain particles that can be released that with a certain probability you'll get a brain tumor. And things like that are quite worrisome.
So you're telling me they could, just bear with me as I use the phrase, set something off that would destroy all life in the oceans near our shores. It wouldn't destroy all life in all of the oceans, so it could be a surgical ocean strike like that?
I doubt people who do this would worry about the distinction, but
would there be a distinction as well?
Yeah, there could be in theory. That would wipe out certain kinds of carbon-type forms and not others. Here's what's bad about it. There's something programmable about nanotechnology. We could use it hopefully for great things, but you could also program it in the bounds of physics and chemistry to hit some things and not others.
Could you cause all the white people to die?
I don't know if you could do that, Art, but in theory, the trouble, I think, is getting exposure to all the white people there. But I think in theory, you could develop something that if you sprayed it into a crowd, it might have that effect. In my novel Nanotime, I extrapolated the current smart acids that we have to acids that were programmed to disassemble or tear up or corrode very special things like like metal leave oil, and it leads to, in one case, a oil carrier off the coast of Florida, in effect melting in a period of minutes, and is leaving a big massive puddle of oil. That would still take a lot of work. Unfortunately, that's not with the realms of foreseeable technology. But there could be things like that. I mean, I'm very worried in the nano world about what I call nano garbage. It's the unforeseen.
What is that?
Just the unforeseen. The analogy I give is we throw away about 30 computers a year in this country. Most are not recycled. Most of us throw them away illegally technically. And those computers contain about half the periodic table. There's all kind of poisons that can leach into the water supply, into soils, and it's going to get worse.
What's happening to our computers? I mean, you're right. People throw them away. Of course they do. And they go to landfills and dumps and stuff like that. So what are you saying might be the result?
We're not sure. I mean, right now, there's a lot of mercury in those computers. There's a lot of things, caffeine, things that ought not be there. And that's, again, an unintentional consequence of our marvelous computer industry. And if it's the case, as it almost surely will be soon, that these computers come studded with elaborate nanotube array technologies and many, many other things, where the chemical nature is, these are radically new things that nature has never seen before. We can't predict how they'll react and how over a period of weeks, years, or decades it affects soils and water supplies. And if there are things like that, there may be 2 or 3 of them that are really bad that we haven't foreseen. Some clever hacker like terrorist sees it on a way to mass produce it and spread it around. That's what I would worry about.
Nano garbage.
Heard it here first.
Nano garbage. So, and it's not an exact parallel, but you're suggesting even today's computers thrown away in landfills contain enough bad stuff to have unforeseen results?
Absolutely. On the water supply and the effects of that can be increased probability of getting a variety of diseases and cancers and who knows what else. And like, we really don't know, but we haven't come to grips, and most cities haven't come to grips with setting up recycling centers for computers. It's not like throwing away your trash, so most of us just take a computer and throw it in the trash can.
Boy. All right, well, again, circling back, I had heard that there were people worried that there could be specific targeted groups of people, whether it be white people, black people, Hispanic people, American natives, that there would be something specific enough about the genome to attack one group. That is a concern, isn't it?
It's a concern. Now, one of the reasons, Art, is the distinctions there come down to proteins. And we already have nanotube and other devices that detect, recently was an example in Harvard, nanowires that could detect certain viruses. The protein is something waiting to catch the ball when the virus ball lands, catch it, it emits electrical charge. So you can imagine devices or systems in the future programmed for certain parts of the genome. And the saying these pass and these don't pass. And in theory, you could do that because of our protein-based nature.
Well, man has never been short of periods of history where genocide went on. It still goes on. It's always gone on. So if there was a newer, better, more efficient way to kill off a whole group of people who believe something or are the wrong color for your taste, my God, what that's how much higher on the terror level scale can you get?
I don't know. Pretty high. And unfortunately, we're not there, but the darn thing about nanotechnology is with the massive promise. I mean, NSF itself thinks we'll be up to $1 trillion in economic benefits in a decade or two from this. With those incredible benefits, have to be equally unforeseen costs. It was not yet thought through. Actually, the nano garbage, I think, is a good idea because it gives us a huge statistical tank in which to work, and something will emerge out of that over the next decades, and make it very easy for someone to seize on that and extrapolate from it, make it better formative.
Wonderful. Well, gee, isn't it a good thing that we don't live in a world today where we actually have people saying, you know, the non-believers should all die. Huh. I mean, that's pretty scary, Professor. Pretty scary. We do have that, of course. And in 2 seconds, if they had it in their hands, do you think they'd hesitate to find somebody willing to give their life to set it all off, if necessary? Not for a second.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think once you're willing to give up your life, very likely you'll help others give up theirs.
And then, of course, perhaps all of this is academic. If we have some terrible financial crisis which brings America to her knees anyway, and there seem to be worrisome signs out there right now. Gold going up, the dollar's going down every day. I see new records, dollar low against the euro and everything. What's going on there?
Well, I think you put your finger on it. The dollar, if you measure it against the euro, it's fallen in the last 3 years by about 20% in value. And if you measure it, as economists do, going back using the Deutschmark from Germany, 40 years ago, it's fallen 2/3 in value. But Art, I think there's a bigger problem here. If the U.S. takes it on the chin because it can't control and affect its government's credit card spending, the technology of nanotech will still proceed. We just may not be the center of it. And one thing I would point out, just scanning hundreds of journal articles as I do, the Chinese are making great contributions in this. And it's the Chinese who own an awful lot of U.S. debt and actually help stabilize our trade imbalances.
That is true. Yeah.
And so I don't think even if the U.S. gave up science tomorrow, of course it won't, I don't think that would make, in the long run, a big difference. We'll still work out the pros and cons of nanotechnology. It's just who will own the patents and who will profit from it, the question.
Well, I guess the developers of nanotechnology, if they make great leaps and strides, would own the world, wouldn't they? I mean, wouldn't they?
I don't know about owning the world, Art, but it's a lot of power. And
well, what do most people do with power?
I realize that and there's 192 countries signed up at the UN, and it's like a high school or grade school playground at times, so a slug out. Every country wants to get ahead, and most are kind of locked in a stalemate with their neighbors, and ancient grudges, and all sorts of things that we really, fortunately, don't have over here, at least to the extent that other countries do. It's a big concern. But I do want to point out also that a lot of the efforts recently in Congress to limit studies on cloning, for example, and stem cell research have the net effect, Art, of simply transferring the technological advantage abroad.
Yes.
And like the Chinese are doing very well. You have to give them credit.
Yes, they don't have all these
Japanese
laws and prohibitions against the kind of experimentation that we won't let happen here, right?
And even if they did, Art, they don't seem to be very good at enforcing it.
How big a deal is it? I mean, that was one of the things in the presidential debates. You know, the president was arguing basically that we already have enough lines of stem cell research, and it was argued on the other side that, oh, no, we don't. And you're suggesting that the Chinese don't have these restrictions, and they're proceeding without barrier. And I'm asking you how big a deal that is.
On the issue of cloning, I'm not sure. On the issue of stem cell research and things like that, that may be a very big deal, Art, of who gets in there first. And given the nature, the way we tie our hands rightly or wrongly with the World Trade Organization, the patent agreements,
yes.
And the real question is who files first. And if somebody comes up, in order to file a patent on something like that, you pretty much have to demonstrate its utility somewhere. It's rather hard to do that when that's a federal crime, or stem cell research is not, but it's difficult to get the funding for it. And we've passed a measure in California that Governor Schwarzenegger backed and passed overwhelmingly to hopefully put up $3 to $6 billion of taxpayer money to provide additional stem cell lines and encourage that kind of research. But these heavy-handed prohibitions that come out of Congress about against the different kinds of cloning, and other countries say don't have that, and they do have it, they don't enforce it.
And you're saying it could be a really big deal.
It's a big deal.
All right, Professor, hold tight. We're at the top of the hour. Yes, we have all these laws. We prohibit so much in research in these areas, and the Chinese are not so prohibited. What happens if they get it all together first? Maybe that'd be a good question for the professor. What would we face if they filed all the patents?
Why do we celebrate Christmas with pine trees?
1295. The first-time caller line is area code 775-727-1222. To talk with Art Bell from east of the Rockies, call toll-free at 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, call Art at 800-618-8255. International callers may reach Art Bell by calling your in-country Sprint access number, pressing option 5. and dialing toll-free 800-893-0903. From coast to coast and worldwide on the internet, this is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell.
Good morning, everybody. Professor Bart Costco is my guest. Thomas in Marietta, Georgia, just simply fast blasts me the following. Thomas just says 12 monkeys. Right on, Thomas. Exactly what we're talking about. 12 monkeys. You see that movie? Maybe not. It was about somebody with a biological, end of the world, basically. And, the movie started out with a scene at the movie there was a scene at the airport where they inspected this stuff. And it was clear and it was odorless. And they opened it up. And it was basically the end of the world. Customs did it for him, opened it up, went, what's this? That was the beginning of the end of the world. The only way it could be altered would be to travel back in time, something, by the way, that scientists say is rather improbable. Traveling back in time, most of them anyway. So, short of that, 12 monkeys, that scenario is unfortunately fairly likely, or not. We'll ask Professor Costco. Professor, did you ever see 12 monkeys?
I didn't see the whole thing, Art.
No, but you got the idea. You saw enough to know what it was about?
Yeah, but it's been a while.
Well, the way I remember it, and it's been a while, you're right. But, there were some vials of things that this guy had in a container, and he got up to customs, and customs did what they do. They said, what the hell is this? And they opened it and sniffed it, and that was like the end of the world. So, without going any further, it seems to me that nanotechnology, some stem cell research, all of these things that are being worked on one day will result in vials like that. Some agent or something so deadly that it could race around and kill a great deal of the human races. Is that within the realm of possibility in these areas of technology?
One thing I think you could do is if you could take a virus and make it really nasty, make an age virus, say, that would not just mutate faster, but that would be
airborne.
Could be carried, airborne or carried by mosquitoes, for example.
Sure.
And since we work so much with viruses now, and gene replacement therapy and a variety of other places, in theory you could do that. It might be a lot like what happened when the Spanish conquistadors arrived, a handful of them and millions of Native American Indians, and it was the viruses and bacteria that we wiped them out.
Yes.
That's always possible.
So something like that is possible.
Absolutely. I don't think it's likely.
Okay. With nanotechnology and stem cell research, if we don't do it, if they win and we don't, what do we lose?
The engine of creation, as Eric Drexler called it, the fountain of technology that drives the world economy, it's really come out of America. I mean, it's really hard to point to innovations, Art, that have come from other than the U.S. and Europe in the past 100 years.
You're correct.
And in that sense, we issue about 170,000 patents a year right now to the Patent and Trademark Office. Half of those go to foreign applicants. So ironically, not only will we stand by perhaps and watch a certain amount of competitive edge go, but we'll have to enforce the laws that make sure that happens. And I might also point out, just as an aside, the ABA, the American Bar Association, has recently, I think quite wisely, asked Congress to stop a practice that goes on, the PTO, the Patent and Trademark Office, a lot of smart people there, but they're overworked, and they're not carefully evaluating patent applications like they should, or contests. And what has happened is up to $800 million of the patent revenue monies they get have been diverted just to the general congressional budget, rather than to go back to the PTO and hire more staff and get more people in to more judiciously look at patent applications. You're not going to have Albert Einstein working there.
Well, gosh, Professor, that's happening all over the federal government. The FCC, a lot of agencies that had been rather fairly generous, we've been very generous with them in the past, but I mean, that's just dried up. And so there's a lot of suffering agencies, right?
That's true, but this one's unique because it's the gatekeeper of those engines of creation. And so not just foreigners, or I don't pick on foreigners, they help the global economy too, but just our own competitors. You get patents, a lot of patents are approved now for what are called business methods that are overly broad. And that's not what Thomas Jefferson had in mind when he added that famous clause in Article 1, Section 8, Clause 8 of the Constitution. And likewise, some patents that really ought to get quicker treatment simply don't. And in the business world, 2 years can be a lifetime.
Sure. Engines of creation. That's a pretty interesting phrase to use for this area of advancement.
Right, you recall that was the title that Eric Dressler used in his book called Engines of Creation, the coming era of nanotechnology, when he coined the phrase.
Yes. Does that still hold up as being that dramatically true today? Is that what we're looking at? Engines of creation? I mean, that's pretty dramatic.
I think so. I think most people would agree, Art, that the great advance has come in the last 20, 30, 40 years from the microprocessor.
Oh, yes.
And we're coming, as you know, on the ends of that. Intel's getting right up on the molecular limit, as everybody else, and that means we've got to get over into the nano world as best we can.
How close are we, Professor, to the molecular limit now?
You know, we keep hearing kind of a scare sense that we're going to hit it in the next 5 years, and we've been hearing that for about 20 years. It's very much like coming upon the year 2000. There was that window where we think about it, the year 1990, we think about it sort of the same way in 95. But it does seem now, really truly, as if we're coming up on it, where the devices, the lithography, the ways of carving the little patterns for the electrons to flow can't be taken that much further. Doesn't mean, though, you can't squeeze a lot more efficiency out of the current designs, and that's really what the chip makers have been doing. But in some sense, Art, a lot of what happens is a kind of a stenciling program. You have a design for the circuit, and you shrink it, for example, intuitively on a copy machine. Then you shrink it again, and shrink it again, and shrink it again. Then you enshrine that, you burn that in somehow. That whole technique is going to have to change. And one way it looks promising is with polymer-type chips, plastic chips. They don't have the electrical capability of the current devices. But
well, we should be able to project, shouldn't we? Fairly reasonably when we get to the molecular stopping point. What's your best guess?
It's a fuzzy boundary. I think we will have surmounted it within 10 years. But here's what we can do. We can kind of stop in front of it, Art, and spend a lot of time improving the efficiency of the chips we have in the software. And
well, we might have to do that if we're not ready for the leap.
That's right. And how that leap will come in some unforeseen way in some journal paper of the hundreds and now thousands that get published, we really don't know. There are many, many attempts, and it's the big game to play. Everybody does.
And there's no question in your mind that's a game that can be played. In other words,
I mean, what's Intel going to do? It's got to.
Well, I don't know.
Got to keep making chips, and it's doing its best. It's bringing out the Pentium 5 next year, as I understand it.
Right.
It's getting right up on gate lengths of about 25 nanometers, or just about 100 atoms across.
Well, it does seem to me, and again, this is just a talk show host observation, but they've been hovering in the 3.4 gig range for quite a while. In other words, it actually seems like it's slowed up. Now, am I right about that or wrong?
If you stand back far enough and smooth the graph, you're probably right. And if you zoomed in close enough, you could probably find sections where you're not. But I agree with you. It doesn't seem to be the leap pace. It's more of a step pace, or not a crawl yet, but we're stepping instead of running. And we're trying to figure out how to cross this very important qualitative.
Is it fair to say we're at a molecular slowdown?
My problem with that, Art, is there's a sense of the pending slowdown.
Yeah.
It may be, and it's stimulated an immense amount of creativity, which you have to view as a kind of speed up. People are thinking now, like, for example, polymer-based chips. They just weren't doing that like they were a few years ago.
Right.
Doing that now, and a variety of other things. So the actual device that will be in your next computer you order from Dell or whatever, you're not going to see that for a while. That may seem to be that, but at the research level, it's just the opposite. It's an explosion, it's an exponentiation, as you also see, by the way, in the filing of nanotech and nanotype patents.
How much of if we manage to develop nanotechnology and put it into computer application, can you project for us how big a leap that would be? Can you conceptualize for us somehow or another in words, as compared to today's top-line computer, where we'd be?
Here's the way I might think about it. Where might Africa be as a beneficiary of all this research in the developed world? How long will it take the average sub-Saharan African country, I don't mean South Africa here, to be comparable to our economy? If it went at its current pace, I think it's quite a while would be the answer, not in our lifetimes, but the potential of nanotechnology to give extraordinary economies of scale, of reducing costs of many manufacturing processes and other things by orders of magnitude and the like, hopefully within our lifetime, the kind of worse off on the planet will be like those of us now who are best off.
Well, but what I'm asking though is, describe for me the abilities of a computer that would be based on nanotechnology. What would that computer be able to do? Potentially, how do you see it integrated in our society? How would we encounter it in our daily lives and all the things we use, all the electronics that we use? How would it fit in? Describe the kind of life we'd have.
I think it starts with the sensor processing, the signal processing. That when you throw away a shirt, you're throwing away probably in the future massive amount of computing by today's standards. A shirt that would, for example, signal you in a variety of ways if the person near you has put a cold virus on you or
really?
terrorists. Yeah, that's within grasp right now. A lot of work has gone into detection of bad microbes with nanotype devices.
So my own shirt could tell me that the guy approaching me with his glad hand out is
Don't shake it.
is an absolute river of disease.
Provided some of those molecules hit the shirt. I think absolutely. And so, and if we continue this reasoning, if he then turns out to be someone who wants to stick a knife in you or in your shirt or a bullet, that when they attempt to do that the fibers lock up like what's often called nano chain, like a little armor chain, and he can't penetrate that, or you get shot. As I mentioned in the show before, we worked on smart vests and are still working on that.
Before the bullet could get there?
No. But when some of the devices for smart vests or armor are such that when the bullet impacts, it triggers lots of electrochemical reactions.
Wow.
In a brief moment, tighten up. It's something called shear thickening fluid.
Wait a minute. So you're telling me the shirt or the whatever it is I'm wearing would react as the bullet made its impact?
Right. And think about that. It's traveling.
Holy smokes!
It's traveling fast in terms of your time and my time.
Yes.
A few thousand feet per second. But at the nano level, it's standing still. And when that message hits, and there has to be a lot of processing. So the real answer to your question again is the signal processing will be extensive in each clock cycle. We're not just registering the event, but at each, you can picture like frames in a movie, the bullet. And in the first few frames, when it hits the vest, that will trigger massive computational responses. For example, drawing resources from the backside of your shirt to the front and doing lots of analyses on that. And as the energy hits, hopefully opening up different kind of creases and cracks and other things that the nonlinear physicists have worked out that the way that energy disperses. By the way, a lot of the beginning was simply observing what happens when you crumple up a piece of paper.
That'd be like Superman's suit.
That could be. And further, with some optical capability, because these things have processed light quite well, we already use what's called Raman spectroscopy to look at nanotubes. You could also match the environment to have really good camouflage, sort of like Terminator 2 creature who became part of the floor. It wouldn't be that, but you might look like the floor. Like an octopus, you might look like your immediate surroundings. That kind of easy computation, cheap computation, would be available. Now, whether it will be practical, may not be, but if you're in the downtown battles in Fallujah, it could be of great benefit. Those kinds of things are the ability to talk out loud and search in real-time databases to answer your questions, and those sorts of things that we're really limited now only by the cost of computation. Those are going to be effectively free.
Well, Professor, very quickly, if we were in the age you're talking about now, we wouldn't be in the battle we're in Fallujah. We simply would have created something to kill all the Al-Qaeda guys.
I'm not sure about that, Art. besides the fact that we might not want to do that for the reasons you mentioned earlier, that we are usually the good guys,
Well, yeah.
with our hands, and it may be difficult to reach those people, but just to have the kind of, there's great efforts. MIT has a dedicated institute on smart soldier type stuff, and all the armed forces have poured millions, and we pour a lot more into this. So what we'll have first, one of the first things to get out of the nano world are things like protective armor. It's like right now we've got nanotube-based tennis balls and bowling balls and nano pants, very simple things where you can weave some nano stuff into the current fibers.
Huh.
I don't know how good your golf swing is, but most of us slice and hook a ball, and there's a new ball coming out from a company called Nanodynamics, maybe selling for as much as $7 or $8 per ball. But
Nanoball.
Nanoballs, in fact, that if they get approved by the U.S. Golf League,
Yes.
they're legal for the golf course.
Yes.
Supposedly, based on some secret technology, I don't know whether it's patent or trade secret, will substantially reduce slices and hooks and have the effect of most golf gear of creating what's called a moral hazard and making us almost sloppier with a golf swing.
Why wouldn't the moral hazard be getting a ball so damn smart it goes into the hole no matter where you shoot it?
Well, that takes the propulsion system.
Yeah, I suppose.
But these are in hand now, quite literally.
Are they really?
Yeah. I have my PhD student, Ian Lee, who's graduated with a nanotech degree. He has a pair of nano pants. If you can get those from Eddie Bauer, spill something on it and the water beads off. Presumably there's some Teflon type structure woven into the pant fibers. And those things, or the bowling ball that won't nick, depending on how you kick it or drop it.
Really?
Yeah, those are kind of dumb devices, but they're just improved in terms of the mechanical.
But it's the beginning of the nano revolution. And so it's going to be, it would be almost an entirely different world and life we'd lead. And the person who leads, or the nation, I guess, that leads all of this, well, is it going to be the U.S. or is it going to be China, or who do you imagine it's going to be?
You know, I would have in the past said definitely the United States, because we have the most science and the most market-oriented economy, but other countries aren't stupid. They have a lot of science, they focus on this, and they increasingly are moving towards market-oriented economies. I think that's a wide-open question. It really is. The Chinese are making wonderful strides in nanotechnology, as are the Japanese and Europeans.
So, the nano stuff could be coming from the Orient. Well, that wouldn't be a big surprise, would it? Considering what the Japanese have done in the decades since the Second World War, right?
That's right, and the Chinese, I think, really need a competitive advantage. The Japanese took it in terms of consumer electronics, and they maintain that. And of course, they're working in nanotechnology. Nanotubes were discovered by Japanese researchers over 10 years ago.
So then it would be a natural thing, really, in a lot of ways.
I think so, and I think the government's, rightly or wrongly, depending on the views of government investments in the economy, though, are pouring great deals of money in the industrial consortia and supporting a massive patent effort, especially Japan, trying to grab up as many patents as possible.
Can we afford such a nano gap?
That's the question.
Well, can we?
You know, I'm a market-oriented person. One of my degrees in economics, so I think that kind of global competition is a good thing. I think we in America can get a little too fat and happy sometimes here. So I think it will spur innovation here.
And the patents filed.
The one thing about filing patents, though, is you can, as they say, innovate around them. And by the way, one of the things that was proposed to modify our patent procedure is that as soon as you file it, you should be really forced to disclose the technology, not wait. The whole point of granting that exquisite monopoly up to 20 years of the patent gift is to get it out into the public domain as fast as possible. And that allows competitors to go off and do something else.
Yes, and so you're suggesting the United States may be put in the position of enforcing its own stupidity.
Its own laws, and it certainly is that. It's more than that. Since it's the one going around telling the world that they better start enforcing it too. It's got to set the example.
All right, hold it right there. We're at the bottom of the hour. Professor Bart Costco is my guest. I'm Art Bell.
618-8255. International callers may recharge by calling your in-country Sprint access number, pressing option 5, and dialing toll-free 800-893-0903. From coast to coast and worldwide on the internet, this is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell.
If you want to remind yourself of how it could happen, just go back sometime. I'm sure you taped it or saved it or something, or if you didn't get hold of the TV version of The Stand. Do you remember The Stand? Just go back and watch the first 10 minutes of The Stand. My guest this night is Professor Bart Cusco, and we're talking about all kinds of, well, kind of scary things, stem cell research, where it's going, nanotechnology, where it is now, and it's already upon us, really, as he demonstrated with the nano pants and the nano golf balls and what have you. It's already here. And so that one's well underway. All kind of scary stuff, really. Professor, welcome back. I want to change gears very quickly, because I know you want to say something about cell phones, and cell phones are actually one of my favorite topics, Professor. I hate them. However, I do note that read a story earlier that some of them have begun to blow up. There's a story about cell phones blowing up. Have you read that?
No, I have not.
You don't think that's where, well, it doesn't matter. You don't think that's where the danger is with regard to cell phones anyway.
No, I don't.
But you do think they're dangerous, don't you?
You know, the Swedes dropped a bomb on us last month, so to speak, in terminology tonight. A new study out of Stockholm, a well-done study in the journal Epidemiology, came out in Art, saying that if you listen to a cell phone for 10 years, and these were analog cell phones, because the only ones we've been listening to for 10 years,
yeah.
The Swedes have been doing that. If you do that, you've got twice the likelihood of developing a kind of benign tumor on your inner ear's nerve fiber there, the acoustical neuroma, it's called. And if you look at the study and what happens if you look at the ear to which you hold the phone, you're 4 times as likely to get the tumor on that side, and you're normal on the other side. So it looks like there is now. This is a new study, has not been replicated.
What happens if you get this tumor? You said it was benign.
It is benign, and what apparently happens is there's a chromosome, it's called chromosome 22, that controls a gene, that controls something called the Schwann cells, that provide a kind of cable or insulation, onion-like skin insulation of nerve fiber, and it starts to replicate. It may just be a bump, it may be harmless, but it opens the door, something a lot of people have worried about for a long time. What's the effect of all this extra electromagnetic energy bombarding our heads?
Yeah.
In some very crude sense, it's like sticking your head in a very low power microwave oven for a long time. Would that have some effect on the heat-wise, but just on the brain? And we don't know what will happen with the digital phones, but it is the first really well-done study that shows that over a period of time, something can go wrong here. If it goes wrong with that, it's just what they look for. What else might be going wrong, and how might that affect digital design and devices deep into the future?
All right. So you're suggesting, at least with analog phones, that we were all slow cooking our brains, possibly?
Something like that. But I have recently published myself last month in the journal Physical Review a mathematical characterization of something called stochastic resonance, or noise processing. And though we usually try to get rid of noise, because it obscures and interferes with our signals, there are cases where noise really helps and it enhances signal processing. But they have to be nonlinear kinds of things. And my conjecture, and I've discussed with some of my colleagues in the noise processing field, my conjecture is, it's just a conjecture, but that the effect of noise here, that free energy from the phone or other devices, could amplify this and maybe other things that are there. Not just a straight exposure. To turn it around, if you take a very small amount of electrical noise, like 1 milliamp, and put it on your fingertip and kind of shock your finger, you actually can discriminate things better with touch. And there's an effort underway at Boston University and elsewhere to use that to help blind people read Braille. But there's a potential here, a kind of frightening one, that there may be noise effects in the brain. We've demonstrated conclusively mathematically given the main models of how neurons work, you've got about 400 billion of those in your brain and, of course, throughout your body, that noise does affect that, usually in a positive way, if it's a very faint amount of noise, as it would be with the electromagnetic radiation from your cell phone. You know, it may not be like asbestosis, but these are the sorts of things it's going to take a long time to see. So there'll be lots of long-term studies, but we're in very new ground as of last month.
As of last month? All right. You seem to inject a caveat with the switch to digital. Now, why do you imagine there may perhaps be less chance that digital will be slow cooking our brains? I'm sorry to keep it at the basics, but...
Well, just because the frequency structure can be so different, the processing going on inside, the heat dissipation can be different. And, you know, the first study you'd want to conduct would be to compare 10 years of analog listening with 10 years of digital and just see if there's an observed effect. And then we would guess at hundreds, maybe 1,000 of possible reasons. There are all sorts of things that can happen with frequencies and harmonic overtones and things like that, that in the mathematical literature suggest lead to a noise boost. It may not be a noise boost at all.
No, you're right. In fact, you familiar with HARP at all? It's a project up in Alaska that's storing immense amounts of RF up to the ionosphere, literally capable of burning a hole in the ionosphere. And they're modulating HARP, this tremendous signal, with different tones, and they're coming up with a sum and a difference of those beats against each other to achieve a magnified effect in the ionosphere. And it sounds like a little like what you're talking about right now with the combination of tones, right?
It is like that. Another case that's in controversy has to do with Navy's use of special sonar.
Yes.
And that seems to be killing porpoises and maybe some whales. For example, we bound signals off here in California to Hawaii to measure the structure of the surface of the bottom of the ocean, to measure the temperatures, current structures, and things like that. But the sonic effect on the inner ear and brain of a whale probably is damaging. So one of the studies that's come out in Nature is that whale songs have increased about 25%, presumably to deal with the increased acoustical clutter in their world. And in the case of different porpoises and sea creatures like that, where there have been Navy experiments off of, I believe it was the Canary Islands, in that neck of the woods, it seemed as though, oddly enough, someone conjectured that the porpoises and sea creatures died of the bends. People didn't think that would be possible, but a lot of them washed up on shore, a couple hours after the experiments. So brains are exquisitely timed in terms of their local frequency responses and so forth. And if you hit it with some external signal, you may set up resonant states that could be damaging. We just don't know. I got to say, as a researcher, it's quite interesting.
Do you own a cell phone?
I have a cell phone connector, yes. But I think at this point I would switch ears occasionally.
Have you begun doing that?
No, I have not.
Oh, so this report is so recent, a month old, you said.
All right, as I say this, I'm smoking a cigar. I'd be better off if I did not do that.
Right. We all do a lot of things. I guess we know we ought not. I mean, let's put it this way. Do you consider, and I hate to even give these cell phones a break because I hate the damn things, but would you say it's okay for the average person, it's a calculated, reasonable risk to take to enjoy, 21st century communication?
Being a student of the law, I'm going to hedge this answer. I would, first off, the studies only show a finding for substantial use over a 10-year period. No evidence whatsoever. We've done many other studies for short-term use.
Yeah.
So short-term is likely. But if you were a company manufacturing a new cell phone gadget,
yes,
and you're looking at the potential product liability tort litigation, I think you'd really have to take this quite seriously. It has that potential to lead to product recalls, and I think a lot of people will be spooked, maybe wrongly, and after all, it's a quadrupling of the risk, but the risk itself is kind of tiny. But it is a measurable risk.
Do you think the risk for the manufacturers in the next decades rivals that of, say, the fixed tobaccos in right now?
Well, it certainly could, just because of the depth of the pocket. I mean, the trouble with those kind of tort cases, as you know, is there's just a high incidence of people getting diseases anyway who also use the product or have the breast implant or smoke the cigarette and so forth. And if you or a loved one dies or starts to die from that, it's a very natural human response to sign up as part of a class action.
Yes. Yes.
I think you will see that, just again, the depth of the pocket.
But it does sound as though, even knowing all you know, and you've known this for a month longer than most of us, you're proceeding. So I guess you've got to hedge your answer a little bit.
Again, I wear extended wear contacts longer than you're supposed to. I take that personal risk, and I don't tend to sue anybody if I scratch my cornea. But it is a calculated risk. It's a small one. I'm willing to take it. But you should be aware it's out there. But if you're a manufacturer dealing with potential hundreds of thousands or millions of users, small risks can have very human impacts on large numbers of people.
Do you think the manufacturers and distributors and so on of cell phones are aware of this, very aware of this risk? I know there's certainly been studies done and all the rest of it. Are they aware of it, scared of it?
Yes, they are. There's a lot of controversy about that. They've been quite rightly first in line to criticize the study. For example, the study had people, in effect, tell the nurse that they've had this problem, and it's not quite the way you'd like to get access to people because they randomly contact them. But still, statistically speaking, it seems to be a perfectly valid study as these things go. But yeah, they're looking at it as they would. I mean, after all, the tobacco companies, until quite recently, maintained that cigarettes were not addictive.
Well, that's true. And then there's electric lines. Now, there's been a big controversy about that. Now, electric lines, how they run all over the place.
There has been, and IEEE Spectrum recently summarized several of the major studies on that, and so far on that appears to not cause any problem. And then also, you could kind of move away from that, and the energy falls off with inverse square distance. It's very different, or holding a device directly to your skull, or your ear. I mean, that potentially is asking for trouble.
Well, I suppose you could put it on a belt clip and use a headphone microphone setup, right? Would that lighten the risk, or are we going to get something orange and purple growing on our hip?
You know, if it turns out that the causal agent is more tied to the battery source, which may be the power source, rather than the signal structure, that would make a big difference. And as you know, a lot of states are entertaining laws or legislation that would lead to laws that would preclude you from using a cell phone while driving, for example.
Well, but not for health reasons. Well, I guess you could stretch to that. I mean, if you get into an accident, that's health, but sort of from a different point of view. I mean, they're not really worried about the radiation.
Those, I believe most of those attempts will still allow you with some kind of headset structure, which may very well minimize or eliminate entirely the risk here caused by the current cell phone technology.
Mm-hmm. So you're going to be watching this very closely.
Watch it very closely.
Uh-huh. Will nanotubes and artificial atoms give us computer chips powerful enough to achieve what you've called in your book heaven in a chip? That's such an attractive idea. Heaven in a chip. Uh-huh.
It's my best bet, and the reason is that what we need to achieve heaven in a chip, a world where we get everything we want just by thinking about it.
Yes.
Millions of times faster that want to create worlds, destroy worlds,
yes,
replay memories that will. That just depends on speeding up really existing signal processing algorithms, detecting the signals. And given that nanotubes and their cousins, the so-called artificial atoms and those kind of nano devices are the best bet we have. Now, maybe something very different 10, 15 years. I answer yes to that. Yes, with high confidence.
Wouldn't heaven in a chip be illegal?
Given the way we outlaw the pure pursuit of euphoria,
yes, pleasure, that's my point.
Yeah, I think if you presented it that way, it may well be. And there could be lots of other things. For example, if you have really good pre-heaven, just virtual reality style chips for simulations, you know it's going to involve a lot of sex and violence.
Yeah.
And if you have really good simulations of high school kids have violent images of killing his football opponents or something, and if the studies show, as they probably would, that the incidence of high school violence increases by people who listen to that, then I think you're going to see laws limiting or eliminating that kind of thing.
Of course you are. Or even on the other side. I mean, if something, the government does not like addictive things. And the government does not like addictive things because it acts, rightly or wrongly, it thinks in behalf of all society. I mean, if you are addicted to something, you are then non-productive within society. Even if you don't go and rob banks and go crazy and rape and pillage, you're still not productive. And from society's point of view, that's something that it can't tolerate. And so it passes laws against having too much pleasure.
That's true, and this would tend to make you the ultimate couch potato. On the other hand, though, Art, I think you could argue that we are, as a society, addicted to television. We watch several hours a day.
Well, yeah, but imagine if you could live somebody else's life, a virtual heaven, if you will, then that's 1,000,000 times more addictive than the best TV we've ever seen, because you'd be living it. It would be your reality. It would be and after all, isn't that what drugs do? They alter reality. Well, this would be a complete switch of reality. This would be submersed in an entirely new, pleasurable, heavenly world that could not possibly be legal.
Yeah, I think it would be difficult. I think that the arguments against it would be ones based on security, based on the consequences of third parties if you did this. And you're right, it would be like combining the best movies many times over with the best drugs many times over. And the like.
Yes.
Religious experiences many times over. All that wound up as a very potent cognitive cocktail.
Yes. It couldn't possibly be legal. Not possibly. It would be probably the death penalty for dealers and such.
But I think the argument on the other side are supply and demand. If there were, as there will be some technology like that someday, the demand for it from you and me would be so great.
Well, look at how the drugs work in supply and demand now. The supply and demand absolutely works over our best efforts.
Yeah, but the drugs aren't that good. I mean, for example, some countries, outlaw alcohol. We don't. You could argue in large part because the demand was just so great in 1932 they repealed.
Well, imagine the demand for heaven. Huh?
It would undercut the tax base if we did go out and work.
It would. I mean, people would turn away entirely, from many of them anyway, from the physical, the real world. They would take the world of their own choosing, their own heaven. It would be different for everybody. And no doubt, because of supply and demand, certainly supplied by somebody, that's going to be a weird world.
Here's another way to view that. Because time scales are different, that would occur in what I call nanotime. Millions of times faster than our current neural time.
Yes.
Maybe it would turn out, Art, that you're allowed to do 20 minutes of our time per day, which would be many, many years, maybe centuries, if the chips were powerful enough inside that chip or on that program.
In other words, you could live years of nanotime. It would seem like years to the person experiencing it, but in reality, you're suggesting it would only be
minutes. And that's because the time it takes electrical signals to flow from your big toe to your brain is relatively slow. This is terribly slow compared to chip time today, let alone chip time 10, 20, 30 years from now.
Wow. Wow. How are we doing, even in the rudimentary most way, Professor, with interfacing humans to machines? I'm aware of some experimental programs the Air Force might be doing.
We have them at USC.
I beg your pardon?
We have them at USC. My colleagues have a hippocampus chip and other devices that interface directly with neurons. There's an increasing number of implants, from retinal implants to chips, and even into cortex. And in the beginning of the experiments I think you're referring to, of using focused thought to make decisions and trying those out with people who are fully disabled.
Well, or in a fighter plane, for example, using thought to control weapons systems and the flight characteristics of the airplane, Professor.
That's within the realm of possibility.
In other words, a fighter jet controlled at the speed of thought. That's what we're talking about. My guest is Professor Costco, and when we come back, we're going to begin to go to the phones and allow you to ask some questions, but this is really fascinating stuff, and you know what? It's not very far away. In fact, some of it has already begun. So if you think you're hearing science fiction, Well, maybe you are a little bit, but we are racing toward it right now. From the high desert in the middle of the night, I'm Art Bell.
$12.95. The first-time caller line is area code 775-727-1222. To talk with Art Bell from east of the Rockies, call toll-free at 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, call Art at 800-618-8255. International callers may reach Art Bell by calling your in-country Sprint access number, pressing option 5, and dialing toll-free 800-893-0903. From coast to coast and worldwide on the internet, this is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell.
Heaven in the chip, oh yes. Even if, I got to think about it, even if it was really short little trips, nano trips, so to speak, and you were back fairly rapidly, well, who wouldn't want another shot of that right away, huh? Oh no. No, I think it'd be illegal as heck. They'd be imported from probably from China. Heaven in a chip trips from China. Could be, huh? We'll be right back. I see. Pretty interesting. Brandy in Niagara on the Lake writes, Heaven chips. What you're describing has been explored in science fiction. There's an episode called Better Than Life in the TV show Red Dwarf. I think they have a book by that name too. So my position is it would be absolutely illegal. No doubt it's coming, and probably from China. They'd probably be the center of it, the way the Golden Triangle is for dope or whatever. Professor, one other thing before we get to the phones, the big question, and that is, do you feel, and this was a question I was entitled to ask you, there is more to the self or soul than memory and signal processing. Now, you work in those fields, and you're a scientist, and I wonder how hardcore you are. I mean, is the human brain nothing more than an extremely complex, oh yes indeed, but nothing more than signal processing and memory and speed and computation? Is there a soul beyond all of that, do you think, Professor?
Two questions there. The first question, is it just memory and signal processing? Answer, yes. Is there more? No.
No. That's a big no.
Big no. Wish I could say otherwise.
That's a really big no. That's no to God, no to the afterlife, no to all.
Not necessarily no to God, Art, but I'm not convinced of that. I think God's too big a thing for a little 3 pounds of meat we call a brain. But the evidence so far is what we call mind is, in effect, the software-like processing of mechanics of the brain. And we understand a lot about that now.
Well, a fair amount. I don't know how much we actually know about the brain yet. It's still a pretty big frontier, isn't it?
Big frontier.
Yeah.
We don't know about the microcircuitry. We know how neurons work. We know how groups of neurons, neural networks work. Something about how networks of networks work. We can hook you up, take a functional magnetic resonance image while you're talking and watch different portions of your brain light up and so forth.
Yeah.
But the activity is there. It's not in your leg. It's not in your spine.
No, it's in your brain.
Not somewhere else. And if we look at what it's really doing, it's receiving signals from your sense organs, from your skin, from your eyes, from your mouth.
But you don't think there's any soul there? You don't think, in other words, when the heart, is no longer pumping the blood, feeding the oxygen to the brain, and the cells die, that's it.
Exactly. In the same way that when your watch stops, the energy and gears stop, and it doesn't make sense to say, where did the motion go? That's a figure of speech. It's a pre-scientific way of thinking, and it's a good shorthand, I agree. But to ask the question the way you've asked it, it's
straight out. Tomorrow night I'm going to have a fellow named Matthew Alper. He's a brilliant guy that a lot of my audience hates. And you know why they hate him?
Why?
He wrote a book called The God Part of the Brain. And actually, there's now some pretty hard science to validate what, for him, years ago on my radio program, he's been on for years, it was only a theory, and that is that there's a part of our brains, all of our brains, that genetically dictates we will worship something, that we will worship the God part of the brain, some part of the brain that demands, perhaps because of the fear of our own mortality, the horrible fear of just knowing that, well, as you said, Professor, it's all over.
Not just that, Art. I think that thesis is correct. I am familiar with some of the research on it. Some folks do it at USC. I would argue the case a little differently. In the history of evolution, it would go like this, that we are genetically predisposed to take orders and to follow authority. And we're manipulated that way all the time. But it starts out as children, it gets reinforced. But it didn't make sense in any battles in the past or attempts to throw a spear at a tiger or something to stop and ask a lot of difficult existential questions. You do your duty, and you're more likely to do your duty under those circumstances. Hierarchies are stable to pass on your genes. And we have over hundreds of thousands of years of shaping that neural chassis. We have those kind of genes that favor, I hate to say it, but as a first cut, blind obedience to authority, point number one. Point number two, the way that the classical religions have cast God is just like a big dictator, like I'm the big tyrant and the big government in the sky.
Yep.
And so if there are genes to obey authority, it's quite natural to project it up to the full extent. I think that makes all too much sense. I don't think that eliminates
you
notions
think
of God.
it's just an authority part of the brain, not a God part of the brain.
I don't think it's hard, but there's that genetic...
Well, that's what you just said, authority. The ultimate authority is God, right?
Yeah, on that model,
yeah.
The person or the thing throwing the lightning bolts or controlling the weather, and it's quite natural to see how we would have believed that earlier times.
So without any question, if Professor Cusco were drawing his near to last breath, and somebody said, Professor, you wouldn't believe it. We've got this new computer. Microsoft just came out with this new chip, and we can actually take the contents of your brain, every last neural activity, and we can download it into Microsoft's latest. Just before you're going to die, you'd obviously then opt for that, just like that, right?
Yeah, and I want my copyright protection. Yes, I would. Mm-hmm. In a heartbeat. I am a cryonicist too, in case as likely I won't see that day. I want to keep the rough synaptic structure intact as best I can. Not a great way to do it, but we can do that. But absolutely, Art.
I understand there's a better chance to do that if you have your head lopped off. Do you have that in your contract?
I'm an all-body patient.
You're an all-body patient. Let's see. Does that make you an optimist or a pessimist?
It's a sentimentalist that like to take all the parts with
it. How much of a chance, since you're a mathematician, you compute odds all the time, have you computed the odds of your being frozen and then successfully continued in some manner?
I've looked at that in a variety of calculations, and my good friend and colleague, Professor Greg Benford, UC Irvine, just published an article on that in the current issue of Skeptical Inquirer.
Uh-huh.
And he does it in the back of the napkin kind of way, like the Drake equation for estimating the probability of life in the universe.
Yes.
Besides ours. And he comes up with an estimate between being able to pull off, for example, a cryonic-style resurrection.
Yes.
Just that, which is, I think, a different question. On the order of 10% likely at this point. And the reason...
Oh, that's not bad.
It's not bad. The reason, it may be higher, maybe lower, but the main point with cryonics, such as it is that when you're really frozen deeply in liquid nitrogen, nothing's changing. So you can wait hundreds or, in theory, thousands of years until technology is so advanced and so cheap that you can come out to do what you can do.
Well, if that's true, 90% is a pretty low figure, isn't it?
I mean, 10%. And he argues
I'm sorry,
further,
10%. 90% is a very high figure. I would think it'd be much better than 10%.
But he gave a conservative estimate. His argument continues. Greg says that if you go further, and Greg wrote a book about cryonics, by the way, under pseudonym. He's an award-winning author in science fiction. He also advised at NASA and other places.
Uh-huh.
He said if you take the typical American earns $1 million plus in his lifetime, multiply that by that expectancy, you get an expected payoff of this activity on the order of $100,000, which is more than the cost of signing up. And that was his a way of ballparking the odds of doing this. But that's a backup technology, the freezing part, since those of us who are not so sure will be around when the chip technology is, as you say. Whether chip technology, sensor technology, digital signal processing technology will get to the point that we can have human brain interface and replacements, that's a virtual certainty. Now, whether it happens in our lifetime, I don't know, but I got to say, it looks that way, Art.
It almost does look like we could be there. I mean, science, it's advancing so quickly now. Seems like exponential jumps, or am I being too optimistic?
No, this is literally Moore's law, the doubling of chip density every 18 months, which still continues roughly. That's what we're talking about.
Well, but we're also talking about a slight slowing lately.
Right, and so it doubles every 3 years. But in a wink of a digital eye, Art,
yes,
we're at a point where powers of computers that cost a nickel greatly outstrip anything the human brain can do, and the porting technology gets better. Again, whether we can upload into that's a tougher proposition. I think we'll do it in fuzzy little steps. We already have the preliminary implants underway. And there'll be many, many more of those, and primarily with people suffering maladies from near blindness or deafness and things like that. But it's not a big step from that, technologically speaking, to supplement the brain. If you can really supplement it, and eventually, why not back it up and frankly replace it outright? Play the music on many different instruments.
Wouldn't immortality frighten you?
No.
It would not?
No. If you're going to look back to Greek mythology, I think I'd rather be a Greek god than someone on the ground who lives and dies. I don't think we're talking real immortality, but a kind of digital engineering approximation of it.
You think you'd make a good Greek god?
I think it'd be a lot of fun.
It might. And it might have, like everything else, some drawbacks. I mean, in the 1000th year, you might be begging for the release of nothingness. I don't know. There's always some catch, though. Anyway, let's take some phone calls. First time caller line. You're on the air with Professor Costco. Hi.
Yeah, I was wondering, earlier in the conversation, you mentioned that we were more danger of disease rather than terrorism.
Oh, yeah.
And there's devices called Raymond Royal Rife invented a frequency generator that kills bacteria and viruses. And I was wondering if you could tell me how effective you think those are, and also if frequencies or harmonics would possibly stop nanotechnology or make it inert in some way.
All right.
Line and listen to the reply.
All right.
The latter question first. Frequencies and harmonics, that's part of the way we do digital business. You can use them for good purposes or for bad. But by the way, Art, we have recently gotten a nanotube to be clamped at both ends to vibrate like a violin string.
Oh.
So you can get it to, in theory, resonate in appropriate ways. You can do modulation, and you can download your show in time on that.
Really?
Yeah, so there is a case where harmonics and frequencies facilitate nanotechnology and vice versa. I don't think that's a problem. Other devices, like you said, to detect bad proteins like viruses and other microbes like that, I think there's a lot of work already underway, already experimental demonstrations of that. Whether it will wipe out disease, I don't know, but I do think it'll be much better protected in the very near term.
What a world it's going to be. It's almost hard to imagine. But yet that's what you've done in your books. Now, what would you most recommend people read as a first step? I mean, if they've enjoyed what they've heard tonight, I know a lot of them have, how should they follow up by reading what that you have written?
The book is called Heaven in the Chip from Random House. It's available at Amazon.com and other fine bookstores near you. But the book contains, in its final chapter 15, the title, that's a chapter called that, is about the underlying technology, is spread out in 100 pages of very fine endnotes in case you're interested.
Okay, I have seen it at various bookstores, so I know it's all over the place, correct?
Maybe not as much as it once was. It came out in 2000, but it's digitally always available.
Okay. Most of the Rockies, you're on the air with Professor Costco. Hi.
Yes, hello. My name is Kerry, and I'm calling from Tucson.
Yes, Kerry.
I had a question, and then I'd like to ask you something, Art.
Okay.
Okay. With all the problems the cell phone is gonna be having in the years to come, with possible tumors, don't you think these companies that put them out would want to change it before all the lawsuits start to happen?
Okay, it's a very good question,
Because
Professor.
you know how we're living in a sue me, sue you world now, you know?
Yep. Professor?
I think you're absolutely right. They probably are scrambling to do that right now. The trouble is we don't have 10 years worth of data. A lot of people using digital cell phones. And again, the study we cited, the one from Sweden in the Journal of Epidemiology, just came out. Of course, hasn't been replicated yet, but it was a good study. Its findings, as far as standard statistical techniques go, were not due to chance. Given that, it would be negligent or worse on the part of a manufacturer not to look very hard to see what the cause might be and to try to innovate around that. The trouble is right now all we have is the sheer empirical finding of these benign tumors. We just don't know the mechanism that causes that.
And you had a question for me, Bill?
Yes, on George's show, a caller had called up, and he was asking a question that you guys ought to consider. He was asking maybe if you and George would get together some night and do a show with you guys interviewing each other and call it Host to Host.
Host to Host, all right, yeah. Thank you. I've never been big on doing that kind of thing, ever. I don't know why, but I never have. There was also the question, the Rife question, Professor. You've heard about Rife. Would it be effective in some way against...
Brief me, or good.
The Rife microscope? Do you know anything about that? Oh, you don't?
On my fingertips.
All right. Well, it's a technology that is written about, and Rife is known to many people, and so just do a little reading about him, and maybe you can answer it next time around.
Okay.
All right. Wildcard Line, you're on the air with Professor Bart Cusco. Hi.
Hi, my name is Tom. I'm from New Jersey.
Yo.
I had a question. Would it be feasible if terrorists came over with as a walking petri dish and infecting everyone he could?
Yeah, okay, your question is exceedingly clear. Professor, in other words, infect a terrorist with something so that he is the weapon himself. It's something new. He's got it. He's going to expire from it, but before he does, he's going to pass it on.
Right. This is a concern a lot of people thought about, I think, beginning with the smallpox issue right after 9/11.
Yes.
Somebody could say, I have an incurable disease like a new strain of smallpox or something, and I'm just going to run around crowded cities breathing on as many people as I can and
yes.
sitting in water supplies or anything like that. That has potential, and we really do have an example of that. In the case when, as I mentioned before, when the Spanish arrived here with bodies full of antibodies and a few people carrying smallpox in particular and other viral agents, they infected villages, and some of the villagers would run to warn the other, or to inform the other villages about what was happening, apparently all the way into North America. And upon arrival of that messenger, it spread, and millions were wiped out that way. That's a big one concern, though, is that has the potential for great blowback. So right around the planet and back to the original population that started it.
Yes. Well, I'm afraid that a lot of people on this earth today don't care about blowback. The other thing that I wanted to mention to you, since we're on this subject, is that I'm reading all these stories now about scientists becoming extremely concerned about what they're calling the bird flu. It's almost as if it's getting to the point where I'm expecting any minute to hear about, oh my God, bird something or another has jumped species, and now we've got a flu virus that is mutated with something that a bird had that's going to kill humans by the millions and millions and millions. I'm hearing so many stories about scientists looking at this right now. I'm starting to think it's going to happen soon, like they know something I don't. What?
Well, two things. First, there is a real risk of that happening, and there's a big viral population always growing, and pretty much on the pig and duck farms in southern China. One of the issues, and we worry about this at USC, where we have the largest international student population in the country,
yes,
is if you look at a plot of how long it used to take the flu, for example, or bugs like that to spread around the world. 100 years ago, it could be 40 days or much longer. Now it's about 1 day. You're on the airplane. One effect of the global economy is a rapid diffusion of viral and bacterial agents.
So
Whether
why-
it jumps out of the duck population or wherever it happens to be.
Yeah, they're saying ducks are more likely than any
Ducks
other.
are common.
But they're saying this almost as though they know it's going to happen. I know it's eerie to to think of it that way. But when you read these stories after stories after stories, it's like it's never happened. But they're saying, hey, it's going to happen, and they think it's going to happen soon. There must be a reason that they think it's going to happen soon. Professor, hold it right there. I mean, are they suddenly observing a lot of things jumping from species to species, or is it the experimentation we're doing in labs, putting human genes into animals and stuff like that?
Take a ride? To talk with Art Bell, call the wildcard line at area code 775-727-1295. The first-time caller line is area code 775-727-1222. To talk with Art Bell from east of the Rockies, call toll-free 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, call 800-618-8255. International callers may reach Art by calling your in-country Sprint access number, pressing option 5, and dialing toll-free 800-893-0903. From coast to coast and worldwide on the internet, this is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell.
Why it is. Sometimes there's something that you have, and the time is so right for it. I was going to hold this for tomorrow night, but really I can't, in all good conscience. It's an article by Rick Weiss in the Washington Post. It's called Scientists Debate Blending Species. November 21st, 2004, Washington Post. In Minnesota, pigs are being born with human blood in their veins. In Nevada, there are sheep whose livers and hearts are largely human. In California, mice peer from their cages with human brain cells firing in their skulls. These aren't outcasts from the island of Dr. Moreau, the 1986 novel by H.G. Wells, which a rogue doctor develops creatures that are part animal and part human. These are real creations of real scientists. Biologists call these hybrids chimeras, after the mythical Greek creature with a lion's head, a goat's body, and a serpent's tail. They are products of experiments in which human stem cells were added to developing animal fetuses. Chimeras are allowing scientists to watch for the first time how human cells and organs mature and interact, not in the cold isolation of laboratory dishes, mind you, but inside the bodies of living creatures. Some are already revealing deep secrets of human biology, perhaps pointing the way toward new medical treatments. But with no federal guidelines in place, an awkward question hovers above the work. How human must a chimera be before stringent research rules ought to kick in? The National Academy of Sciences, which advises the federal government, has been studying that issue and hopes to make some recommendations by perhaps February. They say we need to establish some kind of guidelines as to what the scientific community ought not to do, said James Beatty, chairman of the National Institutes of Healthcare Stem Cell Task Force. I'll have more of that tomorrow night, but in view of what we're talking about, I couldn't resist this one in the Washington Post. Pretty freaky stuff. And it reminds me, I get these calls every now and then of people saw creatures that look, God, half human and half something else, and it's always, you saw what? Well, maybe you weren't seeing things after all. Maybe you saw one of these things that we've produced is the only word you can use.
Are you?
This isn't the future. This is now. Hey, Professor, one of the weirdest things I ever saw, and this was now, at least 2 or 3 years ago, I saw this picture of a mouse
with an ear,
with a human ear growing out of its back. You obviously saw that too.
Yes, I did, and I would ask you to imagine clamping a cell phone on that ear as a natural way, Mark, to do what we're talking about, to test for these acoustical neuromas in the auditory nerve. It's a great thing, subject to reasonable control.
Yes.
How else are we going to do that? We can't set a bunch of humans down, and we can get Arnold the pig.
But isn't it possible, Professor, or even more than possible, that as we begin to cross-contaminate human genetics with other mammal genetics, eventually we're going to get... Now, see, I was worried about why they were talking about the bird flu so much. Well, now here's one reason why they might be talking about it. I'm not saying it's a reason, but, something awful's going to happen. Maybe.
I read the science on that a little differently, Art. I think they realize that the potential is big, on the one hand, so they have to watch it carefully. And two, again, the reason I mentioned that things spread so quickly in the global economy, especially in the major cities, that it'd be irresponsible not to. The probability of it, though, when you multiply that by the downside payoff, I think, fortunately, is still small, and that could change.
Well, it sure is a good thing we don't have reckless scientists around, huh?
That is a good thing. I think we don't have as many as the movies suggest, but we do have mistakes. There'll always be carelessness, and we have a lot more negligence than recklessness.
Well, yes, absolutely true. But there is recklessness, right? And when you start talking about it at the levels, of the consequences that might happen here when we start mixing it up. Well, let's go back to the phones. First time caller line, you're on the air with Professor Cusco. Hello.
I'm a long-time listener, and I absolutely love your show.
Well, thank you.
I'm so glad I got through. I have a question about cell phone technology for the professor.
Sure.
About 4 years ago, I began to use a cell phone as my work. It required me to use a phone, and I noticed I could feel the phone not only charging, but I could feel the phone in my head when I used it. And after a while, it began to affect me in the way of anxiety, panic, and sleeplessness and everything else. I had never thought the cell phone towers would ever be a problem. Since then, I've had to move to this country.
Yeah, I really have to stop you and ask you a question, and that is, how do you know that you can attribute what you felt to the cell phone?
Well, I can feel it in my head. If I turn it off, it goes away, and if I turn it on, it comes back.
Professor?
I think you raised a point, Art. You have to distinguish the perception one has, think as you described it, from your hypothesis about the causal relationship. And it's a pretty big leap to go from any cell phone functioning or malfunctioning to anxiety and things like that. But it may well be that you felt the vibrations, and when you press it to your head, just like when you speak, your whole skull vibrates. It has that effect, but we'll be very careful here. I mean, after all, most people who come down with any kind of melody, the first day or two, they describe it to what they ate the day before.
Yeah, they're right. But even looking at the bigger picture, you do suggest there, well, maybe a problem.
Maybe a problem.
Real problem.
Real problem with those devices. Something related we didn't touch on that came out a few years ago. A lot of cops sitting at speedway speed traps, male cops keeping the handheld radar in their lap, irradiated their testicles and had a much higher incidence of testicular cancer than the general population. You have to be careful.
That's true. And I'm sure downtown at the precinct, they probably used that information to say, keep the damn thing pointed at the speeders. We need money.
You mentioned recklessness and negligence.
Wild card line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, Art.
Hi.
I was going to ask a professor there in his micro science world what would be the explanation of people that have extraordinary perceptions of future events, deja vu, that are way, way beyond any statistical analysis?
Well, that's a good question if the premise is accurate, and I'm sure the professor would argue it isn't, right?
Not necessarily, Art. Some of my scientist friends have said, you know, Art, this is going to sound hard to believe, but I just can't explain this type of precognition that I've had. And let's grant the perception is being accurate and accurately relayed.
Wait a minute, you believe it because some of your scientific friends?
No. I'm just taking the first order of their description of the event, and I'll offer an explanation of it.
Okay.
And I offer this in my earlier book, Fuzzy Thinking, and in my textbooks and some of the papers you can download online. I developed something called the BAM, or the Bidirectional Associative Memory, and a whole family of math models. So have a lot of other researchers. We know a lot about how we store patterns of memory. We are pattern recognition creatures. And so it can well be that your brain is doing a lot for you in its unconscious mode, is taking similar events, triggering events that you may not be fully aware of, and maybe for survival type reasons, associating those with patterns that may assist you. And it can cause a flash. In particular, I've used this to explain the effect of your life flashing before your eyes when you're about to die. I mean, that makes perfect evolutionary sense. You have a massive associative memory search. It would be in parallel, not in serial. And those creatures who had associative memories that searched such a way would have outlived on the margin those who did not. So I think we can account for the mechanism for those kinds of things. My argument against it, Art, if there really is in your brain, in the meat, in the neurons, an ability, a precognition, that would convey such incredible selective pressure in the evolutionary arms race to pass on your genes that everybody should have it. And unless it's just starting to break now, which is technically possible, the fact that it's not here is powerful negative evidence that it's not there.
Well, I kind of thought that's what you'd say in the first place, that it just isn't there. And you did say that.
But I said, I don't think you're really seeing the future in a crystal ball sense, but I do think your brain may be giving you a good prediction.
Yes.
And that's a slightly different thing.
And we're just simply...
misreading it.
Yes. All right. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Professor Cusco. Hi.
Hi, George in Hollywood, Florida.
Yes, George.
I had a question. It bothers me that we're constantly thinking about who we're going to be killing next or attacking next or who might attack us. And I don't see how we can progress with our technology if we can't get rid of our aggressive instincts. How can technology help us to get along better?
Okay. Well, a really good question. Why can't we all just get along? He's right. With regard to our behavior, any incredible new technology that comes along is going to be first developed into something probably destructive because we haven't changed that much, Professor, or have we?
Well, I think our basic human nature has not changed. We are, statistically, commonsensically speaking, a very aggressive species. Half of our time in the past 10,000 years has been in some state of war, as best has been measured.
Yeah.
And we can blame the endocrine system and the competition, pass on our genes, and all those kind of things. We have to be honest about that. But I think, especially in this country, in theory, we've deviated. We are the good guys, but we live in a world with a lot of bad guys, so we really have to think hard about how they will try to kill us, even though we should all try to get along. But that is so far removed from any foreseeable reality.
Do you really think we're the good guys?
I do think we're the good guys. We are if you look back to the founding of the country, think of the year 1776. It was a remarkable year scientifically because that's when economics began. That's when Adam Smith published The Wealth of Nations. And here's really the first country in history that was able to set up a deliberate constitutional government based on about 500 years of...
Oh, I wouldn't argue that for a second, but
the other countries out there, by and large, are still in this pre-scientific mode, so their economies haven't caught up. The concepts of personal liberty and justice, we did that with slavery for a while.
You're right on all that, but I mean, 1776, fine, a shining moment indeed, but have we grown from there, or is it fair to say, even today, that we are still, I say this every few weeks and people get real angry, I say we're a warlike people. Well, we are a warlike people. Yeah. There's just no getting away from it.
The evidence is overwhelming. You can point to testosterone and just the sheer blood count and body count of recent and distant history. But this country, that's about the good guys, is a country unlike the others. Think about that. Built literally on principle of liberty and justice. It's been real rough working that out. A long way to go. That's unprecedented. And the remarkable thing for me as an optimist is that it's largely worked. And the other systems have all failed. And that's extremely good news.
I sure hope you're right. All right. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Professor Costco. Hi.
Okay, thank you.
Proceed. When I say you're on the air, sir, that means something.
Okay.
Proceed.
Thank you. Okay, this is Reggie.
Yes, Reggie.
Reggie, this is Art.
Yes, this is Art, Reggie.
Art, I feel real honored to be able to talk to you. I've listened to you since you started. George Norrie from Hawaii. Now I'm back in L.A.
Okay.
What I wanted to mention was the 30 years that I spent in Hawaii, they were doing sonar tests between Lanai and the other islands at Maui.
That's right.
And it was disorientating all of the whales. They were leaving their young and beaching themselves.
That's right.
What I wanted to ask was, in populated cities like where I am now in Orange County in LA, don't these radio frequencies that we're talking about with cell phones and all that, aren't we being bombarded anyway, even if we're not using the cell phone?
It's actually a very good question. In the modern world, Professor, if you could see into the electromagnetic spectrum, it would scare the holy, what, out of you. It really would. I mean, there would be rays going everywhere, passing through you. And so his question in the larger scheme of things is a good one.
It is in Art, the first chapter of my novel, Nanotime, which is about World War III. The bad guy, in effect, has a chip in the brain and pauses for a moment, and you get to see all those thousands of signals bombarding it. Now, they're very faint, so it doesn't cause a problem in terms of the intensity of the electromagnetic fields or anything like that. But you're right. Right now, if you really had the signal processing capability, you could watch thousands of hundreds of TV programs, in effect, and listen to thousands of conversations. It's all passing through in a very faint but detectable way.
Yes. Yes. So, in the spirit of combining of things, perhaps amplifying things, is it unreasonable to ask if there might not be sort of an overall effect of modern society's specific electromagnetic radiation combining in some strange way, even at very weak levels, and affecting us?
It's a good question, but again, the field strengths are so weak, you're okay. But what it does pose a different question, as we mentioned earlier, is noise, what we call crosstalk, and that kind of clutter.
Yes.
And at some point may say, look, I don't want your electromagnetic junk entering my body. We're not there. Our systems of communication are very wasteful. They broadcast down big spheres of electricity, the electromagnetic phenomena. But it's not enough to hurt you, as far as we know.
As far as we know. Right now.
Right now, with the laws of physics and biology as we understand them, it's just too intense. I'm sorry, it's just not intense enough to trigger.
Got it. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Professor Costco. Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
This is Thomas from San Diego.
Yes, Thomas.
Two quick things. About the magnetic stuff going to your brain with the cell phones, they got those little shields that you can put over the speaker.
Oh, yes.
Does do anything.
that's a very good first question. They offer these little, they're advertised. Professor, have you seen them?
I've seen that, yes.
Yeah, okay. Do you think that does anything to protect you?
It should, if it's the strength of the electromagnetic field, and if you want to get that mouse you saw with the ear, we could tape it on there for 10 years and see what happens. But it's hard to, if that's the issue of power strength, yeah. If it's not that, if it's a frequency or resonant frequency thing, then maybe not.
As in maybe not. So life is sort of one big ongoing experiment, but I'm not sure how you change that, are you?
No.
I mean, there are certain things you just don't know about until the effects are realized.
Yeah, most things, I think.
East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Professor Costco. Not a lot of time. Hello.
Oh, hello, Art. This is Keith in Hamilton, Ontario.
Yes, Keith.
I've seen a lot of these stories of these cell phones exploding and picture phones, put them in the wrong hands, and
yes,
there's a lot of lawsuits. Everybody wants to talk to a line computer and upgrade it so much it'll fix us a sandwich. Do you think the more we upgrade technology, the more we're doing ourselves in? It seems like that.
You know what that is? It's a great final question. Are we doing ourselves in, Professor?
No. We learn from our mistakes. We learn from the explosions. We make better products, better devices. But we do have to have some data to do it, and that data means there will be accidents. But there's a plus side of those accidents, Art. We improve our products.
So
the threat of litigation is important to achieve that.
At some future date, some cell phone executive may sit in front of a Senate committee and say, some cell phones had to explode for this industry to advance.
You try that argument.
Well, all right, as always, it's been absolutely fascinating having you here. Kevin in a chip is a book. Professor, thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Good night. That's how quickly it goes. It just races, doesn't it? All right, everybody. Tomorrow night, Matthew Alper will no doubt make a lot of people angry, but it's an absolutely fascinating topic. The God part of the brain, and I'll tell you what. Tomorrow night, Matthew's going to be bragging a little bit because the scientific community appears to have caught up with him. From the high desert in the middle of the night until tomorrow night. Good night.
Why do we celebrate?
From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you may be in the world's prolific time zones, every single one of them covered like a blanket by this program, Coast to Coast AM. I'm Art Bell, and I'm an Art Bell with a dilemma tonight that I'll tell you all about. Well, I can't tell you all about it. I'll tell you what I'm going to do about it, though. I've got two really heavyweight guests. I don't know if they're going to be heavyweight in the answers they give or not, but I've got two heavyweight guests coming on the air this evening on, among other things, the subject of HAARP. Now, I have a lot of really serious questions about HAARP. Really serious questions about HAARP. Dr. Joseph Resnick is one of them. He's an applied scientist. Oh, he's long resume, I'll tell you all about him. Guy Kramer. Both of them here ostensibly or mainly on the subject of HAARP. They hold patents. There are certain patents that I'm told they're not going to be able to talk about. Their appearance here had to be approved at the senatorial level by a senator. There were questions and the way they would answer them bandied back and forth, and they had to get approval at a senatorial level now. So already I know we're in for a big unknown tonight, because we've got a couple of guys who know a lot more than they're going to be willing to say about something that I really want to know about. So it may not be an easy night. Be forewarned. Big full moon up there, and it feels like it too. Then the dilemma, if that's not dilemma enough already, right? I got this email earlier with all of these questions and the scripted answers, and I went, oh man, what are we up to here? And I called Guy Kramer and said, listen, this is talk radio, we don't do scripts, But turns out this was a sort of an approval process at the senatorial level to have them on the air at all. Now, obviously, the one thing I don't want to do is I don't want to lose the opportunity to interview them. So I'm going to be a little careful here. I do have a dilemma about Dr. Resnick sent me a piece of information about the bird flu, something I told you I was very serious about last night. And it's a startling bit of information. Now, in the email, he says, please ask AB, that'd be me, to keep the lid on this for the moment. Well, I'm a talk show host. I don't keep lids on, I blow them off. That's what I do. And so, here's what I think I'll do. I think I'll hold on to this, and we'll ask about it at the beginning of the interview. And if they won't say anything about it, or say they can't, then before the show is over, I'll read it to you anyway. Now, I hope that doesn't lead to the show being over prematurely, if you follow me. We'll see. It's a full moon. It's a tough subject. And if you look at the, just before we get started with the world news, if you'll take a good look at the webcam photograph tonight, the one of me with a couple thumbs up, usual pre-show kind of typical photograph that I took a few minutes ago. Behind me, you will see a very great deal of shortwave equipment. I'm a ham operator. I've said it enough times on the show. I'm a very avid ham operator. I've been licensed consecutively since I was 13 years of age. And I'm 59 now. I have some very serious shortwave equipment. I have 5 acres of antenna, unlike any other, except maybe our friends up in Alaska, HARP. And I'm telling you, as I have told you in shows of recent weeks, that I'm very disturbed by what's going on in the ionosphere and very aware that something unusual is going on with our ionosphere. Something very unusual. Frequencies that have, for all my life, been dependable every night to yield a certain result. Communicating with stations 200, 300, 400 miles away, that's been blown away. That usually ever so reliable ionosphere has just been blown away since September. And one of the possibilities, when you look at the various possibilities of what could be causing this, because the sun certainly has not been, I suppose it's been contributory. In the sense we've had some pretty big flares, but even at times when the sun was not flaring, this unusual, bizarre circumstance on shortwave has been the same. So the sun is not the factor. Something else is at work here. Now, some, I suppose, would screech normal cycles. Well, I've been there, and there's nothing normal about it to me, or most of the people I've talked to, my colleagues, for example, other hams, people who've been 40 and 50 years as myself, depending on things being a certain way. They ain't that way anymore, and one of the possibilities is HARP. So it's going to be a serious show. And with the news, we will begin very seriously indeed. I grew up with him. I think many of us grew up with Johnny Carson, and he's gone. Johnny Carson, the quick-witted Tonight Show host who became a national institution, oh he was, putting his viewers to bed for 30 years with a smooth nightcap of celebrity banter and heartland charm, died Sunday, 79, emphysema. He died early Sunday morning with his family by him. And I will miss him. Unlike certain celebrities, like the one sitting in this seat, who have retired a number of times. I mean, look, a lot of people in, I don't know, I guess these kinds of jobs, the broadcast media, sports, I don't know, whatever they do, they do it very well, and they retire, and then, of course, they want to go back to their love, and they do. It's inevitable. Carson didn't. He retired, and unlike many of us, stayed retired. He'll be missed, and I grew, like so many of you, I grew up with Johnny Carson. He was a national institution, and now he's gone. In fact, he really didn't do anything. He became a recluse after he retired. He may have appeared, I'm told, in a 1993 version of The Simpsons as voice, but otherwise, you didn't see Johnny Carson anymore. So goodbye, Johnny. We will miss you. A howling blizzard slammed the Northeast as promised. It was going on during the program last night and Sunday. More than 2 feet of snow and hurricane-strength gusts. Well, it's all obviously stopped air travel for thousands, keeping others off slippery highways. In fact, it was common in Michigan that people are driving, as they usually do in this kind of stuff, like idiots. So don't drive like an idiot. If you don't know how to drive in snow and ice, don't. Really, I mean that. If you don't know how to drive in snow and ice, and there is an art to driving in snow and ice. I lived in Alaska 3 years, and you either learn or die. So don't. If you have that choice and you're not good at it, just don't, because you will not do well. And, you know, people are not driving well at all, so just stay home. A lot of news tonight. Nearly 3 decades before the September 11th attacks, a high-level government panel, it turns out, developed plans to protect the nation against terrorist acts ranging all the way from radiological dirty bombs, the subject of an HBO movie tomorrow night, to airline missile attacks, according to documents just declassified. The Associated Press just got hold of them. Quote, unless governments take basic precautions, we will continue to stand at the edge of an awful abyss. That's Robert Kupperman, chief scientist for the Arms Control and Disarmament Agency, and that was written in 1977, so they knew this kind of thing was coming. I wonder how they missed it. The U.S. ambassador to Iraq acknowledged serious problems ahead of next weekend's election, but he gives assurances that great efforts are being made so every single Iraqi can vote. In an audio tape posted on the web, a speaker claiming to be Iraq's most feared terrorist declared fierce war on democracy, raising the stakes in the vote. Fierce war against democracy, huh? Rebels who have vowed to disrupt the balloting blew up a designated polling station near Baghdad and stormed a police station in Ramadi, west of the capital. So, what I did from the time I got up until, I don't know, about 30 minutes before airtime, I watched playoff games. And in Pittsburgh, nobody apparently beats Brady and Belichick in a big game, and they sure didn't get beaten 41-27. So, New England, a dynasty, question mark, meets up with Philadelphia, and that was 27-10. Falcons lost 27-10, so there you've got it. It's going to be New England and Philadelphia in the Super Bowl. And also another death, Rosemary Woods, the devoted secretary to President Nixon, who said she inadvertently erased part of a crucial Watergate tape. That would be the famous or infamous 18.5 minute gap, has died. She died at 87 years of age. In a moment, we've got more. Are you an optimist? I want to get to phones fairly quickly. However, I also want to read you more of this article that was only mentioned in passing last night. My guest, Sir Charles Schultz, said that refer to an atmospheric phenomena that a lot of it we don't know about. And indeed, I yanked out this story and read a little bit of it. A new atmospheric phenomenon was caught on video by the crew of the Space Shuttle Columbia. Now, this occurred just days before the shuttle broke apart, and it was just released. Astronauts relayed video of this to NASA in real time during their 16-day flight, but the agency did not release the full data to researchers until several months after the mission's tragic end on 1 February 2003. All 7 crew members killed, of course, when the shuttle exploded while re-entering the atmosphere. Colleagues from a university in Israel spent more than a year analyzing the video, which was originally taken to study atmospheric dust, but a single frame of the video was the most important, representing just 33 milliseconds, showing a mysterious reddish glow in the sky, night sky, on 20 January 2003. One of the scientists said, "I'm not sure what we saw. I just know it wasn't something that we were used to seeing. It was something extraordinary. The glow occurred about 150 kilometers above the ocean near Madagascar and did not appear to be linked with thunderstorms in any way." This contrasts sharply with other events at similar altitudes which glimmer into being when electrical current travels upward from lightning clouds at altitudes of about 10 kilometers, called sprites. You've heard of those, right, Nels? These events take the shape of sort of jellyfish, downward pointing carrots or donuts, and tend to occur within a horizontal distance of about 70 kilometers from lightning. But the closest lightning picked up by the shuttle's video camera was 800 kilometers away, so it wasn't lightning. From this unexpected glow that's been dubbed Tiger, transient ionospheric glow emission in red. That's what it stands for, Tiger. Transient ionospheric glow emission in red. Well, sprites and elves emerge within a few milliseconds of the nearest lightning strike, but Tiger took 250 milliseconds to leap into view after this lightning struck 800 kilometers away, suggesting the two events were not in any way linked. So what the hell is it? This Tiger. Gee. You don't think this could be another man-made something or another, do you? This is really, really going to be an interesting program tonight. Let's go to the phones. Let's begin on the phones. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Good evening.
Hey, Art. This is Art from Detroit.
Okay, pick up your phone, please, Art.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is Art from Detroit. We're listening in on CKLW 800.
Yes, sir.
And I think I sent you a few emails back in the summer when you were mentioning about, flare activity, watch for aurora activity and stuff. I've been involved with some astronomy groups for about the past 20, 30 years.
Yes.
And naturally, like you mentioned, there's the 11-year high and low cycle.
That's right.
And I remember back in the 70s, early 70s, because I was in the service with the, if I'm allowed to say it, Coast Guard. I was serving on the Great Lakes here. And normally, for the area I was in, or located or stationed, basically, we shouldn't have had any auroras. And I remember about from 71 to 75, 76, and this was even long after I got out of the service, down here in Detroit, we'd see northern lights probably about maybe once a week or once every other week.
Sure, you're at a latitude where you would see northern lights very easily. Now, a couple of times in the last several years, northern lights have come to the southern latitudes, even as far as myself here in the desert. But I want to be clear once again, so that you're clear when we get the guests on here. The phenomena that I'm talking about is, as far as I know, completely unprecedented. Since about September, frequencies that always have been reliable for short-range communication, meaning 200, 300, 400 miles, within an hour of sunset, these frequencies, 3 and 4 megahertz area, have been shut down like somebody closed a big steel trap door. It's just not normal. It is abnormal. It's like somebody shuts the door, boom, it's over. And the highest viable frequency for that kind of communication is 2 megahertz or even lower, down into the broadcast band. This phenomenon has been dipping. And some of you can certainly testify to that fact. When I say it hits down to broadcast band, that means that radio stations that you would normally hear, 50, 100, 200, even 300 miles away, big boomers, you listen one night, and they're not there. You can't even hear them. When it gets particularly bad, it goes all the way down to the broadcast band, and that kind of thing begins to happen. Well, we've been getting tons of email here, but guess what? It's been happening a lot. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Yeah, hi, Art. How you doing?
I'm okay, sir.
Yeah, God, really sorry to hear about Johnny Carson. That's one individual I would have loved to have been able to meet and say hello to. Of all the celebrities, he's the only one that's really stands out that way for me.
Well, he stands out in a lot of ways.
Yeah. Listen, I started reading The Day After Roswell with
yes.
Colonel Philip Corso.
Yes, of course.
And that was like 97 copyright, I guess, huh? I remember
that sounds about right.
Yeah, I was just checking it out to make sure, and I heard all your interviews with him and everything, and he mentioned HARP in the book, I didn't read it at the time, but I just read it. I'm reading it right now. I'm almost finished. But he says it's a high-altitude research project is what HARP stands for.
Roughly, sir, yes.
Yeah, I didn't ever recall hearing that before, but anyway, all those packages they put together back then all had to do with fighting off the alien threat that we apparently have had going on for quite some time. And
well, maybe not. I don't know about fighting off an alien threat. I think this is more like a threat to us. And if we have to fight anything off, it's a threat to us. Now, perhaps we will hear differently tonight. Maybe they'll cancel the whole interview, I don't know. But something's going on with HARP. HARP is having an effect on one of the natural pieces of our world, the ionosphere, or something is. And my guess would be HARP. We know it's active, we know it's operational, we know it's coming up near full power, and what we don't know is what they intend to do with it. We don't know. Whether we'll find that out or not tonight, I really can't say, because I know there are an awful lot of aspects of this they cannot talk about. Now, whether they're able to talk about the larger picture with reference to HARP, I guess we're going to find out, or whether some of the goals of HARP have to remain classified, or whether only the details of technically what they're doing with HARP have to remain classified, or I don't know. I guess we're going to find all of this out. That plus the little curveball they threw me here, causing my dilemma with regard to the bird flu. It's something I desperately really would like to take the lid off of for you tonight, and will one way or the other before the program's over. Sometimes being a talk show host presents you with dilemmas, decisions that are very tough to make. And so what I'll do is I'll make a decision on this, and one way or the other before the program's over, I'll read it to you. How's that? From the high desert, in the middle of absolute, well, you can't say absolute darkness with a full moon, can you? I'm Art Bell, and this is the best of the night. Trying very hard to tell me that indeed that came to pass. It did come to pass. There's one very sad ding, I'm afraid. Number 11. Johnny Carson indeed passed rather quickly in the year. In a moment, we'll return to Open Line.
It's ironic.
you know, even though I'm not going to read you word for word this email yet, I do have a lot of concerns about the bird flu. I really do. It's like the scientists have been calling this one, sort of almost saying it's going to happen, it's going to come. It's going to jump species, and we're going to have the bird flu, human to human. It's like they've been saying that. It's like, what do they know that we don't? Why would they be right about this kind of thing? So, a lot of concerns about it, and indeed, they're worried about, and the word they use is pandemic. First-time caller line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, Art. I seem to remember in one of your end-of-the-year prediction shows this past year that one of your callers predicted that Johnny was Irish.
That's right, number 11.
Yeah.
Number 11. So, sadly, that was a correct prediction, and sure came awfully quick.
I almost wondered because of the time factor if it might have been healthcare work attached to.
I don't know. I mean, I suppose you could jump to some sort of conclusion like that, because Johnny Carson, you know, I had no clue, and I don't think the rest of the world really did either, that he was ill, emphysema, so that would have been a fairly long-term, protracted illness, I would think. But he kept it from everybody. And so it was, unless it was something like, you know, a healthcare worker close to him or something of that order, there shouldn't have been a hint of it, and you would have imagined Johnny would have had another 10 years easily, because he, you know, you just never heard anything. So, of course, it's a really big shock. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art. How you doing?
Quite well, thank you. How are you?
Very fine, thank you. I have a question, but you're the only person that can get away with asking it. I think they'd blow me right off the line. I want to know if HARP has the capability of breaking a tectonic plate.
I'll ask for you. I don't, what I do see the technology doing, I can't even make the leap in my mind to see how it could do what you've just suggested, but I will ask.
I worked it out mathematically, and I think they have the capability to do that.
Based on what?
I'd rather not say, if you don't mind, but there's certain things that aren't right about the quake in Indonesia. And also, the animals are fleeing. The undersea life, the whales. I believe Ed Ames told you that there wasn't any whales off Hawaii. I believe you must have heard hundreds of squid washed up dead on the California coast.
I heard something about that.
There's no autopsy report yet, and there should have been one. And I think something happened, and I also believe that they have a satellite connected with HARP, and they're doing wonderful things like you saw with the hurricanes and the blizzards to our weather. I've never seen fronts 3,500 miles long.
All right, here's the deal. I think that you may be onto something, and there may be something else going on with all of this, but I don't necessarily attribute it to HARP. With what little I do know about HARP, and the things I think it might do, which are scary enough all by themselves, I don't see them having any effect on tectonic plates. Even with immense amounts of radiation, and even understanding that they seem to have some vision that HARP could reveal underground tunnels and bunkers. The only way it could do that is to bounce so hard off the ionosphere and to re-radiate so hard that it would literally be ground penetrating in some manner. So, you know, it'd be a pretty wild guess to go from measurement of something like that hard enough to affect something like that far down. But I'll ask. East of the Rockies, you're on the air, huh?
Hey, Art, this is Brooke. I'm calling from Rhode Island.
Yes, Brooke.
I have a HARP or a hum update for you.
Well, which is it?
Well,
why do
I heard a different version of the hum last Thursday night that I have never heard, and I've been hearing this phenomena for 4 years.
You're going to fill me in on what hum you do have. What are you talking about?
It's the ELF, the low frequency monotone hum that basically just goes but for hours and hours.
And
last Thursday night.
This is something you feel in your home? Is that what you're telling me? Hear and feel or whatever?
Yes. I first discovered it in Vermont, and I called you a few times from Vermont, and you were really wonderful, and you're one of the few people that understands this phenomena, which is why I'm extremely fond of you.
I don't understand it, though. If I did, I would explain it all to you. I don't. These hums...
Well, you're open to it, Art. That's what I mean.
Yes, I'm open to it. Of course. Yeah, of course.
But I have a buddy who's a senior federal agent in Homeland Security, and he has always believed me, and he is incidentally in Las Vegas. And he said that one of his partners in his office has what he thinks I have, some sort of extrasensory hearing capacity.
Well, people do, all right, I've got it. People do have these talents. Some of them, they hear things that others don't. Animals hear things we don't, right? And some humans, you could assume, would have a hearing that would go beyond the normal range of other human beings. So that could be. There are a variety of experiments going on, not just in our atmosphere, but also in our waters. And a lot of people, okay, here's a story for you. I tell you, I collect these things. A scientist, the headline is, Ship Begins Sound Wave Research Off Yucatan. Scientists working off Mexico's Yucatan Peninsula began using sound waves to search for information about an asteroid that may have wiped out the dinosaurs 65 million years ago. The research project began despite concerns among environmental activists who say this technology could harm whales, sea turtles, and several variety of fish in the Gulf of Mexico. Mexican authorities say the project is within, quote, acceptable limits and will be closely monitored. So this project apparently is going to use sound waves to try and figure out what happened to the dinosaurs 65 million years ago. I'm not sure how it works, but they are concerned about all of these marine mammals that may have a problem with it, beaching themselves and that sort of thing. So that's going on. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi.
Hi. Yes, hello, Patrick.
I wanted to talk to you about the ionosphere a little bit.
Okay.
Like you mentioned that earlier.
Okay, get close to your phone.
Yeah, can you hear me better now?
Much better, yes.
Okay, sorry about that. If you think about the ionosphere, it has basically one very primary function, and it serves as a filter. You're familiar with the radio spectrum. There's some very high energy just above what we see as, or perceive as, ultraviolet light. And when that gets through the ionosphere, that's, for example, what causes sunburns, and it can, incinerate things that get through at higher frequencies. And nastier stuff above that. The ionosphere exists primarily because of two things. Number one, that, again, we're bombarded by radiation from the sun, and secondarily, we have this gigantic molten mass of iron spinning here that is our core of our planet, and it has poles that we refer to as the magnetic field. And the good folks at NOAA have been taking pictures of this molten mass with satellites for the last couple decades or so, and there has been a shift in the currents, and there are huge spots that are out of phase now, and the change is exponential. It was slow at first, and it's been increasing and becoming more rapid. And the prevailing theory is that our Earth's magnetic field is going to go through a flip-flop, and that there's evidence that that's happened before. There's core samples that have been taken in the eastern part of the state here of Oregon where I live. And there's places, for example, our mass transit rail line.
No, we know it's flipped
through a tunnel. They have core samples from the tunnel that...
we know it's flipped before, and will again.
And there's a fail-safe to the ionosphere. When the magnetic field collapses and reaches its 0 point, and the ionosphere fails to function, and that fail-safe is the atmosphere. And what happens is the oceans heat up and release large volumes of water vapor, which goes up into the atmosphere, being heated. It rises as high as it can to its maximum specific gravity, and the Earth's surface cools.
I've heard this.
We call that an ice age.
I've heard about this so-called fail-safe. I hope that's right.
Well, we call that an ice age. And, there's during the more severe ice ages throughout history, there are corresponding core samples that show the magnetic field flip-flopping 4 or 5 times within a period of just a few years. and as you know, the Earth stabilizes to its new polarity. And so to tie this all together, this is just a theory that I've discussed with a few people. I don't have a lot to back it up, but that HAARP may be an attempt to be able to set up an artificial magnetic field to keep the Earth from freezing over solid.
I got it. All
make
right.
the ice age survivable.
I've got it. All right. So HAARP, saving our butts from otherwise what would be a rough ride in a magnetic reversal. I don't know. Good theory, actually, with a sound basis behind it, but theory. I don't know. And it could be anything from that to the scientists just can do it, so they're doing it, and they're going to see what happens. These are, some of the questions that we're going to be asking tonight. I mean, do they really know what is going to happen when they hit the ionosphere with 1 billion watts of power and modulated frequencies designed to actually have a sum and difference and produce a chain reaction in the ionosphere? Do we really know what that's going to do? Probably not. So is it one of those cases where the scientists are just going to go ahead and do it because they can do it and see what happens? Or do we really have solid reason to believe it will do some certain specific thing? On the first-time caller line, you're on the air.
Yes, Mr. Bell, this is David calling from Salton City, California. I'm a longtime fan and a past guest on your fabulously informative program. I wrote a book called Sunstroke.
Oh, man, this is your full name, please.
David Kagan.
David Kagan wrote Sunstroke. That's right, and you were a guest.
Yes, sir. I had the time of my life on your program. I learned so much about how important talk radio really is.
It really is.
And I want to thank you so much for mentioning my book on last night's smashingly good show with Sir Charles.
Yes, it was, and your book will always be with me, David, always.
Thank you, Mr. Bell, from the bottom of my heart.
Well, since you're here,
Yes,
and
sir.
since you wrote Sunstroke so long ago, to hear Sir Charles on this program
Yes, sir.
telling you that it's a reality, that a private company, Gene Myers and other folks have got it together, and they're going to do what you wrote about. Well, they're going to go the whole project to pull power out from space. Yeah.
Absolutely amazing. I am elated that finally a solar power satellite apparently is going to be getting off the ground. I wish them the best of luck. However, I just have a few quick comments to make on last night's show, if you don't mind.
I don't mind.
All right, sir. I admire Sir Charles' unbridled enthusiasm regarding the actual deployment of a microwave solar satellite.
Yeah.
However, I do feel he kind of glossed over the detrimental environmental effects that we did discuss during my interview on your show.
Think so?
Yes, and also,
there was that magic moment where we lost phone contact, and his primary and his backup number both didn't work. I thought he sounded a little chagrined when he came back from that and said, well, lots and lots of safeguards aren't. That's what we need.
Exactly. And I was pretty flabbergasted that he did leave the air for that period of time. And, well, you never know. Maybe someday we'll find out the rest of that story.
Yeah, he could have had a whole discussion with somebody, huh?
Yes, sir. Possibility. I would like to say real quick that Sir Charles repeatedly did state that a microwave satellite will only generate microwave heating on the Earth and in the atmosphere equivalent to the light of a full moon.
And that it would have a heating effect of 1/100th of a degree, I believe.
Centigrade, yes. I would just like to point out that according to the U.S. Office of Technological Assessment, a document that I still have right before me on my desk, it's titled Solar Power Satellites. If anybody in your listening audience around the world can Google solar power satellites, go up to an actual document that I printed out here, and it will explain that such a satellite, according to the magnitude that Sir Charles is speaking about, would induce heating of at least 23 milliwatts per square centimeter on the ground, which the document does state is enough to cook biological tissues and people, animals, and plants. I I in no way wish to infringe on the success of the Space Island Group's solar power satellite deployment in 2012. My objective in writing Sunstroke is just to educate folks regarding some of these environmental concerns.
Possible dangers, even.
Yes, sir.
And so you think he glossed over that?
Just in his unbridled enthusiasm, yes, to explain the workings of the project. I feel that he just kind of glossed over that, and I'm just...
All right. Well, let me back up a little bit. I mean, he did suggest, though, that for example, if a satellite did the thing he claims it can, and it wandered, that the amount of heat at any specific point on the ground, if all the fail-safes failed, would not be enough to be French frying things as it goes along. Do you flat out disagree with that?
Well, just let me point out in a response to that question.
That's the big question.
Yes, you remember those Sir Charles and his group, they do intend to use a microwave solar satellite as a Pied Piper, as you pointed out on air, to draw a hurricane, say, away from the East Coast.
That's right.
And due to heating up
the
actual
ocean,
ambient temperature, yes.
heating the water
Yes.
in the top layers, I believe he said. And I said something like, yeah, microwave Pied Piper.
Exactly.
And so you're saying if it can do that to the water, and we have water in our bodies.
Exactly.
I mean, this is microwave, just like when you go to your oven and you put a cup of coffee in and hit a minute to make it nice and hot.
Absolutely.
The same kind of power, right?
Right. It's all microwave, and it does involve some surface heating. So it's not one great step of logic to realize that if it heat up the ocean to draw a hurricane away from, say, the East Coast.
Yes.
Well, then I would say, based on that fact that he stated.
I sure wish you could have made it through last night, brother.
I tried, sir. It was a wonderful program. And again, I really wish to thank you for mentioning Sunstroke, not only with Sir Charles, but over the years you have approached many guests with the subject matter.
How can you not? It's an obvious concern if they ever were to launch this sort of thing, and here they go.
Yes, if I have 1 second left, I'd just like to tell you that the Japanese in the early 80s, they actually deployed a solar power satellite successfully in a very low Earth orbit. It did for a few minutes beam down space solar power to the Earth and was converted into AC electricity.
Really? Only a few minutes?
Just a few minutes. It was basically a sub-satellite.
I see. Okay. And so it was a very short experiment.
Yes. However, it was a monumental experiment because it did prove conclusively
that it can be done. Listen, all right, we're out of time. David Kagan. David Kagan, author of Sunstroke, one of my favorite science fiction books, commenting on last night's show with Sir Charles Schultz. A little too, what was it Mr. Greenspan said? Irrational.
Bell from east to the Rockies, call toll-free 800-825-5033. From west to the Rockies, call 800-618-8255. International callers may reach Art by calling your in-country Sprint access number, pressing option 5, and dialing toll-free 800-893-0903. From coast to coast and worldwide on the internet, this is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell.
It is, and this is just what I've been waiting for, a couple of real heavyweights on the subject of HAARP. That's who we've got coming up. First, Dr. Joseph Resnick. Dr. Resnick is an accomplished applied scientist, author, electromechanical engineer, lecturer, holding 26 patents. 12 of those are classified, with extensive lateral skill sets in medicine, electrical and mechanical engineering, earth. I would like to welcome both of you to the program, and this is radio, so we have to learn to, I guess, recognize your voices so we know who we're hearing. Dr. Resnick, say hi.
Hi. Good evening, Art. Thank you.
You're very welcome. And Guy Kramer, if you'd say hello.
Good morning to those on the East Coast, and good night to those on the West Coast.
Yes, that should be pretty good voice recognition right there. All right. First of all, I've got to say, gentlemen, I'm surprised, kind of, that we're doing this program at all. Are you?
Dr. Resnick?
Let me start by thanking you, Art, for the
opportunity of this forum on behalf of ASET and ComSec, and thank all of the families, all of our brothers at the 101st RRC deployed in theater globally. No, I'm proud to be here. I'm happy to participate, and I'm not regretful at all, and I'm here to answer any question that I might be able to answer this evening for you.
Well said. But what I mean is I'm surprised they're letting you do this program.
Well, Art, I'm happy to report historical information to you and information that's in the public domain. And I can only give you that which is in the public domain.
Of the totality of the information that you could discuss tonight, what percentage of it do you think is not in the public domain? If you were totally free to discuss any darn thing you wanted to be, what percentage of it is secret?
Of what I've seen, 99%.
99% is secret?
Of what I've seen, but I don't see everything. I only see bits and pieces of it. And by the time I get it, it's sometimes it's 10 years later before I realize the significance of what has been done or what project I've worked on.
I see.
Guy, on the other hand, is not under such stringent requirements. And Guy, maybe you want to speak to that a little bit.
Well, I'm a Canadian citizen, so I'm not privy to any kind of U.S. classified information on these programs.
So in other words, you can't even make a mistake.
Exactly.
Guy can say anything he wants to, and nobody can touch it. It's up there about across the border.
Yeah, my grandfather, who you alluded to there, had actually developed the DEW line, the distant early warning line, and had developed the technology for that. So I have some insight into some of the technology and have stumbled upon many of the items that have since become public domain with my website out there.
All right.
That's sort of how I got involved with Guy a couple of years ago.
Sort of how? His website, you mean, or what?
Actually, yeah. It was recommended that I take a look at Guy's website, and that I have a conversation with Guy, and that led to realization of synergies and interests from people with whom I'm associated. So Guy and I have become friends in the interim, and we enjoy a personal and professional working relationship and knowledge of the sciences in which we're concerned, and we're having some fun along the way. This is part of the fun, by the way.
Okay. All right. Before we move to HARP, which is mainly what I wish to talk with you about on a lot of levels, Dr. Resnick sent me an email prior to the program and asked me to keep the lid on it for the moment, and I just can't do that.
Yeah, well, let's get that out of the way so we can get to the meat and bones of this.
Okay, this has to do with the bird flu.
Okay, it has to do with the bird flu. What I asked Guy to do is to post the email that I sent to you, actually sent to Lisa earlier today, with regard to your discussion and your concerns, because I share your concerns. And a lot of people with whom I'm affiliated also share your concerns. Believe me, this is a real issue with people. In fact, I've been invited to, actually through Mr. Kramer, to consult with the folks over in Singapore. Now, Guy and I were going to go over there a few weeks ago, but we had to put that off due to these meetings that I referenced. But in the interim, I've got the green light. Go ahead and do that. In the interim, I've sent you an email and mentioned some names in there. Everything that I've mentioned to you is not classified at the present time. Let's get right to the meat of the avian flu.
Yes.
With regard to what's posted, and if your listeners want to go to those links that...
For those who don't, this is radio. Why don't you either go ahead and read the email aloud now, or just give me the gist of it?
Okay, the gist of it, several weeks ago, a peregrine falcon was found within the continental United States, and the peregrine falcon was found to be carrying the avian flu, and it was dead. Now, there's some conjecture as to how the thing got here. Folks up at Plum Island think it may have come over the poles. Some other folks think it may have come in on a shipped from Asia. Nobody knows.
Why did it not hit the press?
I don't know about that.
Uh-huh.
I don't have the answer to that.
Uh-huh.
And I'm not able to tell you where in the United States. I know it was somewhere in the East, and I know the folks I was meeting with had mentioned the location, and they also mentioned it wasn't classified.
Okay.
But
at that point.
Yeah, at that.
And probably now not at all.
Well, as of today, as of this morning, it's not. So.
Can I interject for a second?
Sure.
In the Vancouver area, about 6 months ago, they had to kill about 15 million birds up here because of the bird flu. And I don't know if that news got down to your area, but that falcon may be associated with that as well.
How many?
15 million.
There are outbreaks all over the country.
So,
in some places.
there's a lot of concern about, you're using the word pandemic, and usually when something has not even quite manifested exactly yet, as in human-to-human transmission, I hope, they don't use words like that. This is it's like they know something we don't. They're calling this so far ahead of time. I've been reading stories about this now for months.
Well, I can't speak for the rest of the world, Mark. I can only speak for the projects with which I'm associated. And that's the terminology being kicked around. That's the terminology being used.
You mentioned duck, geese, and said to even say the hummingbird.
Well, those are possible modes of transmission. Any type of migratory fowl, including those species that I referenced in the note to you.
Could a bird really fly over the North Pole? Is that reasonable?
Absolutely.
It is?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Huh. Okay, so...
Migratory fowl, that's mainly how we can account for deposition of different species in lakes, propagation of different fish species, etc., through the migratory fowl, the droppings.
So, it's
so
their way...
it figures if they drop fish eggs, they can drop spores.
So
that's a possibility.
It's their way of saying they think this is an isolated incident, one bird flying over the pole or one bird being carried in on a ship, and that's it. They're
Well,
hoping.
I agree with you. It may be an isolated incident, but I think we learned a lesson, valuable one, from a similar isolated incident where a young fellow came in on an airplane in the Middle East or in the Midwest, and AIDS got into the country. So it's a consideration. It's a lot of concern, and a lot of people looking at it right now, and the appropriate powers that be are taking steps to see that the United States is protected.
Do you happen to know any estimates of how deadly they think this particular flu would be if it became contagious, human to human? What percentage would die? I think the 1918 flu was about 30% or something like that.
I don't have that information in front of me, but the NIH probably has that data.
Right.
Your listeners could easily find that data. I don't have it in front of me. I'm more from the mechanical side, and the delivery systems end of dealing with it, as opposed to the etiology and those statistics.
Anyway, you're saying that, again, to be clear here, folks, that a peregrine was found dead, tested positive for the bird flu. And that's news.
That's
serious
correct.
News. All right, thank you for not making me hang on to that, because I wanted everybody to hear it.
Well, you left out an important part in the note that I sent you. Last night you were talking about buttoning down and closing up. There's no need to do that. I think that that's a little premature.
Oh, not yet. But what I said is, if I see this getting loose in a human-to-human mode, that would be my inclination, personally. You know, I have a wife who has asthma, can't afford to catch any kind of flu, much less a cold. So that would be button-down time for us. Okay, let's turn then to the subject that I really have you here tonight for. And I read your bios. Is that a sufficient background for you scientifically, or should we know more before we begin with HARP?
Are you talking to me?
Both of you, really.
That's enough for me. I think you've given out enough.
Guy?
Yeah, that should be sufficient.
All right.
Is to facilitate complex technological transfers consistent with international treaty, and to facilitate military upgrades in the form of providing next generation equipment.
consistent with current treaties and current.
That's right. Are you reading from my script?
No, I'm not. I'm not. I know. I didn't even print out your script.
No.
As I was saying, we don't operate with scripts here. You can't do this kind of talk show and have scripts.
Okay.
Although I find the reason that it had to be generated to be somewhat interesting. I mean, that was submitted to somebody at a senatorial level, I'm led to understand. Is that correct?
That's correct.
When we began the show, actually before we began the show, the only conversation you and I had, I picked up the phone, and you said, "Hey, Art, you've got a lot of friends in Washington."
Yes, you do.
You know, and what do you mean by that?
Well, the forum that you present here, as mentioned in some of the notes that I've sent along to Lisa, although some topics are somewhat outlandish, there is some degree of truth in some of the things that are advanced by some of your callers.
Yes. And that's exactly, by the way, surprisingly, how we designed the show. To be somewhat outlandish, but then again, to every now and then get to some gigantic truth.
Exactly.
And we do.
Well,
we do.
The people that I work with and people that I'm affiliated with recognize that. And that's good. They like you.
Huh.
So.
I hope that's true, and I hope that, well, that's good. It really is sincerely true then, huh?
I can only report historical information to you, Bart.
That's pretty recent history. Okay, so they want some questions answered, or they want the public made aware to some degree of what HAARP is about. It's a great mystery, this antenna array and transmitting facility in Alaska. And I guess, is it you, Guy, who corresponded with the DoD on the HAARP topic?
Yeah, they had, U.S. Naval Space Warfare Command had initially contacted me about this invention of mine, the passive negative ion generator. And just to give you a little bit of a rundown on that, it's not available in the United States. It's not FDA approved. It is Health Canada approved, which is our FDA equivalent. It is a small device that works off a material reaction. There are no batteries required, and it gives off enough negative ions to be biologically active in that it will, just by breathing in these negative ions that this passive negative ion generator is emitting, you can actually get the benefit that negative ion studies for years have shown that they can override the detrimental effect of positive ions.
Let me jump in here and give an example of negative ions.
Fire away.
In submarines, for example, a closed vessel or a closed container, if someone smokes a cigarette, that gives off negative ions and floods the chamber. In much the same way, Guy, I apologize for using this analogy, but that's a very simplistic analogy, but accurate. It's like smoking, I would equate this to smoking a cigarette.
Well, I think cigarette smoke gives off positive ions. Negative ions are good, positive ions are bad.
Yes, and I believe that...
but through the decay,
yes.
The decay in a closed container, the ions change, the charges change.
Yes, they do.
And the smoke virtually drops to the bottom of the container, doesn't it?
That's right.
Is that correct? You see, I have a device exactly like that in my house. I've had one for years, so I know exactly what it is. Gentlemen, hold on. We're at the bottom of the hour. My guests are Dr. Joseph Resnick and Guy Kramer. The main topic that we're going to be discussing this night, or we'll drag as much out as we can from these fellows, is HAARP. That thing in Alaska, that giant, in fact, we've got a picture on the website of it. It's a very large antenna indeed. Take a look.
reach Art Bell by calling your in-country Sprint access number, pressing option 5, and dialing toll-free 800-893-0903. From coast to coast and worldwide on the internet, this is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell.
I play this in honor of Billy Goodman. Billy Goodman used this as a theme song back in the 80s, a couple decades ago, when I was doing a show in Las Vegas about exactly this kind of topic. Billy was doing a very similar show right across town, and I just recently located Billy after all these years and had a chat with him. He's in New England, and one of these days, we'll have him on the show and let him say hi. I was so happy to find him after a couple of decades. Well, my guests, a couple of heavyweights, Guy Kramer and Dr. Joseph Resnick, and they're here basically about the HARP project, and that's where we're going in a moment. I guess I would like to understand, with respect to both my guests, what their expertise is in the area of the HARP project. By the way, everybody, it's High Frequency Active Auroral Research Program. That's the name, HAARP.
Get back to work here.
Yes. So your area of expertise individually, Dr. Resnick first.
Yes, sir.
What is your area of expertise, or where do you fit in with HARP, Doctor?
Okay. Actually, I first became involved with HARP, or heard the term the first time, back in 1983, during the Reagan years. There was some talk about establishing a new agency called DARPA, Defense Advanced Projects Agency.
Mm-hmm.
And at that time, I was developing some technologies with regard to microstructures, microcapsules, miniature heat exchangers, that sort of thing.
Mm.
And I became involved at the behest of some contacts at NASA, where I was working on some other projects, and one thing led to another. I got involved and did some work, and again, I didn't know what I was doing until about 10 years later. I happened to see some of these coatings that are taught in one of my U.S. patents, the patent 523757, which is the stealth technology patents. And the patent 5163-504, I think, Guy, you posted those on the website so that the listeners can take a look at them.
What are the patents for?
One has to do with miniature heat exchangers. For example, on a surface that impacts a particular radio frequency, as a result of that impact, minute heat coefficients are generated.
Mm-hmm.
In some instances, for example, in certain kinds of air platforms, that could cause peeling and flaking of certain reflective materials and adsorptive materials, such as radar attenuating materials, and resulting in exposure of the airframe or platform.
In other words, you could take a stealth aircraft and hit it with something and peel off the stealthiness, and suddenly it could be seen by radar. Did I translate that correctly?
Yeah, well, you're on the right page, but the significance of 504, patent 5163-504, solved that problem. And in actuality, there was such a problem in 1989 when the Israeli radar picked up a signature of an F-117. And I actually came in and did a special initiative under the auspices of NASA to solve that problem. And that resulted in the issuance of the stealth technology patent.
What was Israeli radar doing that allowed them to see a 117?
They're international. Actually, it was picked up at that time. We had some craft over in theater over there in preparation, and there are exchanges of military components. That's commonplace. That happens all the time.
Yes, yes. The question was, what did they do to be able to see a 117?
They hit it with 16.25 gigahertz. That's the general frequency. For example, if you're flying in a commercial aircraft, the fuselage of that air platform is being hit with 16.25.
So you're saying they hit it with standard radar?
Standard radar, yeah.
And, but they must have done something somewhat different because normally 117 isn't seen. So were they modulating in some different way?
No, what was happening is the binder material on the F-117s was peeling and flaking as a result of the impact and the impart of the 16.2.5.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah. Well, we solved the problem. The problem was solved. And that's public domain. You can go and look at those patents. That's public domain. So that's essentially how, to get back to your question, how I first became affiliated with HARP, and I didn't see the technology again. That was after the U.S. Patent Office and I fought for about 6 years. As a matter of fact, 5523757 was in the 902 section for about 7 years. It had 153 claims. I think there are 23 permitted to issue. That includes the license plates that we sell that defeat radar and X-band, K-band, that kind of stuff. But that's how I first became aware. First time I heard the term was in, I want to say, 1983. Mr. Ray Guns was in charge, and we used to laugh about that because we knew where certain initiatives we were working at that time were headed, and they had to do with the new DARPA situation. So that's how I became involved in this whole thing, and I didn't see the results of my work until many years later after it was declassified.
And how does your work, as you just described it, apply to HARP?
It has to do with the phased array antenna systems.
It has to do with phased array antenna systems.
Yes, sir. So similar to the ones out your way, the ones that you have that are propagating. You know, there's some guys up on Roadrunner Road, northeast of Pahrump there. And they say that they're out of UNLV, and they're monitoring outputs that are causing some problems there called head mount. And they say that Art Bell is harping head mount.
Yeah. I do have, that's just a fine introduction. I do have 5 acres of antennas here. It's a big antenna. And it consumes all 5 acres. Now, it's a big antenna. And I do a lot of low frequency work, guys, in the area of 3 to 4 megahertz. 3 to 4 megahertz has been ultra reliable for amateur radio operators to talk to each other 2, 3, 400 miles away, NVIS type communications, near vertical incident stuff. And it's always been there. I've been a ham all my life, and since September of this year, within 1 hour of sunset, all that stuff is mysteriously gone every single night. It's very odd. Everybody I've talked to has never seen anything like it. I know darn well HARP is operating in around 2.3 as well as other frequencies, and I've got recordings of them, and I think they're affecting the ionosphere, or at least I think there's a good chance they're affecting the ionosphere. Now, high-frequency active auroral research program, that's what that means. That means they're doing something to the ionosphere, right?
Guy?
I would say since September we've had an unprecedented history of solar activity. Not every day, but we have had. We're at the low point of the solar cycle, and we should not be having the solar flares that we're having.
It's true, but listen to me. That doesn't cover it. It doesn't cover it. Yes, we've had a lot of solar activity, but at times when there's been no recorded solar activity, it's quiet. The KB index is down, just about to the bottom. There's, in the green, no problems, and still it shuts down within an hour of sunset. Very unlike the 3 to 4 megahertz range. There's something different in the ionosphere. Now, straight out.
That could be a dust phenomenon.
A what phenomenon?
Ionospheric dust.
Ionospheric dust?
Ionospheric dust, it creates a condition called marginal chaff. And that would have the capability to skirt your signal. Now, I don't know. I'm just saying off the top of my head, that's one possibility.
We're just giving out alternatives to HARP. We're not saying it isn't HARP. We're just saying that there are some things that have gone on over the last couple months that it could be.
And there's, I don't see...
could be elephants marching across Montana, too.
Well, I'm not aware of any triangulation stations or anything out that way.
All right, so...
If there were, I would know about it.
Yeah.
I think I would know about it.
So,
And I think Guy would be able to track that.
Either one of you. What is the purpose of HARP? We've got its name. What is it supposed to do?
I would say primarily it's probably there for ballistic missile defense.
Really?
Heating up the ionosphere, charging it up, any ballistic missile coming through that charged up ionosphere is essentially going to be fried. And I would say that's probably the primary purpose. Secondary purpose, which is probably used for more or less most of the time, is submarine communications. Stimulating the ionosphere so you get those extremely low frequency waves that can penetrate the ocean floor.
Yes.
And I think that's public domain, that this is the primary reason that they were going to set it up. And the location in Alaska is the exact location that you want to be in the proximity to the ionosphere in the latitude, longitude there. Ground penetrating radar, again, that's no secret, but they need to bounce it off the ionosphere, and you need something fairly close in order to penetrate. I mean, your adversary has to be within a certain range, and so Alaska wouldn't be my first choice for it if you were going to be looking at adversaries around the world.
Well, yes, ground penetrating radar. I mean, that was one of the stated goals, that it could locate underground tunnels and bunkers or something of that sort was said, right?
Mm-hmm. Guy has mentioned the militaristic aspects of this, and there are other aspects to HARP that have intrinsic value. For example, in dealing with cellular and molecular consequences of the EL option. For example, through use of particular frequencies in ELF, you can cause plants to grow faster.
Say good and close to the telephone for me. You can cause plants to grow faster.
You can cause plants to grow faster. Certain insects, such as bees, can be stimulated to increase output. So there are some beneficial aspects, other than militaristic, certainly being examined through the HARP initiative.
And crops to grow better?
Absolutely.
Really?
Absolutely.
Stimulation of extremely low frequencies might cause crops to grow faster.
That's right.
There's been many studies done on vegetable growth, and they found that cucumbers will actually grow to twice their normal length in a positive ion environment.
Is a positive ion environment what's produced by HARP after it bounces off the ionosphere?
Well, HARP can go both ways. It can produce a negative ion ratio, heavy ion ratio around the globe, or it can produce a positive ion ratio. Now, we were just talking about bouncing something off the ionosphere and being within a certain range, but if you're changing the ion ratio, that's a global effect. That's going to affect everything from Alaska to Australia.
Mm-hmm.
Like an umbrella?
Yeah.
Yes. So, again, you've given me some sort of light points of, maybe some of the thought about benefits of HARP. So, you're saying that any ICBM coming through an area charged in the ionosphere by HARP would be destroyed?
Could be.
Could be destroyed?
Yeah.
Do we have any proof of that?
I think they have some strong proof, computer modeling and whatnot.
Really? You see, I didn't know that.
Well, that's available in the public domain out there.
What is it coming through such a highly charged portion of the ionosphere that would kill an ICBM? Can you tell me?
Joe?
I think the electronic systems would be compromised unless they were shielded. And, excuse me, in most cases these aren't shielded because they lack the requisite technology to accomplish the shielding.
So that is something. Would a single installation of HARP, it perhaps would be effective against a single ICBM launch, or even a couple, I suppose, but certainly no defense against all-out war.
I think it could be.
Oh?
You're not charging in this case, you wouldn't be charging a specific area, but the entire ionosphere.
The entire ionosphere?
Yes.
You're suggesting the entire ionosphere could be charged hard enough, high enough, well enough to destroy an ICBM or many of them coming through it?
Well, with 3 billion watts of energy at HARP alone, and HARP's not the only one up there.
Do you know the current status with regard to HARP and power output? Where are they? Do you know?
I know they were getting close to that 3 billion watts. Joe, do you?
It's on the website. If the reader or listeners would like to go to the website, HARP is pretty good at keeping up data.
Gee, last I heard they were around 1 billion watts. I didn't know they were anywhere near 3 billion. That, my God, that's a lot of power. Wow.
Your microwave oven produces 1,000 watts.
Yeah, thank you. That gives everybody some little idea of the scale of everything here. 1,000 watts compared to 3 billion watts affected, I guess. That's Now, I've heard it said by some people that I've interviewed on the subject of HARP, that HARP could literally burn a hole in the ionosphere. Is that an accurate analogy?
It could create a hole. Yeah,
I don't think burn is the right term.
No, yeah. It can create a hole in the ionosphere.
Create a hole in the ionosphere. And what effects, can you describe any effects that are attendant with that? If you pour that much energy into the ionosphere, in fact, right through it, what are you doing to the ionosphere? What do we know so far with regard to the experiments they've conducted so far about what happens around the ionosphere when you hit it that hard? Is it like a big bell that rings? Is it, does it become suddenly very absorbent? What happens?
In the case of going through the ionosphere, I think you've already answered the question. It becomes absorbent. It's as if it's not even there at certain frequencies.
Yes.
It depends now. We need to define, atmosphere. Are we talking, troposphere? Are we talking thermosphere? Are we talking altitudes of, 85 meters or kilometers? Or are we talking 600 kilometers?
Yes, fine. Give me the altitudes. The ionosphere being what altitude roughly to what altitude roughly?
0 to approximately 600 kilometers high. Then you reach into what they call the mesosphere. And then you hit the mesopause and then the thermosphere. Then above that, you run into the mixed gases, hydrogen, nitrogen, those sorts of things that are out in the shallow space areas. So.
A lot of the work that they're doing with HARP and HIPAS, which is a second auroral heater array, stands for high power auroral stimulation.
Where is HIPAS located?
HIPAS is...
I guess Poker Flats, isn't it?
No, it's 288 kilometers southeast of HARP. So it's not near Poker Flat there, and we'll get into Poker Flat in a minute. But they're basically...
Officially, everything's run out of Poker Flats, though.
Yes.
Is it? In other words, a remote operation?
Not necessarily. There's, in order to steer a signal, which is spoken about all through the HARP mandate and work leading up to it, you need 3 arrays in order to steer it. They only talk about 2, HARP and HIPAS. There's a better array that the DoD says was canceled, but if it was better, why was it canceled? And that is the FIPA array. And the FIPA array stands for, if I can find it here, it is the, I'm looking, frequency independent phased array antenna.
All right, hold it right there. We'll get
7-1295. The first time caller line is area code 775-727-1222. To talk with Art Bell from east of the Rockies, call toll free at 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, call 800-618-8255. International callers may reach Art by calling your in-country Sprint access number, pressing option 5. and dialing toll-free 800-893-0903. From coast to coast and worldwide on the internet, this is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell.
Little thought for all of you amateur radio operators out there to ponder. I wonder if the Federal Communications Commission became a cheering section and then finally passed something called broadband over power lines over the objections of everybody who wanted to use the shortwave spectrum. And I mean, they became a cheering section for it, folks. And yeah, it passed. I wonder if the FCC did that knowing that HARP was going to turn the shortwave bands into mush anyway, so what the hell. Subject HARP. Guests Dr. Joseph Resnick and Guy Kramer. What I said a moment ago was a joke. Kind of a joke. Not really much of a joke, actually. Some very interesting things happened. Along came this new technology, gentlemen, called BPL, Broadband Over Power Lines, way to get, I don't know, the internet into every American household through the power lines. And the FCC just about went into a cheering motion for the whole thing. And it went sailing through, and so I sort of jokingly said, maybe they went ahead and did that over the objections of hams. And you know something interesting about it? Not just the hams were objecting to it. In fact, we all thought that, the hams will write the objections, will be ignored. But you know what? The military, they'll come along. And in fact, they did in the beginning, and they wrote terrible objections to the whole concept of BPL. And then all of a sudden, mysteriously, they backtracked on themselves, and the military virtually withdrew their objections to a BPL, and I wonder why. In other words, could they have been told to withdraw their objections because there was something bigger going on? Could it be that they knew that HARP was going to turn the shortwave bands into mush anyway? And you know, that was only a half a joke, because they're sort of turning into mush. Some of the frequencies that we use to operate aren't behaving normally. Gentlemen, is that HARP?
Guy, I'll defer that to you.
It could be.
Yeah, it could be, huh? Might be. Well, you know, when you just think about it, guys, not just you guys, both of you, it's one of the stated goals, you know, to screw around with the ionosphere. Now, there's rumors of everything from, the way you guys painted it sounded like babies have rosy cheeks and frogs hopped around happily and crops grow, and my God, it's the best thing that ever happened.
Bees make more honey, too.
Yeah, and bees make more honey, that's right. And it's a wonderful world we live in. As HARP rains down on us, somehow it just doesn't seem like Paul be satisfied that he had the whole story if he just heard that.
Well, Guy and I had a little conversation while we were on break here.
Oh.
With regard to another positive aspect of HARP, yeah, there are positive aspects. How would you like to throw your cell phone away? How would you like to...
I'd like to have them all blown to smithereens.
Yeah,
That's my personal opinion.
How would you like to be able to just drop 2 wires into the ground and pay a one-time fee for a telephone and talk to anybody, anytime, and never pay any more money? Wouldn't that be nice? Throw away the telephones. That's being looked at.
Sounds kind of like, I don't know, like a man who lived long ago invented, electricity through the air and,
Yeah, but I agree with you.
You do?
Sure. But you can't deny the existence of ELF.
No, I can't.
Systems such as that would be based on ELF. Probably one of the reasons why certain people don't want people to go into that range.
This really sounds like Tesla stuff, doesn't it? I mean, it really...
Not at all.
Well, no, really.
Well, I would disagree. I mean, the Russians had the Tesla towers back in the 80s, and the Tesla towers are just a baby version of the HARP. Now, the Tesla towers in the late 80s, early 80s, we're producing something called the woodpecker signal over the ham radio band.
The Russians were doing that, actually, yes.
Yeah.
Over the horizon radar.
Over the horizon, under the ground. If it's ELF, it's going under the ground as well.
So that was underground also?
Yeah.
Okay, guys, other than the birds chirping and rosy faces for little babies and all the positive stuff, some of us in the public, and I'm one of them, aside from what effect you admit might be having on the shortwave bands, what else might it be doing?
Guy?
I mean, it's not all chirping birds. There's got to be concerns here. You heat up the ionosphere enough to burn up an ICBM or all ICBMs coming in.
Guy, this might be a good time to digress for a second and go back and talk about putting a hole in the ionosphere and doing an MBA.
Moon bounce.
There you go.
In 2001, the HARP site had talked about doing moon bounces, and in the late 60s, the ham radio operators discovered that they could send a signal to the moon, bounce it off the moon, and hit the other side of the planet, of Earth, and essentially communicate with someone on the opposite side of the planet. Well, this, of course, couldn't take place until they started doing moon bounces. So HARP tried this in 2001, and supposedly were successful at doing it. In order to do this, you need to put a hole in the ionosphere and send your signal through the hole.
So they bounce non-traditional frequencies, frequencies that would normally bounce off the ionosphere and or be absorbed by it. They bounce those kinds of frequencies off the moon?
Well, you have to blow a hole through the ionosphere first.
Yes.
And then send a secondary signal. So that would implicitly command a second system.
So they did that in 2001?
In 2001, and in order to do that, you have to steer the signal, and in order to steer the signal, you need 3 arrays.
You were alluding to that previously, the one that had been, you said, shut down, perhaps the best one of all. Is it really shut down, my listeners are
asking? Well, they were saying it was never built, but something's been built up there.
Well, Guy, this might be a good time to invite the listeners to take a look at that website and the fractalizations that...
Oh, yes, the camouflage.
Yeah, I think you...
So the website can be found. It's the first link on the superforce.com site.
For those of the listeners following this.
And on that page, we show how HARP can essentially be gone. It's still there, but it's under camouflage, and you wouldn't be able to tell if you were flying a plane 60 feet over it.
All right, so you're saying...
Much like Roadrunner Road out your way.
So you're saying that the installation could be there and not there?
Yeah, probably within the Poker Flat region. According to the HARP information from the U.S. Air Force, U.S. Navy, it should have been built at the Poker Flat region, not in the area it is in Alaska.
But this is all conjecture. We're not sure. And those examples on the website, those are just illustrations that shouldn't be taken as gospel.
Dr. Nick Begich is somebody I've interviewed. And then the sum and the difference of that beat are also produced. And in that way, they're able to get to such an ultra-low frequency that they can begin to cause some sort of domino kind of effect in the ionosphere. Is this something you can talk about?
I don't recognize that to be factual in as much as those frequency ranges are between 70 and 150 hertz in ELF. So combination of those frequencies or stimulation would not in itself cause anything audible that we hear between 400 and 800 hertz. So, you know, what you're talking about would emanate, we wouldn't be able to hear it. Our human physiology just we can't hear that.
But again, it could have an effect on biological things. I mean, ELF in certain ways does, right?
Absolutely. I would agree that if, perhaps the intercellular fluid, for example, and if the person had to eat, for example, a high sodium content that day, well, it's common knowledge that the different elements found on the periodic table respond and couple and yield in different frequency ranges. Now, theoretically, if a person had eaten a lot of salt or had a pizza and was impacted somewhere between 70 to 150 hertz ELF, okay, it might cause something, but we don't know what. And I haven't seen anything to lead me to believe that something like that is taking place. I haven't seen it.
How large, can we describe HAARP's influence in, is there a way to put a size to it, how big its influence is?
It depends on the use. If it's to increase the global ion ratios, then it's a global influence. If it's to target a certain area, it probably has a limited target area.
I can speak from the bureaucratic end. There's about 16 or 17 different agencies with their hands in HAARP and authorized by Congress.
Huh.
So it's pretty big. Everybody's got their hands in it.
That's politically big, yeah.
Yeah, it's big.
Okay. Here's a question that was suggested I ask, and I'll just pick it out because how can I not ask it? Can HAARP create a nuclear-sized explosion without radiation? Now, I can't even believe that you sent that to be asked. Can it?
There's a patent that the company actually that designed HAARP holds. That patent number is listed on that link on our website that we discussed.
Yes.
And HAARP itself likely has some things it can do that we're not fully aware of yet. There is a link on the website that shows what a grape cut in half, placed in a microwave oven of 1,000 watts, gives off basically ball lightning. And it'll give off maybe 15 large pulses of ball lightning. Now, if you multiply that by 3 million times, you have HAARP. And we show on there that you just need a larger grape in order to produce this. So the patent itself actually alludes to putting a source such as methane in a region and then triggering it. And one of the last diagrams actually talks about floating a blimp of some sort in the atmosphere and then triggering it with 2 arrays. And this triggering effect would actually create a nuclear-sized explosion without radiation. And with a moon bounce...
Methane, now, you said methane, right?
Yeah.
And you could produce an explosion equivalent to an atomic weapon without the radiation?
Yes.
Using HAARP as the triggering mechanism, setting it off?
Well, they could use different arrays, but HAARP, likely because the company's the one that designed HAARP, the HAARP array, was looking at the use of HAARP for that end result.
Jeez, you guys are scaring me. I didn't think I'd get this kind of information from you.
There's nothing to be scared of.
Oh?
No, absolutely not. It's
No.
all theoretically. It's all theoretical.
Learn to love the bomb, right? Mark, in Juneau, Alaska, I get questions on my computer as we go. These are very curious people. He says, hey, Art, if HAARP can fry an ICBM, what would it do to a re-entering space shuttle?
Probably do the same thing if they had it set up to do such a thing, but why would they?
Yeah.
Right. Why would they? Indeed. So you guys theorize that the third HAARP, the third finger of HAARP, is in fact existing, but you can't see it. You believe that? In other words, you need 3. You're telling me for the steerage we've been talking about. So,
yeah.
So you pretty well believe this third one does exist?
I defer that question to a guy.
I would say the third one is probably the most powerful out of the 3. HAARP is the disinformation. That's the location they want you to think that the key source is.
What about commercial airliners? Are they flying at an altitude where commercial airline passengers wouldn't have anything to worry about, or do they?
No. We're talking about altitudes of 150 kilometers.
Mm-hmm. Did HAARP come into use after 9/11?
There looks to be possible evidence that it may have been used a week after 9/11. Now, everyone in the shortwave community knows that HAARP was actually activated immediately after 9/11. Now, this would have been probably a defense DEFCON type situation where they didn't know who was attacking the states It may have been that missile defense side that they would have started up to be prepared.
So in other words, somebody pushed the panic button and said, look, if HARP has the ability to do whatever, and I guess you're not prepared to tell me what that is other than the ICBM protection?
Let me jump in here just for a second. I'd have to disagree with that school of thought in that the HARP system facilities are using gas-fired circuit breakers in locations, and they use a system of emergency generators that are triggered every 72 hours. So it's very possible that what happened during that time period, keep in mind, I've been told by the AO action officer up at Greeley, they've gotten about 85 of those up there. And throughout that whole system, through Poker Flats, through Greeley, there may be as many as 200 of those that are on a cycle. So those cycle every 72 hours. It's possible somebody had a switch open, hit an accidental fire test shot. That was interpreted as HARP being activated. So, it was probably that 72 cycle. You have 200 or 300 of these generators going off. I would attribute it to that.
It was a series of strange solar storms, or I should say geomagnetic storms that we had without a solar storm.
Right.
The week after 9/11, when the stock market was falling, and U.S. Naval Space Warfare Command was following my research for the previous year, where we were showing the stock market.
They follow everybody's research, Guy.
They do, yeah. But the stock markets tend to fluctuate with natural line ratios. And they were well aware that we were showing this correlation on our website.
I would tend to support that theory rather than HARP having some influence.
Really? Is HARP being used for the purpose of some kind of mind control? That's a flat-out question to which I honestly don't expect a flat-out answer, but I'll try. Is it mind control?
Not that I'm aware of.
Not that I'm aware of, other than positive ion overdose. And again, that would be a negligible effect. We're not talking about blithering people.
Yeah, blithering idiots.
Yeah.
All right. Well, the fact that HARP can trigger a nuclear-sized explosion without the radiation is a new one on me. And also, gentlemen, there's been some recent sightings of red skies, red parts of the upper atmosphere that scientists can't explain. Anyway.
West of the Rockies, call Art at 800-618-8255. International callers may reach Art Bell by calling your in-country Sprint access number, pressing option 5, and dialing toll-free 800-893-0903. From coast to coast and worldwide on the internet, this is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell.
This song always gives me just the right frame of mind to ask the question I want to ask. In this case, it's about science in general. And I call it the just push the button, Frank, and let's see what happens question. In a moment, we'll ask exactly that. Evening in the Darkness. Dr. Joseph Resnick and Guy Kramer are my guests. The subject is HARP. They're both well credentialed to be discussing it. Gentlemen, welcome back.
Well, thank you, Art. Pleasure to be back.
I want to ask you hey, just push the button, Frank, and let's see what happens question. Surely at the beginning, I don't know where we are with knowledge about what HARP has or hasn't accomplished in the ionosphere, how far along we are, but at some point, or perhaps still at a point yet to come with HARP, there is going to come this moment where there's something incredible they can try, and absolutely honestly, they might have some idea of what might happen, but in science, a lot of times, to be honest, you really get an unexpected result, and so you don't always know what's going to happen. Well, like when we exploded the first atomic bomb, there was a significant line of thought, scientifically, quite mainstream line of thought, that thought the entire atmosphere might chain react and ignite, burning us all up, and yet they pushed the button. And so with HARP, as the button choices come along, I just wonder how careful the two of you feel the button pushers are being.
I think they're being very prudent with their experimentation and looking at the results before they go to the next step.
I'm sorry, who was that?
That was Guy.
That was Guy.
I would have to agree with that. A lot of effort, a lot of different agencies are involved in this project. There's a lot of policing.
Yeah.
Just go to any one of the websites, and you'll see how many agencies, and they're all under federal mandate.
The project in its early days, it just didn't seem as though it was particularly military at all, and then it suddenly became very military, didn't it?
Joe?
Who wants that?
I think it was the purpose from the start was probably military, and
oh, you do?
Oh, I certainly do.
How refreshing.
And I think that the educational side of it is just that. It's only a side. And the military knew that they likely couldn't hide their involvement in this, and eventually opened it up, and that's when everyone kind of found out that there was more to it than just university research.
I see. I believe these two questions go to you, Guy, because I don't think Dr. Resnick wants them. Was HARP used in Afghanistan?
No, but I was sharing information on our natural line ratio algorithm with the U.S. government, or I should say U.S. military branches, and just kind of showing them when the mass surrenders were taking place. And they were all taking place on the same type of polarity when the ions were the same way. And that information was likely used down the road.
Dr. Resnick, do you think that this particular ion fortuitous combination was an accident?
I would have to defer that to Guy.
I see. Guy, was Iraq a target of HARP?
It's possible. We knew that move bounces were possible after 2001. We had shared information with them on the types of days when troops were surrendering, and before the troops moved into Baghdad, HARP was active for the precise time that the moon was mutually visible between Baghdad and HARP in Alaska.
Clear implication being they bounced a signal off the moon.
Yeah.
And so that would be, with respect to Iraq, the answer to that would be a yes. It was used.
I mean, we can only guess that that's what they might be doing.
That's right. I'd say, Guy, you'll have to admit that's somewhat speculative. In that the hard data that I've seen and the sites and the fact that you've come forward with this information to the NWC ops, it's total speculation at this point. There's no hard data.
Is it all speculation for you, Doctor?
Well, Art, let me be frank with you.
Please.
I'm a scientist. If I can't cut it, weigh it, or put it under a microscope,
it ain't
or
so.
run it through one of my machines, I'm real doubtful of it.
And that's the problem with HARP. Is
in this case, I'm from Missouri.
All right.
You got to show me.
One other speculative thing that a lot of people have been saying about HARP and is weather control. The control of the weather, our weather, hurricanes, perhaps large forces of weather, or perhaps things much more mundane, like putting low pressure systems.
Yeah, I think that's Iowa.
I beg pardon?
He's referring to a new technology that the U.S. government has approved for use in, where is it, Texas now?
I believe it is.
Iowa?
Texas-based. It's a Russian technology.
Is it now? And what is that?
I'll defer that to Guy.
Ionization of the local atmosphere. It is a rainmaking device from Russia.
Dr. Resnick?
Yes, sir.
If you ever have to testify in front of Congress, be sure and take Guy with you.
I have testified in front of Congress numerous times.
Was Guy there for you?
No, Guy wasn't there. I testified in front of Honorable Helen Bentley.
Yes, go ahead, Guy. I'm sorry.
It is from a Russian technology that they have used for a number of years down in the United Arab Emirates to increase rainfall by, they're saying, between 15 and 300%.
Increase rain between 15 and 300%.
Yes, and what they're doing with this technology is they're basically flipping the polarity of the ions in the atmosphere to force rain to come out of any kind of clouds that might be present.
Do you know how they're achieving that? I mean, flipping it with what?
With antenna arrays. In the case of HARP, they're bouncing something off the ionosphere. In the case of this IOLA technology, they're affecting all the ions within the air that we breathe down at our level and cloud level.
Okay, so are you both saying that as far as HARP is concerned, weather control is not an objective?
No, I wouldn't say that that's...
Oh, you wouldn't?
If it's possible, it's probably way down on their priority list.
I'd have to say the jury's still out on that.
Okay. And then one more here. Was HARP used prior... this is a killer. Was it used prior to the 2004 U.S. federal election?
It was turned on the day of the election, but that doesn't mean that that's what it was used for.
I think that what happened was, if I can draw back to Greeley and up there, Poker Flats, they have a system of machines up there that constantly reset and activate. That's probably what happened.
Now, several times, Doctor, you have suggested that perhaps there was an accidental lighting up of HARP at a otherwise controversial moment.
No. You misinterpreted what I said. There may have been a switch left on somewhere.
I see a switch.
That caused a spike in an energy grid or a gradient that someone may have misinterpreted as an activation of a potential HARP system.
I see. I promised, I think it was a young lady, that I would ask this, so it bears asking. Could HARP possibly affect tectonic plates?
Go ahead, Joe.
Guy and I discussed that. My opinion, no. I think that something else was responsible, and I did listen to that query as it came in, and I certainly appreciate that person's concern. In fact, she should probably contact us. I thought it was a boy. I'm not sure, but
could have been a young man.
I thought it was a young man. That young man should contact us at the NA2TDC, because he said the magic words. He did the math. Our people have done some modeling too, and we found that the modeling and the math just doesn't take. So it wouldn't have been possible for ELF to impact that tectonic plate to cause that tsunami.
Mm-hmm.
I would totally concur with Joe on that.
Okay. What are the range of the unknowns with HARP? In other words, what possible things could come of HARP that might be A, unexpected, and B, in some way detrimental to people living here on the planet?
Well, I'd like to jump in here just for a second. One hopeful outcome of HARP is to make the world happier.
Happier?
Yes, absolutely. If in fact a system does exist, which undoubtedly HARP classification nomenclature has been designated and stated, one of the objectives could be to make people happy. And Guy, I think maybe you should mention the request you had from a police office over the last couple of days in that.
For the passive.
For your IO generator, yeah. Go ahead. I think that would be good.
So the passive negative ion generator can override any of these detrimental effects that HARP is possibly capable of putting out by changing ion ratios out there. And to a certain degree, I mean, we're not producing power outputs that a plug-in generator can do, but it is something that can help anyways.
So the bottom line is, if there is a HARP, you can get one of these ion generators from Guy and turn it on. Don't worry about it.
All right. Now, I know something about these because, as I mentioned, I have one in my home. And yeah, they take care of dust particles and smoke and things like that. But I don't consider them, I didn't consider them as a defense, in quotes, against HARP or something like that.
Well, I think that your view of HARP in terms of its output potentials over broad spectrum is misguided, is misinformed.
Is it?
Guy, could you help me here a little bit? and explain this to the minimal, with regard to the minimal effects of the phenomenon.
On the positive ion effect?
That's correct.
Okay, I'll give you a list of side effects from positive ion winds, such as the Chinook wind in Calgary or the Santa Ana wind down in Southern California.
Okay, but this is only with respect to ion polarization. That's all. I mean, there's more to HAARP than that, right?
There is, but listen to the list of side effects here. Body pain, sick headaches, dizziness, twitching of the eyes, nausea, fatigue, faintness, disorders in salt, water accumulation, respiratory difficulties, allergies, asthma, heart attack, circulatory disorders.
Yes.
Psychological side effects, emotional imbalance, irritation, vital disinclination, compulsion to meditate, exhaustion, apathy, disinclination, or listlessness towards work, and on it goes. Suicide rates go up by 20%. Heart attacks go up by 50% when these positive ion winds blow through in certain regions of the globe. And these are natural.
Who documents that?
That was done by the Swiss Meteorological Institute in 1974.
Wow.
These types of winds are typical and have been around since the times of Alexander the Great. People have been getting headaches. That's a natural occurrence.
Mm-hmm. And it can be scientifically correlated to this atmospheric phenomenon.
Yes. In over 5,000 studies, they've documented the same thing over and over again. Even the FAA had shown that air traffic control towers were low in negative ion ratios, and if the level drops below 500 ions per cubic centimeter, and normally you're dealing with about 500 to 3,000 on an average indoor environment.
Same thing with submarine crews.
And and every submarine since, I think, 1956 has had negative ion generators put on them, and every bridge of every U.S. Navy ship has negative ion generators put on there as well. And the reason for that is to keep the crews alert and awake at nighttime. The submarines are a little different story. In a closed environment, you have to have something like that to pull the oils out of the air.
Still, all said, though, really, gentlemen, it's still a kind of marginal effect that you're talking about. Whereas when we're talking about the full effect of HAARP, there's been some claims made that would extend way past a sort of marginal effect.
I think what you're talking about is the potential to weaponize.
Yes, sir.
Such a system.
Yes, that's it, exactly.
Well, there's a potential to weaponize just about anything. I don't think that's the goal.
No.
Of HAARP or any of the other affiliated programs.
Well, certainly.
At least not what I've seen.
Certainly an ICBM defense would be considered a weaponization of sorts.
Well, actually, that's a countermeasure. That's a countermeasure. That's not a weapon.
Well,
there's a difference between ECMs and CMs.
Yeah, but that's the argument that Ronald Reagan made, that difference, right?
Good president. Best use of my life. God bless.
Well, let's talk about Fort Greely.
Okay.
Fort Greely is right in the middle of HAARP and High Top and Poker Flat. And just about everyone out there knows that it's not, the official reason for it being there is a ballistic missile defense of the continental United States. And just about everyone knows that it's not there for that. It's there to protect HAARP, High Top, and this potential FIPA system that's up there. Those are your primary missile defense systems. And if anything comes in under that umbrella, Fort Greely's there to stop it. Fort Greely is the phalanx system for HAARP.
Has there been a actual test? I mean, anti-ballistic missile systems that we have been tested with some degree of failure and some degree of luck in anti-CBM type things. So I would think that if you're making the claim that HAARP isn't a defense against ICBMs, they would have tested that. Have they?
Oh, I believe they've probably done that without anyone's knowledge. It wouldn't be a difficult thing to do.
The only testing I'm aware of has taken place in cooperation with White Sands and some activity down in Kwajalein, on the Kwajalein Atoll. But
well, if we had an effective ICBM defense, courtesy of HAARP, then why do we need to continue trying to perfect anti-ballistic missiles?
Because there's a new missile that the Russians have designed that basically goes up and makes a 90-degree turn and flies in under the ionosphere. It's a ballistic missile, but it doesn't actually go ballistic. It doesn't go outside the ionosphere and back in again.
Oh, really?
And the only way to stop that would be a low-level nuke.
Yeah.
Okay, but if we use a low-level nuke, that knocks out all the communications in the northern hemisphere.
Yes.
So that's that's verboten. Can't do that. unless you have a backup system like ELF.
Well, some of us would complain that that communication is being knocked out by HARP anyway, right now.
I haven't seen any data to that effect, Art.
Probably not.
I haven't seen it.
I just bet you haven't.
No, I haven't seen it.
Well, something certainly is affecting the ionosphere, and it's one of with their HARP-stated goals.
Johnny and I talked about that just before we went to break.
Yes.
And you had mentioned something about the red sky. Let's go into that area.
Well, I mentioned a story I had about the Columbia crew prior to their burning up in the atmosphere, having actually captured on video one particular frame of a big portion of our sky lighting up red, not associated with a sprite or an elf or anything like that. This was some new phenomena of the atmosphere just turning red. Hello?
Yeah, but I think your guest last night who had told you, I think that's where you found out about it.
No, I had the story.
Okay, someone had gone onto my website because I had posted this up last week on the Superforce site on our paper that refers to the space shuttle and the Columbia accident. And we had a couple of years ago theorized that because the shuttle was flying through from dusk to dawn, or the dusk to dawn current sheet, meaning we had the shuttle flying from darkness into daylight. At about that time, it started to experience the major problem. Now, I'm not saying that a hole in the wing from liftoff wasn't the damage, but definitely there looked to be a different problem there, and we had theorized that it could have been one of these high-altitude lightning sources. Well, Columbia Accident Investigation Board looked at this and said, we've never seen this event ever in any of the materials we've ever looked at, it having a high-altitude lightning charge without a thundercloud present.
Mm-hmm.
Well, of course, the same shuttle mission that crashed captured this Tiger event, which is high-altitude lightning.
Yes, for the record, by the way, Guy, newscientist.com published 19 January 2005 headline, Columbia crew saw new atmospheric phenomena. Gentlemen, hold on. We'll be right back. From the high desert, in the middle of the night. Yes, we're harping on it a bit. This is a really, it's not just cute baby cheeks, happy frogs and crops and stuff. It's the whole world we're talking about here.
First-time caller line is area code 775-727-1222. To talk with Art Bell from east of the Rockies, call toll-free at 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, call 800-618-8255. International callers may reach Art by calling your in-country Sprint access number, pressing option 5, and dialing toll-free 800-893-0903. From coast to coast and worldwide on the internet, this is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell.
Dr. Joseph Resnick and Guy Kramer are my guests, and I think it's safe to say they just might know a whole lot more than they're saying. But on the other hand, they've said a lot I didn't know.
Are you looking?
It's always a bit of a challenge to get callers on with two guests at once, but we'll give it a try here. Dr. Joseph Resnick and Guy Kramer are here, both well-credentialed to be speaking about HARP, and we've been doing a lot of that. Lots and lots and lots of questions about HARP. Gentlemen, welcome back.
Thank you, Art. Pleasure to be back.
Good morning.
Good morning. All right. Bill in Knoxville, Tennessee asks straight out, do chemtrails have anything to do with HARP? You both know, if you listen to this program at all, what chemtrails are allegedly. Mm-hmm. They're particles dispersed by aircraft, one way or the other. To your knowledge, is there any interaction, either real or theoretical, between HARP and these particles?
I don't even know if there's such a thing as chemtrails myself, other than the exhaust effluents that come off the back of engines, and I studied that for years myself.
Mm-hmm.
So I would say I would give it a big no. That even if there was, I wouldn't think that HARP would require anything to get where it needs to get.
The theory being, I guess, that HARP would be able to radiate hard enough to have an interaction with these chemicals, whatever they are. And so that was, I guess, the spirit of the question, whether there were any chemicals being dispersed to interact with HARP.
I'd like to answer that, speak to that, if I may.
You may.
First, I'd like to say hi to Bill in Knoxville, and that Knox rocks. And finally, absolutely not. HARP would have no impact on that I'm aware of. Frequency ranges are all wrong.
Is there anything so potentially dangerous, or in fact dangerous, about HARP that either one of you are aware of, that in your mind you believe it should be banned?
Not HARP itself.
Now that's a qualifier, if I ever heard one. So.
I would say these rainmaking devices, because they're operating at surface level, and because people are so influenced by different ion ratios, that those themselves should be banned. That's an area I think we're playing with, that we don't want to know the outcome of that. We don't want to do the research with working devices out there on a general population where this stuff hasn't really been tested before. In the case of HARP, it's a required defense tool. Nowadays you have to have it, and before 9/11, my view on something like HARP was quite different. My view has changed now.
I see.
Let's digress for a second. You touched on Iowa, again, the rainmaking thing.
Yeah.
I had some experience, have someone in my association who had defected from the Soviet Union. And he knew, we had a conversation about the Iowa rainmaking. To sum it all up, his response was he rolled up his sleeve, asked me if I wanted to buy a Rolex. So I got his point.
Yeah.
I got his point.
Yeah, okay. In fact...
So I think that, to assuage some of Guy's concerns and listeners' concerns, I would have to disagree with the fundamental fear that Guy feels in this matter. I don't think it's a reality.
Okay, so nothing that either one of you are aware of that in your mind should have HARP disassembled and never fooled with again, banned?
No, it should be operational.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
It should be operational, but there was some kind of but in there somewhere.
Not for me.
No, it sounded like a sort of qualified. Okay. So HARP's just spiffy, huh?
When you're on the right side of the fence, you wouldn't want to be an adversary.
No, you definitely don't want to be on the wrong side of this.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's things like that make it sound like a weapon. That's like being on the wrong side of a 50 caliber machine gun. You don't want to be on the wrong side of that either, for the same reasons, right?
Well, Art, let me get philosophical here, if I may.
Okay, sure, why not?
Americans are not we're not an aggressive lot, we're a friendly lot.
Oh.
But if you put us in a corner, and if we had to use something like this, if something like HARP existed, or one of the other systems existed, then you'd use it. End of story. That's not to say it exists, but if we had to use something like this, and if it didn't exist, we would bring it into existence, and it would exist, and we'd use it, probably. I'll qualify that. And it's theoretical.
What was your comment about the sledgehammer there, Joe?
All right, I'm going to let some of the audience ask questions. That would be all right.
Sure.
Wildcard line, you're on the air with Guy Kramer and Dr. Resnick. Hello there, Wildcard line. Are you there?
Yes, I have a question for the good doctor.
Okay, go ahead and yell into the phone.
Okay, I will. I'm running the internet right now at the same time.
Oh, well, just concentrate on this.
Okay. The doctor may not be able to answer this question, but maybe your other speaker will. The HARP project, and from what you've been saying, if I understand you right, blows holes through the ionosphere.
Yes.
me being a student of earth science and also an electrician, I've read quite a bit about the high energy laser that's located in New Mexico, and you happen to just mention New Mexico, and I'm actually wondering, it's maybe classified, that punching those holes in there would allow that high energy laser to zap geosynchronous satellites. And I've never heard that question raised before.
Well, now it has been. Thank you very much. Boys, that's what happens when we try this. It does something really weird to phones.
Yeah, I heard that.
That's really strange.
Yeah, it came out.
He...
Probably hard to...
Okay, so what do you say to that? Is there a classified angle to that and you can't talk about it? Or...
I can speak to the laser in New Mexico. The laser is completely experimental in nature, and that's part of another initiative that is in the public domain, by the way, that's used to track potential penetrations into the atmosphere with regard to biologicals, that sort of thing. And imagine there's a similar system in D.C. that goes out about 300 miles. It's constantly, in fact, it's right near the Jefferson Memorial.
And what does it do?
It constantly scans the skies for intrusions such as biologicals, those sorts of things. And I don't think that kind of laser, particularly with regard to the caller mentioned in Mexico, that's not the purpose. That's not an offensive weapon. That's a monitoring system.
Huh.
And getting a laser through the ionosphere, I mean, there was that shuttle experiment years ago where they beamed the laser onto the cockpit window of the shuttle.
Let me digress just for a second, Art, with regard to the caller's inquiry and that laser system. In last month's issue of National Defense Magazine, it's put out by the NDIA, which I'm a life member, by the way, there's a nice article in there that talks about the defense system over D.C. that uses that exact same system. So you go to NDIA's website, ndia.org, and do a little homework, and you can find out more about that. It's not an offensive weapon. It's a defense mechanism.
A defensive weapon.
No, it's not a weapon. It's a mechanism. Defense.
Hey, it was your word.
It's an observation tool. Let's qualify that.
East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Guy Kramer and Dr. Joseph Resnick. Hello.
Everybody calls me Joe, Art.
Okay.
All right.
Hi. Where are you calling from, sir? Ma'am, whoever.
Bob?
Bob, and where are you, Bob?
Mansfield, Ohio.
I beg pardon?
Mansfield, Ohio.
Oh, okay. You have a question.
A question is that if you have a dissociation or incomplete combustion of gases in the upper atmosphere, this could result in solid carbon atoms, which when they're dispersed would just be a colloidal dispersion. But if the HAARP were to ionize that region, it would cause them, just like in a liquid, to flocculate and come down as strings or large twisted strings of carbon. And this would be evidenced as a increase in precipitation like on the west coast or the east coast this week.
Affecting the weather, you're saying?
Yes, sir.
That's with the assumption that the output of the HAARP system was outputting at a particular frequency that could enable such a phenomenon to present itself. I don't think that's possible.
You don't?
No, sir. I don't think it's possible.
And again,
the frequencies, Guy, I don't think the frequency is high enough to do that. With my understanding of the hydrocarbon and carboxyl chains and the composition, even as the caller points out, marginal combustion had not taken place. What he's alluding to is the trails and possible contrails and excitation.
Yes.
That the same the former caller had queried. That's the same incident. You're not able to, with this marginal HAARP system, output frequency levels enough to cause an excitation to combust those particulates.
Once again, though, what I had heard is that they're using combinations of very low frequencies, and then, of course, you're left with, we all know, the sum and the difference of those frequencies when they beat against each other to achieve a frequency that otherwise would never be prolific at that point in the ionosphere.
One of my areas of expertise has to do with EMF, or electromotive force weaponry and emitter systems.
Yes, sir.
And in 25 years, I have not seen or been able to reduced to practice in any of the laboratories that I've been in, multiple phases within the ELF spectrum. Now, it's not to say someone else is not doing it. If they're doing it, I haven't seen it. It's probably possible.
How compartmentalized is the whole HARP project?
Art, well, let me speak to this guy, if I might, just for a minute. Guy has some insights into this, too. I have mentioned a number of times the various agencies. There's got, at my last count, there were 13 agencies involved in this. So it's compartmentalized. For example, years ago, I was working on a project, and I think I talked about this earlier. By the time I realized what I was doing, it was already done and declassified. It was like the Oldsmobile. Gone.
Right.
So, you know, if it is something happens, if it does exist now, in 10 years, it's, you know, you'll find it in Kmart. The way it happens.
Yes. So we're only left to guess about where they actually might be today, what they're actually doing. If you could wipe away all the compartmentalization and get to the very core of what HARP is up to on all fronts, we're just guessing, right?
Oh, definitely. That's the only thing that we can pick up is shortwave radio to find out when it's turned on and when it's turned off.
Oh, and we can sure do that.
Yeah.
Have you gentlemen, you know, I just don't know where you are with respect to the HARP project itself. In other words, are either one of you, for example, involved in the ongoing current HARP project?
I mentioned earlier, the limit of my involvement rests in the 2 patents that are in the public domain.
All right.
Yeah, that's because it's up there all the time. Is the current schedule of HARP transmissions published?
The current schedule doesn't mean anything with.
You can go to the website and.
Wait a minute, I want to follow up on what Guy said. The current schedule you just said doesn't mean anything. Isn't that what you said?
Well, I mean, if they're using it 24 hours a day for reasons of submarine communication, it's going to be going 24 hours a day on certain frequencies.
That's a good point.
Don't forget the oxygen cycles, too. You have oxygen cycles up there every 72 hours, so you never know.
Is there any reason for the American people to fear anything at all that HARP does, ever?
My first response would be no.
No, huh?
My first response would be, ever's a long time. Presently, I see no problem. At least what I'm exposed to.
And at these power levels, at 3, they're really at, you know for sure, they're at the 3 billion watt level?
No, we don't know that for certain, but I heard that they were up to, or getting very close to full capacity.
That's reported on the website. That's all a matter of public record.
All right, very good. Let us continue with the public. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Guy Kramer and Dr. Joseph Resnick. Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning.
This is Ann in New Mexico,
Hello.
KOB.
Yes, Ann.
An interesting conversation. What really blew me away was that the site in Alaska is basically disinformation, quote unquote, and it's the steerage. Now, Art, remember you interviewed Will Thomas about a year ago?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
And he mentioned that the whole facility was sold to BAE Systems, which in turn is owned by Rokar International out of Jerusalem, Israel. Do you suppose the steerage is coming out of there? And also, are they trying to open portals?
Well, there's a wild one. Open portals.
You mean time portals?
Yeah, I think something like that. Time portals or dimensional portals or something like that.
You know, that's an interesting question. I haven't seen that.
You haven't seen it?
I haven't seen it, no.
Okay.
But I'm not, on the other hand...
That's an interesting answer.
On the other hand, let's not discount that possibility.
Oh?
I wouldn't discount that possibility.
Then I'll discount it.
Okay, one discount, one non-discount, and one international line on the air.
Guy, then let me offer a touche, because I've discounted you a few times.
On the Israeli connection, I'd heard in the grapevine that Israel had a heater array, secret heater array, but I've heard no follow-up, no confirmation on that, and I have no knowledge that HARP is in any way, shape, or form being used or run by the Israelis.
All right, very quickly, international line, you're on the air.
Yes, all right. This is Ed calling from Bermuda.
Yes, Bermuda.
Yeah, man, it's real nice out here. I got a little fishing boat that I have out here and take tourists out and try to make a little living here.
Well, great to hear from Bermuda. We don't frequently hear from Bermuda, so great. Ask a quick question, because we're...
Okay, I was curious, how this place that supposedly does not exist, how do they camouflage it where you cannot see it from 60 feet up? I just can't understand that.
All right, maybe the answer will help you out. Gentlemen?
Guy?
Fractal camouflage, feedback loop.
Fractal camouflage, feedback.
Yes, fractal basically is a design that simulates itself in different scales. And so from far away, you'll get the same scale as you will close up. And in the case of the camouflage that we've been working on for the Department of Interior, Bureau of Land Management, we are using these fractals.
Call the wildcard line at area code 775-727-1295. The first-time caller line is area code 775-727-1222. To talk with Art Bell from east of the Rockies, call toll-free at 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, call Art at 800-618-8255. International callers may reach Art Bell by calling your in-country Sprint access number, pressing option 5. And dialing toll-free 800-893-0903. From coast to coast and worldwide on the internet, this is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell.
And Guy Kramer and Dr. Joseph Resnick. It's up to all of you to decide how much of what you're hearing is the real McCoy, where little nuggets of truth might blossom into full hydrogen bomb-sized bits of truth, and where not. It's kind of hard to tell sometimes, and I'll have a question about all that in a moment. All right, this is a straight-out question to both Dr. Resnick and to Guy. Gentlemen, would you, if you thought it was the patriotic thing to do, give out disinformation?
I'd have to say yes if the opportunity, if I felt it was, if it was a necessity.
And that is Dr. Resnick saying that?
Art, let me put it to you this way. I can report only historical information. I'm in the business of factual information. If I can't weigh it, cut it, or slice it, then I'm a real suspect of it. I'm the kind of guy, I may BS you a little bit, but I'll never tell you a lie. And what I tell you, take it to the bank.
I need to add to that I am a Canadian citizen. And when we say patriotic, I'm talking about Canada.
Well, okay. That's
maybe if you pose the question a little differently.
I thought it was posed just fine. If you thought that it was a patriotic thing to do, would you give out disinformation? Very straightforward.
No, sir, I would not.
That's a good, straightforward answer. Okay. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Dr. Resnick and Guy Kramer. Hello.
Yes, my name is Josh.
Hey, Josh.
I used to operate a phase array radar, and I wanted to know the definition of phase array.
Okay. Anybody want to tackle the definition of phase array?
No, go ahead, Joe.
Okay. phased array. You have an array of antenna. You want a technical definition, or do you want a drawing?
I think drawing wouldn't be possible. This is radio.
Well, the best way, best thing to do, go to the internet. Look it all up.
Can you give us an audio description of what a phased array is?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
Phased array is a system that works in conjunction with multiple array antennas, such as the ones at Hooker Flats. Some of them operate in the various frequency ranges at 70 to 150. What else do you want to know?
Okay, so it's a multiple antenna array phased together for a specific purpose. Now, it's our understanding that the purpose in the case of HARP is that unlike all radio, as a ham radio operator or as a terrestrial broadcaster television radio, it doesn't matter. These signals start out single source point pretty much, and they go out in almost all directions, with some rare specific exceptions, or even not so rare. We have directional radio stations and so forth, but basically they want to cover as much territory. They start off small and get big. In the case of HARP, you start off big on the ground and get small, so you end up with a very tiny little area of intense concentration of incredible power at the ionospheric level.
No, actually, the way a phased array antenna system works, the gentleman that called said he's an operator. And he would know that the phased array antenna system, and this will get back to what Guy had imparted earlier, phases shifts of signals, and these are transmitted from individual elements in such a way that they can be steered. That's the phased array.
And you mentioned it takes 3 of these large arrays.
I mentioned that.
Yeah, I should add to that when HARP is active in certain modes, you will find 2 other signals in that narrow area that are operating on the same frequency. Those are 2 different antennas. That's not all coming from HARP.
That's right.
By the way, just to get back to it, I did find it. Listen carefully. There's your baby at work. There's one signal from HARP, recorded by another amateur radio operator. Listen carefully. By the way, this was recorded at about 2.3 megahertz. That's one. This is another. And then there's the third, and I think for some reason with me, the most concerning. Isn't that interesting? Listen to those combination of frequencies that they're achieving, and it goes through other shifts as the audio signal continues, so I wouldn't burden you with more of it. It's weird stuff, there's no question. Now, what do you suppose what we were just hearing was intended to achieve, gentlemen?
Well, the name of the array that the DoD says they canceled is frequency independent phased array antenna, and the name indicates it's frequency independent. Those noises are definitely the same ones I'm hearing on my shortwave radio.
Yeah. Oh yes, it's there. I was just wondering. The question was, what do you think those sounds were intended to do?
I have no idea other than what we've been discussing over the past couple hours here.
Okay.
I'm not sure those are genuine.
Oh yes, they are. Yes, they are. Yes, that's fine. At least that's what's being at times transmitted by HARP. I guarantee you that is.
Well, HARP publicly puts on their website the frequency that they use in the shortwave radio. You can turn to that frequency, and that's the noise that you get.
That's right. There are several frequencies in use. Early on, they enlisted hams in monitoring their signal. That was very early test, just sort of at the beginning of the antenna system. But They're well beyond all that now. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Guy Kramer and Dr. Joseph Resnick.
Yes.
Hello. Yes.
Yes, good evening. This is John in New Orleans.
Hi, John.
Yes, sir, gentlemen. Gee, what a treat and a real true Sunday with a cherry on top.
Thanks, John.
Ever since I first heard of HARP, and then I learned how to spell it, I've been running in my head, Joshua fought the Battle of Jericho, and the walls came tumbling down. So in my mind, true or not, I'm just a kid at the kids' table over here on Thanksgiving, the small one. Y'all are at the adult table. But is it not the bottom line of HARP? Other uses maybe, but the bottom line being that weapon to bring down the walls and structures of any enemy, and the byproduct being the way it treats the animals, including the human animals, as you spoke of earlier, physically incapacitating them. So the structures and the humans.
Okay. Who wants that one?
Thanks, Joe. In the case of people, I don't think we're there yet where we can actually incapacitate a person with HARP at any kind of a distance. I may be totally wrong about that, but my knowledge of a system like this would be that it can influence positive ions, and that'll have some effect on people, but it's not going to put everyone to sleep in NORAD in the middle of Colorado.
Is the HARP facility itself safe for people to be at, or is it operated remotely for a reason?
Well, if you look at the pictures on the website, on the Superforce site of HARP, you'll see there's an aircraft radar, very close proximity to the aircraft alert radar, they call it, very close proximity to the array. The reason for that is you do not want a plane flying within that signal.
Right.
And they will shut down that signal if a aircraft comes in close proximity. That is about the only danger that you would have in the area.
The implication being what for the airplane? Should it fly into the...
Well, you'd probably fry most of the electrical components on the aircraft.
You would upset, you may cause an electrical anomaly to occur. I don't think that fry is necessarily the correct terminology.
Well, with 3 billion watts.
That's assuming. No, the question was was not an operational system. The question was flying over the phased array network.
Well, they do, in fact, as Guy mentioned, have a...
There's a no-fly zone.
Yes, and if a plane, we're speculating, if a plane did go through it, what the actual physical effect on the airplane would be. And I thought the term fry under these conditions might not be all that far from what would happen. You have a disagreement, you two, on this? You don't like the word fry, Doctor?
Well, I wouldn't, even if I agreed with Dr. Resnick, I wouldn't attempt it myself.
So you think fry is, well, sounds harsh.
I think it's an overstatement. I don't think fry. Hey, listen, there's a BAA up right now for a phased array for that young guy that was asked me about the definition.
Yes.
There's a broad agency announcement at the DARPA website that maybe he should take a look at. BAA 95-39.
Okay. All right. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Joseph Resnick and Guy Kramer. Hi.
Hey, how are you doing? My name's John. I'm calling from Los Angeles.
Okay, John, you're not real loud on the line, so you're going to have to yell at us a little.
Is that better?
Yeah, best you can do. Go ahead.
Okay. Now, I had two quick questions. The first one might be a little bit off base. But I heard a rumor that an Israeli DJ, who's a musical DJ, discovered a way through sound waves and different frequencies to purify water. And that the Coca-Cola company hired him to work on this.
There's no way to confirm what you're saying. I haven't heard about it. I'm not saying it isn't so, but I've not heard about it. And I doubt my guests have. Have you, guests?
The only thing I've heard about Coca-Cola and water was their little fiasco in England there where they were using tap water for their bottled product, and they when that was discovered a couple months ago, they shut the process down.
Oh, okay. Well, my second question is, if you guys could just explain a little bit more about fractals.
Fractals?
Yes.
Okay.
Fractal. Let's see. I'll give you
rocks in this area.
I'll give you a simple version. If you've seen a fern, you've seen a fractal because the leaves of the fern are identical to the fern itself. And in a more complex fractal, we could zoom in on that leaf and find that there's leaves within the leaf, and on it goes. And so you have something that at different scales tends to look exactly the same as the largest object that you can see.
Huh, isn't that something? And there goes our phone system getting crazy with us again. It does really odd things, kind of like I think HARP does. Surely you both would admit there could be unintended consequences involved in the operation of HARP. Could there not? I mean, surely the scientists cannot know every effect this is going to have, or even reasonably guess on what it might do at certain power levels and combinations of tones and such.
Well, I know with the shuttle accident taking place in the ionosphere, the comments were made over and over again that it's the ignorant sphere.
They call it the dumbest sphere.
Yeah, because we really don't understand it that well. And like Einstein says, we know 1% of 1% of 1% of all there is to know. And definitely there are things that we do in any science that have unexpected consequences out there.
And at the moment, HARP is purely experimental.
Okay, but you know, a lot of earlier science in America and the world was more local in terms of its consequences, wasn't it? In other words, I suppose finally, of course, we got to the atomic bomb, that became more than local, but otherwise, a lot of science is quite local in terms of unintended consequences. But here we're starting to tamper with, you know, the world's ionosphere, one whole level of our atmospheric shield or what's around our planet. We're toying with the whole thing. It's just sort of at a different level, isn't it? When you consider unintended consequences?
The same analogy could be drawn with regard to medicine in terms of
oh yes,
splicing, etc.
You betcha. You betcha. But that doesn't.
I would agree with you in that regard.
You would.
I would.
So that's all I'm trying to suggest, that when you're considering unintended consequences, some of the work being done, as you point out, in the medical world and now in our whole atmosphere, it's just it's so all encompassing. I don't know that we've ever done that before, except for that atom bomb moment. Wildcard Line, you're on the air with Guy Kramer and Dr. Joseph Resnick. Hi.
Yeah, good evening, Art. This is Robert from Vancouver Island, British Columbia.
Welcome.
And listen on C-Fun 1410.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, listen, I have a comment to make about the power failure that occurred, which may have been related to something to do with HARP in the year 2003 in August.
Okay.
What happened is that the Department of National Defense in Canada was requested by the Department of Defense in the United States to build a Tesla antenna at a communication research establishment which is just east of Ottawa. And apparently when they built this thing and tested it in August of 2003, they apparently blasted a hole through to the ionosphere, but it also caused a power surge which blew the grid for Quebec, Ontario,
yes,
and all the northeastern states. What I'm interested in knowing is if this was related to some research that they would have been doing for HARP.
It's a fair, straight-on question. Gentlemen, as we try and get past this stupid phone thing. Okay, there we go. I've, too, heard the rumors that man just spoke about, that there may have been something HARP-related that caused that great blackout. Any comments? Anybody dare comment?
I think the reasons were actually quite simple, and other urban legends you might have heard is probably part of the disinformation process around
Yeah, I think somebody knocked the coke over on a control panel.
You do, huh? So you don't think HARP could have had slightest thing to do with it?
HARP doesn't work that way.
And is there any possibility that HARP could in any way affect power grids or the transmission of electricity over long lines?
Well, with a solar storm, we get that kind of an effect, radio blackouts and whatnot. So the potential's there.
Uh-huh. Okay. First of all, I really want to thank both of you for saying as much as you have said, and for being here tonight. And note that neither one of you, or they didn't put it on here anyway, I guess you don't have books to sell, right? You're not selling any books. But you do have a website, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Is it actually two websites, or more than two, or one main one you want to send people to, or what, if they want to know more?
Joe's got some websites there.
Yeah, they're on your site now. If people want to go look at this stuff, feel free to
This would be the superforce.com site.
So all the links that should be up there are up there.
Yes.
Yes.
Is there a great deal of information on that website about HARP?
With the information discussed tonight, I believe so.
Guys' website is pretty comprehensive.
I would like to ask this too, that if anything occurs to either one of you after the show or in the next few days or weeks or months that you want to get out about HARP, that you feel ought to be out about HARP, I would hope that you would pick up the phone, contact my producer, and, you know, let it flow from there, right?
Certainly.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Then I'm going to thank both of you for appearing on the program tonight, and it's been a pleasure having you and all that stuff, and show's over, so good night.
Good night. Thanks for having us.
Good night. Good night, Kevin.
Yes, indeed. Good night. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. As I said to you earlier, it is going to be up to you in your own mind to decide whether what you just heard was the straight stuff. The straight stuff, perhaps in small nuggets, the straight or not straight stuff at all, or whatever. But certainly we heard things about HARP tonight that I had not heard before. Quite
Bell, and this is indeed another week of Coast to Coast AM underway. Coming up in a minute is the 1,000-pound gorilla of the Y2K problem. He's Gary North, Ph.D., University of California, Riverside, in 1972. Was a congressional research assistant for Congressman Ron Paul, a Republican/Libertarian. Author of 43 books published in the Wall Street Journal, National Review, American Spectator, Freeman, newsletter editor of Remnant Review in '74, and for him, the year 2000 project began in November of 1996. In December of 1999, I suspect there's going to be nothing but this on our lips, because you should hear what's going to happen. Bank runs will start around the second half of '99. No bank will survive to 2001, an all-cash economy in 2000. Dow Jones average, January 3rd, 2000, 0, because it'll be shut down. Demise of the IRS, April 15th, 2000. You can almost hear the clapping. No more government checks, no more checks, period, no credit cards, no pension plans. And that's kind of only the beginning, so in a moment we'll find out if all this really is going to occur. So I thought I would have my little moment of levity right now. We actually had a contest for this. And I suspect this is about as light as it's going to get, so I thought I would do this before Gary actually gets here. Check this out.
Just sit right back and you'll hear a tale of the doom that is our fate. That started when programmers used 2 digits for a date. 2 digits for a date. Made memory was smaller than artists were smaller too.
sure you get the idea. Called 2 Digits for a Date was done for us. As you probably know,
For Kingdom of Nod, across the country, around the world, throughout the universe. This is Coast to Coast Aid with Art Bell on the CDC Radio Network.
All right, here we go. Here is Gary North. He's a hard guy to get hold of. Gary North is really a hard guy to get hold of. Gary, welcome to the program.
Thank you, Art.
Where are you actually located?
I am in the sticks. We are in the northwest Arkansas region.
Way out there. Well, I am too. By the way, is that a good thing or a bad thing considering what's coming?
Well, I suppose it depends on exactly which sticks you're into. My goal here was to get as far away as I could from any major metropolitan area without going completely into, say, northern Minnesota, which my wife really was not too enthusiastic about. And then I've also, at the same time, got access to the University of Arkansas Library, which is very important to me because I still do my writing. And so I wanted to be close to a good library, but yet pretty much away from a large city. So that we found the Fayetteville area.
Do you mean all you need is not available on the internet?
Well, in all honesty, all I need is available on the internet, but I do writing some material, historical material, where that has not been put onto the web yet. But yes, you're correct. As far as my business is concerned, yes, I can do it and do most of it off of the internet.
What will happen to the internet, by the way? I make extensive use of it. I'm online all the time, like you are. I'm just lucky enough to have a second phone line. What's going to happen to the internet in 2000?
And that's going to depend very heavily on how well and if the telecommunication industry gets itself compliant. And at the present time, it does not look good. You can't have the net if you do not have functional phone lines. And AT&T has about 500 million lines of code to correct. Sprint has about 100 million. NCI is not saying, but since it's about halfway between the two, it's probably 250 to 300 million lines of code to correct. This is an enormous undertaking for these companies. So if they get it compliant, yes, there is at least a possibility that the web will stay up. But we do not have any large telecommunications firm claiming compliance at this time, which means the news is probably not good.
I notice it says here you live on 60 acres, have 2 natural gas wells, and 3 power generators.
That's correct.
So you're living what you're preaching.
Yes, I did decide, one of the strong reasons I decided, in fact, to come to the region where I came, is that it is still possible for a private citizen to buy property that does have natural gas on it. There are several regions where you can do this in the United States. Western, eastern Kentucky, eastern West Virginia, you can find properties like this. And so I decided that was a way of preserving electrical power should there be blackouts. And I think the likelihood is that there will be.
I've got 1 generator, and it operates on a large propane tank, and then I'm dead.
Yeah, well, propane is cheap, especially this summer, and I would say that's a very good investment for people. Now, people say, well, why should I be worried about the possibility of electrical power going down? There are, in the United States, approximately 7,800 power generating or power transmitting organizations, public utilities. There is no compliant public utility in the United States at this time.
None?
None. About 2 weeks ago, the Nuclear Regulatory Commission sent out a letter to every power plant in the U.S. that is under their jurisdiction, about 108 of them, and said, gentlemen, You have 90 days to get to us a complete report on how you plan to be completely compliant by July 1st of next year.
Is that possible?
Compliant nuclear plant in the world.
Is it possible?
I don't think it is, but if it is, we don't have a working model. And that's your problem. Let me give you an example. This is a real horror story, although there are lots of them that we could talk about, but this one really stunned me. Governor Bush of Texas found out about Y2K probably sometime last fall, and in November sent a letter out to the state agencies saying, we want to know if you're compliant, fine, but if you're not, then let us know when you intend to be compliant. And this went out to the Public Utilities Commission, to all of the power generating plants in the state of Texas.
Right.
Now, 7 of those plants generate about 85% of all of the electrical power in the state of Texas. Those plants, one of the representatives of those plants testified about 3 weeks ago to Congresswoman Morella's committee in Washington. At that time, this public utility representative said, on average, these 7 gigantic firms have allocated $300,000 to fix the problem. Now, at that same testimony, Pepco, which is the company that supplies the power for the capital of the United States and the regional area of Maryland, said, we have allocated $10 million, and we do not expect it possible to be able to keep that allocation that low much longer. Now, the disparity is enormous. The difference between 300,000 allocated this late in the game and 10 million indicates that the plants in Texas are simply not going to make it.
All right, let me do a couple of things here. It also says you believe Western civilization could actually collapse in the year 2000 if the power grid goes down for over 60 days. I was on the Lynn Samuels show on WABC earlier tonight, doing a sort of a thing, a 1-hour thing with her, and I told her, Lynn, if you doubt what will happen, just go to the fuse box in your home and throw the mains off and start walking around your house or apartment and see what a dead place you're living in. Now, there was a movie called The Trigger Effect, Gary, in which the power went off. I don't know if you happened to...
Yes, I saw the movie.
And do you think that's a good example of what would happen if the grids went down?
No, the trigger effect was much too mild.
Oh, they were killing each other.
Yes, they were. The problem of the trigger effect, some of the script was quite good. I don't think the movie as a whole was, but there were some sections of that movie which people really should watch very carefully. One was the section of what happens in the supermarket, and the other was the section of what happens in the local gun store. Those 2 sections are worth watching the movie. The problem with that movie, which presumably it's Los Angeles they're talking about, is that when the power goes down, it goes down for 3 days or 4 days before people really sense that it may not come back on. Then they head for the open highway. The fact of the matter, Art, is that at that point in Los Angeles County and the LA Basin, you would not get onto that highway. It would be wall-to-wall, bumper-to-bumper stalled cars. It would be like a gigantic candle that the lights had gone out and the wick had gone out. You would not move out.
Well, a good example of that, Gary, is this last winter in Chicago. They had some terrible snows, and what happened is, and I'm sure it's exactly the same thing, that a bunch of cars got up on the freeway, and they ran out of gas, and they stopped everybody else, and before you know it, you had 13 miles of cars with people in danger of freezing to death.
Yes.
Now, that's exactly what would occur, because people trying to get out of town would get up there and run out of gas, and they would stop everybody else. You'd have 18-wheelers turned over. It'd be horrible.
The best example of this I ever saw was forecasted in a book which I downplayed and dismissed, and I think did so erroneously over 25 years ago. A book written by Roberto Vaca called The Coming Dark Age. And in that book, he has a description of the freeway blockage when a power system goes down and stays down. That the United States government is aware of this, and over the last 6 weeks has begun making plans to, I think there's another way of explaining it, of implementing a martial law situation in 2000. They're doing it under the guise of the phrase cyber terrorism, which is okay because that really is, in effect, what we're dealing with, except we did it to ourselves. The St. Patrick's Day speech by Secretary of Defense Cohen to the National Press Club was very clear. They are setting up right now a fusion of the National Guard units and the Army Reserves. And they're specifically doing this because they have said we're going to be hit by cyber terrorism in an unstated period of time, but they say it is inevitable. And the next day, General Schultz released a press release saying, yes, the war is going to come to America. We are going to be hit by these terrorist attacks, and we have to have an emergency SWAT, essentially a SWAT team or rapid deployment force to keep peace in the city.
Good Lord. You really think it potentially could be that bad?
It's on the web. And by the way, let me say this tonight, and I want the listeners to understand. What I say about the web or the documentation is on my site. You can click to the documents. Now, I will interpret, and I'll tell you when I'm doing that. But if you're talking about did Cohen give the speech, did Schultz release the press release, not only did they do it, you can get it on my site and read the original document.
What is your site, please?
It's called www.garynorth.com.
Okay, we'll get an immediate link up if we don't already have one. I'm sure we do. www.garynorth.com.
That's it.
That's easy, and I'm sure my webmaster is listening, and he does a lot of code writing. I'd like to, before we get into the specifics of this horrible thing that's going to occur, I would like to go back to the beginning. I played a stupid little song called 2 Digits for a Date.
Yes.
And it implied that way back when it was just a bunch of programmers who wanted to save money. What was the genesis of all this? Was it that simple?
It was, in a way, let me tell you, it's even simpler. In the 1950s, they had punch cards.
I remember.
80 digits on a punch card.
Right.
Those digits were scarce. They saved 2 digits of the 80 by going to by dropping the 1 and the 9 of the century. Just putting in 55 or 56 or 58 or 62 in the digits, not filling up those extra 2 digits on the punch card with the 1 and the 9.
Suddenly I understand. That makes all the sense in the world. When they were using punch cards, space was indeed very valuable, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
I'll be damned. And so then that just carried over to the writing of code in all of these important basic programs.
Yes, it did. Let me tell you the most famous code writer who was involved in it. He admitted it. He admitted this about, I believe, on February 25th under essentially not cross-examination but questioning. This was Alan Greenspan, who was the head of the Federal Reserve System.
Alan?
And he had testified to the Senate Banking Committee about things in general, and then finally Senator Bennett, who's been very good on this issue, said, well, Mr. Greenspan, what do you think of the year 2000 problem? And Greenspan began to reminisce. He said, well, you know, I was working on these things back in the mid-1960s. I was a programmer. He said, I was just so proud. We were all so proud when we could come in and save a little space. And he said, that's what we did. We saved space. We saved memory. We were quite proud of ourselves. Then he went on and he said, now, by the way, he said, I don't think I could recognize my own code today. And there wasn't any documentation. We didn't write any of this down. And so he said, this is a very, very serious problem because those of us who did it can't remember exactly how we did it, and now we have to fix it.
Okay, an obvious question, and when we come back, we're about to break your bottle down, but when we come back, a lot of people are going to want to know, well, how come we can't just fix it? I mean, how come we just can't go in and make 2 more spaces and modify the software very simply. Why is this a big problem, and why are we saying it's too late to fix it? So hold on, Gary. We'll be right back. My guest is Gary North. And as I told you earlier, he is the 1,000-pound gorilla of the Y2K thing, along with about one or two others. The predictions really are extremely dire. And tonight you're going to find out just how serious it's going to be. No cash. If we have a cash economy, that means people are going to start making a run on banks as we enter the second half of 1999. And I don't know, we'll ask. Is it reasonable they would do so? Is panic ever reasonable? I'm Art Bell. This is Coast to Coast AM.
And now, back to the best of Art Bell.
All right, now back to Gary North. Gary, the obvious question is, why is it a problem? Why can't we go back in and simply program the ability to handle the year 2000 into these mainframe computers? What is the problem?
It's not to say that you can't with a mainframe computer. Visa and MasterCard seem to have conquered most of the problems that they had had as recently as 8 months ago. One company may be able to do it if it gets enough programmers. May not also. But we don't have many success stories. Visa MasterCard is the largest of the success stories that we have. There's no other that I know of comparable. The basic problem, Art, is that it's not just the program itself, it's 30 years of data. 30 years of information that in the old days was key punched in, right? And it is filled up, which constitutes now something in the range of 3/4 of all the information that we have in the Western world today is in a mainframe computer somewhere. And I've called it the Alzheimer's economy. Because when you cannot access the data, and you can't access it because it's in the wrong format, that it thinks that 00 is 1900 instead of 2000. And all of the numerical programs to access that data are accessing the wrong century. That data, or those data technically, plural, those data simply disappear from view. You can't access them, you can't consult them, you can't compute with them. That's your problem.
So what disappears? I'm trying to apply this to the average person. For example, somebody who has a bank account, somebody who's got a CD, somebody who's got a retirement plan, what happens?
If the bank runs begin when I think they will, which is the second half of next year, and I may be overly optimistic, they could begin as early as next April. What you're going to see then is the classic problem of every fractional reserve banking system, and that is the money isn't in the bank, it's been loaned out. It's in the company's coffers. They've gone in, they've borrowed money, right? They've got their plans operating, they're paying their people, they're supporting inventory, or whatever has to be done with the money. The money's not in the vault. The money has been loaned out. The difficulty then is that all over the world, people have been told you may get your money in cash on demand. Well, they can't.
They can't.
And so when this negative psychology hits, and I think it'll hit, frankly, I think it'll hit first in Japan, not in the United States.
Well, that's bad too, because they begin recalling funds that they have invested here, and they are substantial, of course.
Yes, huge, gigantic.
Yeah.
They're the lender of the world.
Right.
When the Japanese housewife figures this out, which I think will happen, probably begin to figure it out next April, because they're on a fiscal year on April 1st, which rolls into 2000. And when the Japanese housewives begin to understand that the Americans have sold them computers that do not work, I think the run will begin in Japan. The same day, by the way, Canada rolls over into 2000, and New York State rolls over.
This is July 1st now?
No. It's early. This is April Fool's Day. That will be on April 1st of 99. Now, 44 other states roll over in this country on July 1st.
Now, you're being heard right now all over Canada, coast to coast in Canada. Probably most of the Canadians out there listening. You're saying that their nightmare begins April 1st.
That will be the first big trigger. Japan first, because, of course, they're on the other side of the date line. And then Canada, technically, the next day. But both April 1st. That will be the first large-scale test of the system. Because all of those systems will record then, if they're mainframes, that they've rolled into fiscal 1900. And that's your problem.
Okay, then on April 1st of 99, you say it'll be sort of like a first lightning strike. What do you expect to occur on that day?
I expect that computer systems will begin to break down in both those countries, that they will begin to act haywire, bad data will be spewed out of them. People will begin to realize there is a fundamental problem. Some will shut down. And the word will get out that something fundamentally is wrong with the system. But the public will finally realize it can't be deferred anymore, and all the background noise, which Y2K is right now, it's Muzak is all it is, because people do not understand that it's real. When they finally begin to perceive that it's real, they're going to say things like, well, maybe I ought to get a little cash out of the bank, just for safety's sake.
Sure.
And the difficulty is that when enough people do this, and as the lines get longer, people will say, maybe I ought to get even a little extra out of the bank, more than I planned, and by the time they're at the front of the line, it's give me it all. And of course, they can't do this.
No, of course.
So there will be a shutdown of the banking system. They will simply say, you cannot get your money out, that cannot be done, it will not be done, and they will impose emergency banking orders. At that point, you have the rationing of money. They've never done it before, but they're going to have to do it then.
What do you mean rationing of money?
It means that you will be limited on what you can spend and what you can take out in the form of cash. You will not be able to get access to cash, which will create probably an enormous havoc problem for coin-operated vending machines and anybody connected with that industry. That industry will be in really big trouble a year from now. And then, as people realize that they can't get their cash out, that their money has been locked up on a permanent basis, then they're going to look to say, what can I do with my money? Where should I put my money? What kinds of things do I need now with my credit card or with my checks? Because if it's this bad now, what should I do with my money? And that is when I think you will begin to see selling, perhaps even earlier, but selling out of the stock market around the world of people saying, I'm going to buy things. I'm going to buy consumer durables. I'm going to get my hands on stuff instead of electronic promises to pay.
Does this mean that people go out and run their credit cards up to the limit, that kind of thing? Let me tell you an interesting story, Gary. We once were talking about the possibility of a comet, like we'd get about 3 or 4 months' notice that a comet was going to crash into the Earth. And we were talking just humorously about running our credit cards right up to the limit, because who cares, right? And so some lady in my audience called, it was either Visa or MasterCard, one of the big ones, and actually asked them, and they put a management person on the phone and gave her an honest answer. They said, you know, we've actually considered that, and our answer would be, we would allow everybody to run their cards right up to the limit, because what do we have to lose? On the one hand, if the comet hits, we're all gone anyway, but on the other hand, if it misses, look how much money we've made.
That's correct.
That's actually, was actually their management level answer.
Now, you can do that if, and the if is this. Art, let's assume you really think it's going to come.
Okay.
Now, and let's assume I really think it's going to come.
Right.
Do I want to loan, for example, my money at 7% for a 30-year mortgage for somebody else to buy a house? If I really think there is a suspicion that the electronic records of the transaction and the bank's solvency is in question, am I going to loan 30-year money at 7% if I really think I can't get it back because of failure of electronic impulses. So my assumption will be the one thing you can be absolutely sure of is that when the banks say you cannot get your cash out, the response of the public is going to be that I'm not putting any more in.
That's true.
And at the same time, you will get exactly the credit card effect that you're describing. So your classic squeeze takes place. You have very high demand for loans, running the interest rates up, and you have very low desire on the part of lenders to give the institutions any extra money to make those loans.
Absolutely. So the wise people will go out and borrow at 7% first, right?
First. That's correct.
Is this
That's what I think is going to happen. I think interest rates will go double digit, and towards the end of next year, triple digit.
Good. I mean, this is Armageddon virtually you're describing. Now let me just
let's put it this way: small a.
Small a Armageddon. All right. Is there a chance, Gary, that in other words, is there any way you can forecast how long this total trigger effect is going to last? Will we recover from it? And if so, in what form? What do you envision post Y2K?
Art, the big one, as I call it, the big one is the question of the power system, the power grid.
Right.
That's the big one. Good men, and I trust them, say you're going to get at least blackouts, brownouts, and unpredictable behavior throughout the year 2000. I think that's the minimum that you say is likely.
Mm-hmm.
The difficulty we're facing is that we have never had one of these production systems get compliant. They're operating with embedded chips that have the programs in them, and worse, this is the biggest problem. This is the horrendous one. All of them exchange information and data with each other.
That's true.
And if company A gets its computers compliant and imports non-compliant data from company B, it completely reinfects its own system. This is the problem of the systemic failure.
It's like a virus.
It, I think, is exactly like a virus. And so the difficulty you have is everybody is saying, oh, well, you go first. It's the you go economy. Everybody else says you spend the $300 million or the $400 million. Let's see you get it done first, then we'll think about getting it done. If the power grid acts like it did in New York back in '65,
yes,
where it's an unpredictable event, and it is unpredictable because we don't know how these systems will respond because of the programming, and we don't know how they will interact. If the grid overloads, then you have a crisis of monumental proportions.
Oh, yes.
Because how do you get them booted back up? They need power from the other one, just as they did in New York in '65. You have to get power from outside your region to boot you back up. And they're all going to be hit with the same problem the same day. If they go down, and if they don't get back up within, I believe it's a 60-day minimum, I don't think they'll get back up.
At all?
At all.
Well,
now, again, that's my view. I can't tell you there's an official out there saying this is true, but let me tell you, Art, what they do say. The Electric Power Research Institute, which is the $500 million a year think tank of the electrical industry, was approached by Business Week reporter in February.
Mm-hmm.
And he reported in March that when he asked them, can this system go down? Will it be able to be maintained? The answer is, we don't know.
We don't know.
Now that's a very chilling answer when you're talking about an institution which supports the whole civilization.
Have there been any experiments, Gary? In other words, has any large mainframe has somebody reset it just to see what would happen?
Yeah, and usually they shut down.
They shut down.
One specialist in embedded chips, a man named David Hall, said he has been present in several of these testing situations, And he posted just about a week ago, he said, in every case I have been associated with, the system has simply shut down.
Good Lord. Well, then what about, people would obviously ask, what about 2001? Would it all be fixed by then?
How do you fix it?
I don't know.
I mean, the point is, if you can't fix it when interest rates are 7%, if you can't fix it when everybody's content to live in the city, and you've got whatever programmers you have out there working on it at exceedingly high wages and rising, if you can't fix it now, how do you fix it if there's no bank? If you can't pay your programmers, why are they going to sit in New York and Chicago in the middle of winter of the year 2000 to sit in a freezing building to work on computer code? What do you pay them with?
Stuff. I don't know.
Yeah, in a sense, that's right. Now let's talk about stuff. Stuff in the United States, we don't think of it, but stuff in the United States is almost entirely dependent on the operation of the railroad system.
Correct.
Because the big stuff, coal and chemicals and wheat and grains out of our farms, all of that big-time stuff is shipped in by the trains.
Well, railroads and, well, listen, I live out here in the desert, and I can assure you Las Vegas is almost entirely dependent for its food and everything else on trucking.
That's right. Both forms. However, and of course, both are completely vulnerable. But let's talk about the trains, because Las Vegas is presumably bringing in its stuff from larger cities, grain processing plants, and so forth.
I'm sure.
All right. The average large city, its power generation is probably coal. About 40 to 45% of America's power is powered by coal.
Right.
Now, the trains are not compliant. Union Pacific is not compliant. They have been working on getting compliant since 1995, and I checked their website today. They are still not compliant and not putting any date on when for sure they're going to get compliant. They all hope they're going to get compliant next year, but nobody is sure. The difficulty is if there are problems with the train switching system.
Yes.
All computerized, and mostly run out of Florida. If those train switching systems begin acting haywire, then the engineers have got to stop those trains until the situation is fixed. Now, the difficulty is it takes something like 3 train loads of coal per day to run a large city's power generation plant.
Right.
Per plant. If there's any interruption of the coal shipments, then what you're talking about is a breakdown. Again, they're running out of power to generate the power stations in the cities in the middle of winter. And that's the big one. And nobody has an answer for that one. They don't address it. There's almost no public discussion of it because it's an unsolvable problem at the present time.
So, no power. No power from several points of view.
This is what it looks like to me. Now, I'm willing to say, okay, someone out there may have this great solution, but I have been spending 20 to 30 hours a week of donated time that I'm just doing because I want to do it. I've been spending this amount of time since January of 1997, and I have yet to see any public document in which this is even discussed.
People are going to say, if it is as bad as you are saying, Gary, or even potentially as bad as you're saying, then what about our elected government? I mean, they are there supposedly to take care of our health and welfare. Well, this clearly has to do with our health and welfare, right?
Surely does.
So what are they doing? They're planning for martial law?
Yes, they are doing that. They generally do not discuss year 2000 as the basis of it, though there is one document in which it is marginally mentioned. And that is on the President's Commission, what's called the PCCIP, the President's Commission on Critical Infrastructure Protection. This was created by executive order in July of '96, and they have a fact list, a frequently asked questions list.
Yes.
And if you go to that fact list, and I've got it on my site, They do say that the effects of the year 2000 problem are comparable to a terrorist attack. That's all they say. They don't go into it. They don't talk about dealing with it, but they do admit it.
Great. All right, Gary, hold on. We're at the top of the hour. You've got a good rest here. I know I need one after hearing all of this. And I thought I was the Dr. Hume of talk show hosts. My guest is Gary North. He knows about Y2K. I suspect by now we've got your attention. If not, keep listening. Well, actually, if we don't have your attention by now, probably you're not educable. So, stay right where you are. We'll be back. This is Coast to Coast AM.
From the Kingdom of Nye, this is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell. First-time callers may reach Art at area code 702-727-1222. 702-727-1222. Now, here again is Art.
Well, once again, here I am. Good morning, everybody. My guest is Gary North. The subject is Y2K. Gary North received his Ph.D. from the University of California at Riverside in 1972, was a congressional research assistant to Congressman Ron Paul, a Republican/Libertarian, has authored 43 books published in the Wall Street Journal, National Review, American Spectator, The Freeman, newsletter editor of Revenant Review in 1974. Year 2000 project began for him in November of 1996. He lives on 60 acres, has 2 natural gas wells, 3 power generators, and believes Western civilization could collapse in 2000 if the power grid goes down for over 60 days, and sees no reason why it won't. The predictions are as follows, and we'll talk about some of them. Banks will begin to have runs on them in about the second half of 1999 worldwide. No bank to survive to 2001. An all-cash economy in 2000. The Dow Jones average, January 3 of 2000, 0, because it'll be shut down. Demise of the IRS, April 15th, 2000. No more government checks, no more checks, no more credit cards, no more pension plans. Shutdown of Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, family payments. No more airline service. The FAA is not going to meet the deadline. We'll talk about that. No more Las Vegas, Reno, and Orlando tourism. Trains will cease operating in 2000. No more automobile production. That would be from the domino effect. No elections in 2000 because there won't be any computers. Martial law in our cities. Other than that, it'll be a fine day. Speaking of World Wide Web addresses, if you will go to my website, I talked to Keith Rowland, who is my webmaster, during the break, and I asked him about Gary's website. He said, of course, yes, the link is there now. And he said, you know, you better go read it, because he's got an awful lot of information to back up exactly what he's saying on his website. So, if those of you who have me bookmarked, just go to my website at www.artbell.com. Scroll down to the guest areas down at the bottom and click on Gary North's name, and you'll be right there. And there is information to back up what he's saying, and what he's saying is pretty serious. Here he is once again, Gary North. And Gary, here's somebody who takes you on, says, Art, Gary North is fear-mongering. All financial transactions are backed up on paper. There is not going to be a problem. What do you say to that?
How are you going to get the paper? You're going to call your local stockbroker on his toll-free 800 number and get a perpetual busy signal until the phone shuts down? How are you going to get the paper? You're going to send it by mail? The U.S. mail is not compliant. Art, I'm a fearmonger, I've scared myself out of business. I know that there's no chance that I'm going to be in business in 18 months. None.
None?
I'm out of business. Because the U.S. postal system is not compliant now.
You're kidding.
Neither is UPS. They're not compliant. How are they going to deliver this stuff? You can get your piece of paper. What is the piece of paper to? It's a promise to do what? It's an IOU nothing. If General Motors, and this is true, this was verified. In fact, this came through Fortune just about 2 weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
General Motors has 100,000 suppliers of parts, equipment, and services.
I'm sure.
None has been registered as compliant. Now, it's not just General Motors, it's Honda, it's Ford, it's Chrysler. Now, what value is a General Motors stock or promise to pay if General Motors suppliers cannot deliver General Motors the parts to make the cars? You're talking about a company that's a $150 billion company a year. Well, yeah, you would get your piece of paper with the pretty symbol that says, yes, you own a piece of this action, but what's the action?
Good, it's a very good point. It's a very good point. I have no answer for it. Listen, you said specifically in here, no more Las Vegas, Reno, or Orlando tourism. Now, I'm just over the hill from Las Vegas. We depend for our livelihoods on tourism here. What do you mean by that?
Okay, let's give an analysis which actually was not originally mine. It's a friend of mine by the name of Anthony Easton, who is a professor out in California, and he began playing around with this project for his class about 6 weeks ago, and he ran it by me, and I said, yep, can't argue with that one. It's the FAA, the Federal Aviation Administration. IBM earlier this year went to the FAA and said, gentlemen, the computer that you are using, the 40 of them, to route your 20 major routes, is not only non-compliant, gentlemen, there is no one left in this company who understands it.
You mean the original code?
The original computer which the FAA uses to route all flights. It is going down. IBM told them it is going down, to which the FAA said, we're going to study this for 90 more days. You may be wrong. Now, the FAA is then repeatedly identified by the General Accounting Office of Congress as not being compliant and not going to make it.
So what does that mean is going to happen?
It means that you're going to have to find some way other than computers to route 600-mile-an-hour jets to take off every minute. That's what it means.
Well, in other words, airplanes are going to stop flying on that day?
Easton's estimate is they'll probably, at best, have to cut back to what the flight patterns were probably in 1970 to 73.
Oh, brother.
Now, that would mean the bankruptcy of every airline, because they have bought these multiple billion-dollar devices called planes to fill them, to fly them, to take them off every 60 seconds. You won't have that. You can't have that. So then what's going to happen to airline tickets? They're going to go from 300 and 400 to 2,000. They're going to be business class only. You're not going to have this massive tourism because they will not be able to fly those planes in that kind of numbers. Then what happens to the banks that have loaned the airline industry hundreds of billions of dollars to buy these planes? And by the way, Art, it's not just us. Britain has the same problem with its computers. This is an international problem. Besides, Art, none of the planes is compliant. The average Boeing plane probably has 100 to 165 non-compliant systems in it. There is no compliant airport, Art. None.
No.
There's none in the United States that meets the qualifications. Even this new multi-billion one out of Denver, they've admitted they're not 2000 compliant. Dallas isn't compliant, and neither is the Atlanta. Now, if you take out Dallas and Atlanta, you've taken out the American Airlines.
I know. Is there time? I mean, if they began today and just with a crash program to get it done,
Would they get it done, or is it already, in many cases, not just with the airlines, but in so many of these areas, is it too late?
The general assessment is the United States is short programmers. The minimum I have seen the minimum estimate is 350,000. We are rating Britain to get them. Howard Rubin says of Hunter College, he says it's between 500,000 and 700,000. Now, Art, you don't go out and recruit 700,000 COBOL and assembler programmers overnight. These guys are all 60 and 70 years old. Nobody speaks these languages anymore. There's something like 400 of them. You can't just throw money at this problem. You can raise the wages of those who are in the business, but you don't get 300,000 skilled COBOL and assembler programmers in the next 3 months, which is what you'd have to do, just because you throw money at it. They aren't there. They don't exist.
So you're saying, yes, it is too late?
It's too late.
All right. You go so far as to say there will be no elections in the year 2000.
That's my belief, yes. I don't see how you would run them. And besides, what would be the point? If the federal government cannot collect taxes because the banks are down, if the federal government cannot distribute money because Medicare and Medicaid are down, because the Social Security system didn't make it because it's not compliant, if you can't distribute the money and you can't collect the money, what's the point? The military won't be functioning.
You're covering so much. Can I be absolutely certain that if I were getting Social Security, my check after at the beginning of 2000, I would not get another check? Is that correct?
At present, Social Security is not compliant. They have worked on this since 1989. They haven't got it fixed. The reason I got into this, 2 years ago, I was talking with a friend of mine, and I happened to say, what do you think of the 2000 problem? And he said, it's going to collapse the system. And I said, why do you say that? He said, because I was one of the original Medicaid programmers, and we programmed it knowing that it would go down in 2000. And I said, wait a minute, can't you fix your own code? He says, no. And the compilers we use to write it are gone, and the companies used to produce it are gone, and the guys on the team who worked on it are scattered, and they don't know where I am, and I don't know where they are. And he says, count on it. I guarantee you, Medicaid is going down. I programmed it.
All right, well, I know what compilers are. I used to write in BASIC and compile long ago, so I know what those are. And you're saying the compilers or the decompilers or both probably don't even exist anymore.
They don't exist. And the companies that made them are gone. This was 30 years ago.
You actually also say there will be a collapse of all national governments in 2000?
Yes.
All national governments?
All national governments. If you can't collect the taxes and you can't pay the Army, you don't have a government. The U.S. military has not even completed its inventory of systems. As of April 28th, General Accounting Office 1 month ago said the U.S. military, the Department of Defense, has not completed its inventory of systems, which is the first 1% of the job. They don't know how many computers they've got, except it's they know the number of computers. Yeah, 1.5 million computers, 28,000 systems. They are not, at this point, compliant with at least 8,000 mission-critical systems. They've admitted that. They won't communicate.
So the military stops?
The military stops.
You say there will be collapse of every Fortune 1000 company?
Yeah, I'm probably being optimistic there.
Optimistic?
It's probably, yeah, it's up because it's going to take the ones down to the 2 and the 5,000 category too. As of Wall Street Journal, April 28th made a report that said Howard Rubin study already has said of the largest companies, the Fortune 100, 2/3 of them have yet to devise a plan, not begin working on it, Art. 2/3 of the Fortune 100 companies have not devised a plan to begin working on it.
Well, give me an example of what will happen in a Fortune 500 company, for example. On that day, what is going to happen?
On January, well, let's say January 3, because that's when they come back to work from Monday.
Right.
Because January 2 is on January 1st on a Saturday. They will come back, assuming the banks are still open, and that's a huge, huge assumption. They will come back on a Monday morning, and they will find, in many cases, probably most cases, either the computers literally are shut down and not functioning, or they will not boot up, or that the data that they're throwing out at you simply don't add up. Because they moved into 1900. They don't think it's 2000 anymore. So the problem with the data then becomes, how can you trust any of the information coming out of these systems? And the answer is you can't unless you hand check it. But you can't hand check it because you don't have paper and ink systems to hand check it. These companies will not be able to interchange data with non-compliant companies. Now let's consider the banks. Let's go to the big one. 13,000 banks in the United States. Okay, not one is compliant. No major money center.
First-time callers call area 702-727-1222.
Bank is compliant. Now these banks exchange trillions of dollars a day, one with another. The wire systems that do the exchanging are not compliant. Now, how does a bank that gets compliant keep itself compliant if it has to interact with 12,999 other banks, not knowing whether any of those other banks are compliant? Because if you take their bad data into your system, you've messed your system up.
I understand.
It's a systemic problem.
Well, I think it was Britain's major who said that one day it's all going to come tumbling down, that overnight trillions of dollars are exchanged by computers and satellite, and one day there is going to be a problem, and it's all going to come tumbling down. Without that exchange of money, everything stops.
Yes, everything stops. It's the collapse of the division of labor. That's really what we're talking about. It's a collapse of the modern division of labor. That's the great threat to it. That is what we're looking at.
All right, here's what a lot of people are going to say. I'll save them the trouble, and I'll say it myself. If what you're saying is true, or even partially true, Gary, my God, the networks, for example, ought to be all over this. If it's almost to the inevitable point, there ought to be major stories on every network about this, getting people ready, telling them the truth about what's just around the corner, and if Dan Rather doesn't say it, it can't be true. So.
Well, I will say this. ABC had me on last Thursday and had Ed Jordan on and treated us, I think, fairly. Did not say we were nutcases, said we were extreme. That's pretty good. We are extreme, so that's okay. The point is, let's say you're a New York reporter.
Okay.
You got a pension plan. North says you won't have one in 18 months. You've got a career. I say you won't have one in 18 months. I say you're living in an incredibly dangerous place to live.
What about me, Gary? I'm a broadcaster. I'm uplinked on any number of satellites to accomplish what I do, and then downlinked to radio stations that then broadcast my show. What's going to happen to me?
Well, I hope you sell a lot of beige ends, because that's what it's going to take to receive the broadcast. The difficulty that you and I have is that we both use the web, telecommunications, electricity, and we both have to be paid.
Well, I use not only electricity, but I use KU band and C band satellites. I use all kinds of, it all runs through the center in New York and then on to New Jersey where it's uplinked. And is all of that going to go down?
Yes.
Great. So I'm out of business.
Put it this way, Art. I want someone to get out there in the industry to show me how it isn't going to get down. They are linked. They are not compliant. They are completely dependent on ATT and MCI. Those companies are not compliant.
So
they know they're not compliant.
For example, in my case, if a satellite goes down, Gary, we communicate to the uplink point by telephone using, what are called Comrex lines or other types of phone lines, and those will be down. Those will be gone too, huh?
All right. I can't just point to a link on my site of a guy from AT&T who says, clearly it's going down. Sell your stock. Quick. But what you can point to in case after case is that representatives of each of the companies say we're not compliant now and we're working on it.
All right, hold on, Gary. We're at the bottom of the hour. Sometimes my own show scares that.
Kingdom of Nine, this is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell. From east of the Rockies, call Art at 1-800-825-5033. West of the Rockies, including Montana, Wyoming, Colorado, and New Mexico, at 1-800-618-8255. First-time callers may reach Art at area code 702-727-1222. And you may fax Art at area code 702-727-8499. Please limit your faxes to 1 or 2 pages. This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell.
It is.
And here's Art.
See how I always jump in, mess up my own announcer? Silly, huh? The following is from the Associated Press, Dateline Washington Associated Press. Listen to this, I'll just read you part of it. Scattered bug bites are already being felt. For one, government is throwing out old but durable computer systems that work all right except for the Y2K problem. For another, several major Y2K tests have failed. In one case, a system, get this, that manages the military's vast inventory wrongly marked 90,000 items for deletion. The public faces a high risk that critical services could be severely disrupted. This is from the GAO in a report on federal agencies. Quote, financial transactions could be delayed, flights grounded, power lost, and national defense affected. End quote. That's the Associated Press, folks, not Gary North. My guest is Gary North, and he'll be right back. Once again, here's Gary North. So, Gary, you're not really the only one saying this. I just read from the Associated Press.
I think anyone who has been watching this very carefully is now getting to the stage of, if not panic, to extreme concern, because so little has been done, despite the warnings that have been going out for the last 3 to 4 years. Almost nothing is being done.
A lot of people want to know about, I'm going to ask about something very trivial by comparison, and that is personal computers. Are they basically okay? Is this a mainframe problem, or are personal computers at risk?
All computers are at risk. All software must be tested. There are testing programs. You can download them free. I've got them listed on my site. You can go to it at the personal computer section. Go to that page, download any of them. No computer is fully compliant, except a Macintosh that uses only Macintosh software designed only for the Macintosh. Those are probably compliant. But one of the great problems is that you've got 300 million computers out there all interacting, mostly, for example, with spreadsheets in business, and the spreadsheets have been 2-digit entries. Those spreadsheets will not be reliable after 2000. So all the data coming out of your highly developed spreadsheet program that's being fed into your mainframe or from your mainframe into your spreadsheet, all of those must be rechecked by hand. You can't trust any of them. That's your problem. And that's a huge problem. They can be fixed, but the cost of fixing them and to make certain that every one of those spreadsheets is accurate is simply astronomical.
If you were the Y2K czar and you could issue orders right now about what should be done, what would you order?
I'd tell them to subscribe to my newsletter immediately. But of course, your serious answer is and my serious answer, I'd resign.
you'd resign.
Koskinen is the Y2K czar, and he's paid to go out and give mild-mannered speeches. He has said publicly, and I've got this on my site, he has said, I can't tell you really bad gloom and doom materials because it could create a panic. They know that. You can't get a straight answer out of anybody in authority. The only national figure, well-known national figure who's really been pushing on this is Tony Blair of England.
Of England.
He is the only national figure who has really said, gentlemen, we have got to get this thing fixed. And he pushed and pushed at last week's G8 meeting to get some kind of a statement out of the other 7. And what came out was cornmeal mush.
All right, here's what I've heard. I've heard that we are probably, as far behind as we are and as doomed as we are in this problem, we are way ahead of a lot of the rest of the world. And so my question would be, if we generally get compliant, which you say we can't, but let's say we did, and the rest of the world didn't, what would happen?
Well, you know what would happen. It's an international economy. So we have 13,000 banks compliant. We have none. But say you get them all compliant. You got probably 100,000 banks internationally that you're exchanging data with, and those banks go down. 80% of the code, or at least 78% estimate, Cappers-Jones estimate, that 78% of the code in the world is outside the U.S. And they're not spending any money. What do you think Asia is spending? You think Indonesia is rolling up its sleeves to get this problem at this point?
No,
or Japan?
Of course not.
No, they're not doing anything. And yet, it's an international economy, international banking system. That's why when I tried to get, I've done a little report on this thing that people can get for nothing. I can only do it because it's web-based. And so when I said, what am I going to call this thing? I said, I'm going to call it Collapse. So it's collapse@trapped.com. If you want my, 10-page analysis of why I think it's collapsing, you just write an email to it and get it. You get it back in 30 seconds. But the point is, I don't see, with the interdependence of all of us on all the rest of us, all hinged to money, all hinged to telephones, and all hinged to electrical powers. And yet the computers have threatened the banks, the computer has truly threatened the telecommunications system, and it's threatened the generation and distribution of power.
We had a very simple little taste the other day when Galaxy 4 satellite began to spin out of control, and I guess it's gone for good and they're replacing it. But when it went, in my little town, I'll tell you something, the ATMs all stopped working. When you went to the supermarket and tried to put your card in to pay for the groceries, that wasn't working. When you tried to pay for something with a credit card, they couldn't use their little machines to validate that your card was okay. All of that went down when Galaxy 4 went down. And that's just a little nothing compared to what we're talking about in 2000.
There was that great scene, and it was a great scene, in the Trigger Effect, where the guy was in the supermarket, and you hear this voice, and it was kind of fake because there wouldn't be any announcement system. But you heard the voice, and the voice said, our computers are down. We cannot take credit cards. We cannot take checks. Cash only. Small bills, please. Whoever wrote that script understood. He understood.
So potentially there could be no phone service, potentially, or even probably there could be no power for periods of time, or at least brownouts and blackouts. And what do you mean by no water, no sewers?
Let's give a real-world example. This actually happened. Horror story. Bad one. During the ice storms last January and early February in Montreal, the water treatment facility could not get power from Quebec Power because Quebec Power had shut down. They had power generation and enough fuel to run for another 6 hours to keep the water treatment facility open. So they went to the mayor, and they told the mayor, we've got to tell the public that 6 hours from now, if we don't get Quebec Power to restore power to us, we're going to start spewing untreated water into the system.
Oh my God.
The fire marshal said to the mayor, don't you tell them that, because if they do that, they'll fill their bathtubs with water, and if there's a fire, I will not be able to guarantee being able to put that fire out. And the poor mayor had to make a decision between the two bureaucrats. He sided with the fire marshal. Now, they were very fortunate because within that 6-hour period, Quebec Power did restore power operation, but they came within 6 hours of poisoning the public.
All right, well, here's a very important question, I think. As we really get close to this date, the FAA, all of the various banks, all of these, the power grid, power companies, we could go on and on and on. They're going to begin to certainly know what may be about to happen. So in some cases, there will be preemptive shutdowns or brownouts, won't there? What will begin to happen just before that critical date?
Well, I think you will begin to get brownouts. You will begin to get crisis runs. People will begin to try to get extra water or whatever it is they think that they need. Stuff. There'll be a run on stuff. They're going to charge it if they can to their credit card. You're going to see the supply of stuff disappear. Art, the reason why we have such an incredibly productive economy, why there's been this extraordinary output of goods and services for the past 25 years is because there are no more inventories. When Sam Walton made real-time computer transactions at the basis of Walmart, he cut probably 20% out of the marketing expenses that everybody had to imitate. Nobody's got any inventories anymore. And when you don't have inventories, it means that when there is a rush to get whatever it is, you can't get it. Now, let me give you an example.
Okay.
The Mormons have pretty much dominated the field of stored food. I began recommending to my clients about a year ago that they begin to buy up a year's supply of food for the family.
Right.
And I said, because I've gone to the largest of the wholesalers in the Mormon stored food business, and I asked them, I said, Steve, let me ask you straight. If 10% of the members of the Mormon church decided that Y2K was a reason to do what the church says it ought to do, could you meet the demand? He said, not a chance.
Really?
They are now, in some cases, backed up 8 months.
I know that we had a food supplier that sold bulk foods, a year's supply of food on my program, and they were about 6 months ago beginning to get backed up in orders by about a half a year.
Yes.
And you think it's people that see this coming?
Yes. I have been told specifically by guys in the industry that Y2K is the driving force right now of those people making the year's supply orders.
All right, here's another question that people are going to obviously ask. They're going to say, all right, I guess I believe. What do I do? What do they do?
Well, I really have tried to deal with this in that report of mine. And if they've got an email, just send an email to collapse@tract.com, and they'll get it back.
All right,
let's go to the basics.
All right, so I've also got to cover this before you do,
Sure.
and that is not everybody obviously has a computer, strange as that may seem to you and I.
All right.
What about an address or something?
Art, you'll swamp me. You got the greatest true believers in the business out there, and I'm doing this thing for free. I can't really do it. But so let's quickly go through some basics.
All right.
No joke, and I'm not paid to say this, you do buy a page hand. You need communications, and that's a very good way to get it.
Sure.